Chapter 293 Infiltration. Chapter 293. Infiltration. Han Li was quite familiar with the obsessed expression the young woman revealed as she departed. The very first time he saw Li Huayuan control that huge flood dragon, he also had this envious gaze. With this thought, Han Li felt that this beautiful young woman was truly interesting. After he slightly smiled, he silently disappeared from the tree. He reappeared within the tall walls of the prince's mansion. At this moment, not only did Han Li use the invisibility technique that would hide him from mortals, but he also used the qi restraining technique, a qi concealment technique that cultivators could use only after achieving foundation establishment. He quickly flashed by the scurrying maids and servants within the prince's residence without anyone noticing anything out of the ordinary. After a moment, Han Li infiltrated into the back residence of the prince's mansion. He secretly hid behind a pillar at some desolate corridor and watched everything nearby with a cold gaze. Not long after, a somewhat pretty maid walked nearby. Han Li suddenly shot out a ball of yellow light the size of a fist from his finger, striking the maid's head. The maid suddenly staggered as if she were about to fall onto the floor. Without waiting for her to fall, Han Li had already leaped out to grab her and flew back to hide behind the pillar. With great skill, Han Li straightened the young maid's weak body and arranged it so that she faced him. He then opened his mouth and spouted out azure spiritual qi, which entered her tightly closed eyes. At this moment, the young maid's eyelids started to move and she slowly opened her eyes. Just as the young maid was waking up, she saw a pair of gold-yellow eyes staring at her coldly. Just as she thought about yelling loudly and putting up a struggle, strange yellow streaks of light suddenly shot out from those eyes directly into her own. The young maid immediately felt the world spin as her vision was filled with a golden yellow color. Then with a tilted head she lost consciousness. Han Li took another look at the young maid who fainted and lightly sighed before lightly wiping away the sweat on her face. Although he could only use the soul-controlling technique for a short amount of time, it truly consumed far too much of his attention and felt quite strenuous. It was no wonder that this magic technique was classified as a worthless foundation establishment technique. Although this magic technique would make the target obediently follow the caster as a slave for a short amount of time, it had great limitations. As such, the cultivators who practiced this magic technique were truly few in number. First of all, this magic technique could only be used on mortals. It didn't have the slightest effect on cultivators. Even if there was a great disparity in cultivation, so long as there was spiritual power coursing through their heads, other cultivators could easily counteract the technique's bewitchment effect. Next, not only must whoever wished to practice this technique be at foundation establishment, their spiritual sense must be far stronger than average. Thus, the overwhelming majority of foundation establishment cultivators weren't able to practice this technique. With these two restrictions, cultivators with interest in practicing this magic technique were pitifully few. However, this was no problem for Han Li. Han Li had originally been anxious that he would only be able to grasp a limited set of foundation establishment magic techniques. The last time he was in the Heaven's Knowledge Pavilion, he had read the incantation of this magic technique and memorized it out of curiosity. Once he returned to his cave to cultivate it, he wasn't met with the slightest resistance and was able to smoothly succeed. This greatly surprised Han Li. He now attempted to use the magic technique on this girl and as expected he succeeded. After taking a cautious glance in every direction, he softly extended his finger, and a small ball of milky white light emerged on his fingertip. Pressed against the maid's head, the ball of light soon entered her forehead and disappeared. The young maid woke up and immediately stood. She blankly looked at Han Li without speaking. What is the background of the steward? When did he enter the prince's residence? Where does he often like to go? Who does he often meet with outside the prince's residence? Han Li looked at the young maid and rapidly shot out a series of questions. He started off with this maid, the one dispatched by Prince Exen to find the young prince at the start of the banquet. It seemed the status of this servant wasn't low. If he used her, Han Li might actually obtain a bit of reliable information. Which steward is master asking about? The young maid asked with an expressionless face. The prince's residence has more than one steward? Puzzled, Han Li asked with slight surprise. The residence has many stewards in charge of taking care of the prince's affairs. For example, there is Steward Li who is in charge of making purchases, and Steward D who is in charge of supervising the residence. The young maid continued with blank eyes. Which steward was greeting guests at the residence's gate? Han Li softly asked after wrinkling his brow. That is Steward Wang. He has the greatest authority. He is the one I am referring to. Han Li added with a bit of anxiety. He didn't know how long he could use this magic technique to control her mind. Naturally, he had to hurry and ask about the important matters first. Otherwise, he would have to waste more effort after the young maid awakened. According to the seniors in the residence, Steward Wang grew up together with the prince and accompanied him during his education. He eventually followed the prince for 50 to 60 years. Apart from a routine monthly trip in which he follows the prince into the Forbidden City, he normally doesn't leave the prince's residence and won't contact anybody outside. If he did meet anyone, it would be among the prince's good friends. As for his relationship with the young prince, it's a bit strange. I've heard from the young prince's previous wet nurse that 10 years ago, the young prince used to have a very violent temperament, and his relationship with Steward Wang was anything but good. He even slapped Steward Wang in public before. But throughout the past 10 years, the young prince's entire attitude changed dramatically. Not only did he become polite and refined, but he also became extremely respectful towards Steward Wang, even holding a ceremony to become his junior. Prince Exon was greatly pleased by this, claiming that they had the god's blessings all along, the young girl flatly said. When Han Li heard this, his expression didn't change. He coldly smiled in his heart. Although it sounded like this Steward Wang didn't seem suspicious in the least, the exceptional change in the young prince's character was enough for Han Li to be certain there was some sort of hidden relationship between the two. In addition, for these two to cause a foundation establishment cultivator to feel danger, they certainly weren't common mortals. As for the steward's mysterious background, Han Li didn't feel like investigating it too deeply. He only wanted to make sure the steward wasn't from the Devil Dao. He didn't care whether the other party was righteous or evil or whatever secrets he held. If he could do less, Han Li naturally wouldn't go asking for trouble. After this interrogation, Han Li figured it was most likely that the young prince and the steward had no relationship with the Devil Dao. After all, the young prince had been exceptional from the beginning. There hadn't been a sudden change in ability. If the Devil Dao truly started setting this up over 10 years ago, Han Li could only remain speechless. With this thought, Han Li sighed and commanded, "Where does Immortal Master Wu live? Let me there." "As you wish, master." The young maid obediently stood and walked. Han Li secretly followed her while continuing to conceal himself. With the young girl's guidance, Han Li passed through 7 to 8 large courtyards and arrived at a peaceful terrace. At that moment, the young girl then stopped. "Pa. Suddenly, Han Li lightly patted the maid's back 2 times using a palm filled with white light. Afterwards, his figure flashed and shot behind a large tree. Isn't this the venerable Immortal Master's residence? What am I doing here?" The young maid then blinked 2 times with all her strength and suddenly yelped. The blankness in her eyes could no longer be seen. Who is causing a commotion outside? Didn't this humble Taoist instruct not to let people come here and disturb his cultivation? The old Taoist priest's annoyed voice came from a room in the courtyard. When the young maid heard this, her face immediately turned white from fear. Without thinking about why she appeared at this location, she ran away, flustered. Creak. The door opened. With the appearance of stereotypical Taoist immortal, the old white-haired Taoist walked out. But after he saw there was nobody in the courtyard, his face revealed a sense of confusion. "What's going on? I clearly heard someone talking. I thought the prince had come to find me. Where did the unpleasant person who interrupted my cultivation run off to?" The old man stood in the courtyard and looked in every direction before furiously returning to his room. After he shut his door and faced the room, however, he was completely dumbfounded. He only saw Han Li sitting at the table, silently looking at the old Taoist with a beaming smile. He appeared to hold great interest in him. "Who are you?" the old Taoist quickly asked as his expression dramatically changed. He then reflexively raised his hand and summoned a fireball. "What I want is you. Don't worry, I won't act against you so casually." Han Li smiled, speaking as if hadn't seen the old Taoist's fireball. His words didn't hold the slightest bit of hostility. "Humph. Your esteemed self infiltrated this room with great stealth, yet you still dare to mystify yourself. See if this humble Taoist doesn't." The old Taoist had long been accustomed to flattery from his recent days in the prince's residence and instinctively reacted, yelling with a stern voice. However, after he used the Heaven's Eye technique to look at Han Li, his originally furious face immediately became frozen and turned white soon after. Your esteemed self is a Foundation establishment senior? The old man stuttered, unwilling to believe it. Didn't you already determine that with your magic technique? Han Li indifferently said this with a controlled smile on his face. Senior, do not blame me. This junior had never seen a senior who had cultivated to Foundation establishment before. The highest I have seen were Qi condensation cultivators of the 11th or 12th layer. I was truly incapable of judging seniors' cultivation. I only knew that seniors' cultivation is unfathomably deep. When the old Taoist heard him, he hastily extinguished his fireball as if he had woken from a dream. He stepped forward with a salute and repeatedly explained with a careful, apologetic smile on his face. Han Li was surprised that the old Taoist hadn't exposed fear like the old man Xiao had. Instead, he faintly revealed a sense of excitement. But after some thought, Han Li clearly understood the other party's thoughts. This white-haired old Taoist was part the prime of his life but still lingering at the 6th layer. He was most likely a rogue cultivator with extremely poor aptitude. As such, he was unable to meet cultivators with profound magic power. Even if he weren't a rogue cultivator, he only interacted with Taoist brothers with cultivation bases similar to his own. Now that he saw such a high-level cultivator, he naturally regarded it as such a fortuitous encounter that was hard to come by. He mostly likely planned to fish up some benefits. Having thought this, Han Li couldn't help but smile. If the other party was able to satisfy him, he wouldn't mind giving him a few benefits. Han Li immediately turned his gaze to the old Taoist and leisurely said, "Your guess is correct. I really am a Foundation establishment cultivator." When the old white-haired Taoist heard Han Li's words, his expression became even more respectful. Naturally, the happiness in his eyes grew a bit stronger as well. I don't know why Senior suddenly appeared here. Does Senior wish to command this junior to take care of a certain matter? The old Taoist respectfully asked. This person was on the right track. He knew that if he wanted to receive a few benefits from Han Li, he naturally had to do something in return. When Han Li heard this, he expressed satisfaction and with a faint smile he said, "First let's talk about your origins. Today I saw your show at the prince's residence. Your fire-controlling technique was quite good." Han Li gave a minor praise, but little did the Taoist know that it was actually sincere. When the old Taoist heard Han Li's words, an astonished expression flashed across his face. He hadn't thought that this senior had seen his performance. He hastily replied with a humble tone, "It's unfortunate that Senior had seen my poor performance. Junior only manipulated the flame technique. I would have taken something else out to show, but my other techniques are a mess. As for this Junior's origins, it isn't anything notable. When Junior was young, he unexpectedly obtained the fierce young arts from a cultivator on death's door. It was at this moment that he entered the world of cultivation. However, it was unfortunate that Junior's aptitude was too poor, and without any guidance he could only barely cultivate to the 6th layer. Your fire-controlling technique was a technique from that book?" Han Li's interest was stirred and he asked this soon after. "It isn't. This fire-controlling technique was something Junior had cultivated until he reached a bottleneck. Without any method to progress, he could only grudgingly polish and refine some small tricks. But after several tens of years of improvements and modifications, it has become Junior's greatest accomplishment. It was something you researched on your own." Han Li was inwardly startled. He further examined the old white-haired man several more times, revealing a bit of amazement. "That's right, Senior. Junior took this meager magic of his and turned it into a book, The Flame Handling Arts. If it isn't beneath Senior, Junior can take it out and give a pointer or two." The old Taoist saw that Han Li seemed interested in his fire control technique and was struck with inspiration. He hastily took out a thin book from his storage pouch and respectfully handed it to Han Li. When Han Li saw this, he was slightly startled. Truthfully speaking, although Han Li felt that this flame transformation technique was quite strange, he didn't feel a great desire to obtain this technique. He didn't think that this small fire-controlling technique would be of great use to his current self. However, the old Taoist took the initiative to show it to him and caused him to feel surprised. Han Li easily received it and took a moment to browse through its contents. At the start, Han Li perused the book with an indifferent attitude. But as he looked through it, although his expression was as peaceful as ever, he gradually became shocked in his heart. The minor knack of flame-shaped transformation mentioned at the start of the book held no great meaning to the current Han Li. It was merely flashy but hollow inside. But towards the end, the old Taoist mentioned a few vague concepts regarding flexibly applying magic techniques and some feasible practice methods, providing many insights for Han Li. After a short moment, Han Li gently closed the book. Now was not the time to research techniques. When he had free time, he would properly analyze the contents of this book. He was confident that this meeting increased his understanding and usage of magic techniques by a whole level. This book, I will take it. I know that although you said would give me a pointer of 2, I truly want this book to be gifted to me. As a senior, I naturally won't leave you empty-handed. I have a few books on Taoist magic tools of every rank, and even a few medicine pills of great use to a qi condensation cultivator. You can choose one from the 3 options in exchange for this book. I'll give you the time it takes to make a cup of tea to come to a decision. After Han Li took a deep look at the old Taoist, he said a few words that unceasingly excited the old man. Many thanks, senior. Many thanks for senior's favor. The old white-haired Taoist's complexion flushed red. He even trembled a bit from excitement. Han Li faintly smiled and didn't say anything else. Instead, he closed his eyes, leaned against the chair and rested. Chapter 295. Keeping an appointment, a relationship with the devil Tao? When the old Taoist heard that Han Li was a yellow Maple Valley cultivator, he didn't show any surprise. This was a matter he had previously guessed. Apart from the 7 sects, cultivators at Foundation establishment were truly too few. However, when he heard that his own disciple and steward Wang were possibly implicated with the devil Tao, his face immediately became green. The reputation of the devil Tao in the state of Yu was nearly synonymous with bloodshed and ruthlessness. A small qi condensation cultivator such as the old Taoist naturally knew of this. Senior misunderstands. I truly examined that young prince's body. He doesn't possess the slightest magic power. After a moment of apprehensive and careful thought, he found this hard to believe. After all, he had spent some time with the young prince and truly hadn't been able to observe anything similar to the rumors of the devil Tao. After Han Li heard his words, he didn't respond with any superfluous words. He simply said this with a serene expression. As for whether these 2 are with the devil Tao, you will be personally paying attention to this in the future. If you discover anything abnormal, you know what to do. I don't require you take any harmful actions towards to those 2. You simply have to keep an eye on them. Additionally, you mustn't perform any probing actions in any mazor. If the other party realizes that you've uncovered their identities, it's likely your life will be forfeit. Han Li's final words were a warning to the old Taoist. The doubt in the eyes of the old white-haired Taoist immediately disappeared after hearing Han Li's words. Moreover, he now had a terrified appearance. After some slight hesitation, he opened his mouth and said with slight fear, "If by chance these 2 discover that I'm monitoring them, what should I do? This humble Taoist's magic power is meager. I truly fear I will have to turn down senior's great task." Having heard this, Han Li wrinkled his brow. This old Taoist appeared to change his mind and wanted to give this up, but this wouldn't do. It seemed Han Li would have to give him a few more benefits. With this thought, Han Li touched his storage pouch and took out an item, lightly placing it on the table. Monitor the 2. If there are any dangers, I will give you this high-grade magic tool to defend yourself with. After this matter has ended, this magic tool will officially become your own. Han Li insipidly said to the old Taoist as he pointed to the purple bead emitting a faint radiance on the table. High-grade magic tool. When the old Taoist heard this, his mind immediately shook. Normally, he would be pathetically short on money. He wouldn't have enough money to afford a mid-grade magic tool, let alone a high-grade magic tool. This purple light bead will immediately create a barrier of light to protect your body after you pour magic power into it. I'm confident there aren't many qi condensation cultivators that will be able to break through it. This should be enough to cope with most of the dangers you'll face. Han Li patiently said with an unchanging expression. This is a defensive magic tool? After hearing its introduction, the old Taoist's eyes became passionate. Defensive magic tools were the most precious and rare kind of magic tool. If this old Taoist were to spend the rest of his years gathering spirit stones, it was likely he still wouldn't have enough to buy a high-grade defensive magic tool. Alright, this old Taoist will spare no effort to complete this task. After the old white-haired Taoist's face calmed down, he finally clenched his teeth and agreed. It seemed the proverb, birds die in pursuit of food, men die in pursuit of money, applied to the cultivation world as well. When Han Li saw the old Taoist agree to take on this greatly dangerous task, although his face revealed a smile, he inwardly sighed. Place this spiritual mark on your body. That way, if anything happens, I can immediately come find you and perhaps save your life. Additionally, I will reward you with an additional bottle of yellow dragon pills after this matter ends. By using this method and placing the spiritual mark on the old Taoist's body, Han Li was using both force and incentive. After the old Taoist saw Han Li do this, he was slightly startled, but he feigned ignorance of Han Li's true intent and repeatedly expressed his thanks. Seeing the old Taoist being tactful, Han Li couldn't help but smile as he took his leave. Then after the old Taoist respectfully sent him off, he quietly departed from the prince's residence. Han Li didn't intend to immediately return to the Qin residence. Instead, he casually found a tea house and calmly contemplated as he tasted the tea. He started to mull over the recent affairs that had occurred to see whether or not there were anything he had done inappropriately or overlooked. He regularly examined and reflected on all his previous affairs, a habit that Han Li had acquired over the years. Only by continuously reducing his own failings and making up for his deficiencies would Han Li be able to come out unscathed from the crises of the cultivation world at every step. Thus Han Li sat at the tea house for a long while. When the sky had gradually begun to darken, he left the tea house under a waiter's strange gaze. He only called for a single pot of tea and spent half a day drinking it. This was the first time the waiter had seen such a customer. He would later become unable to help but mention this to his friends, causing Han Li to be the unexpected butt of a few mortals' jokes. The unfortunate Han Li would forever remain oblivious to this loss of face. The agreed time by which he would meet Old Man Xiao had not yet arrived. However, Han Li never intended to truly arrive at the appointed time. Even though he was always one to be punctual, it was better to arrive early and prevent them from playing any tricks on him. After walking for a moment, Han Li suddenly wrinkled his brow. He felt the marks of the Xiao grandparent-grandchild pair appear in the west when they should have been in the east as agreed, causing Han Li to feel a bit angry. With a cold snort, Han Li took advantage of the lack of spectators and threw his divine wind boat to the sky. He and the boat turned into a streak of white light that rushed through the sky in the pair's direction. The magic technique for using spiritual qi to track people was a very common method used by Foundation establishment cultivators. However, most people could only sense the marker from a few tens of kilometers away. Han Li, on the other hand, practiced the Great Development technique and could faintly track it down from over 50 kilometers away, a feat that was truly astonishing. This caused Han Li to greatly look forward to practicing the second layer of the Great Development technique. Chapter 296 Formal Apprenticeship. Chapter 296. Formal Apprenticeship. What old monster? Nobody said those words. With a greatly changed complexion, the young girl pushed this forward with a strong smile and hastily lowered her head, not daring to meet his gaze. Han Li chuckled and didn't bother with the young lady. Instead, he coldly looked at the old man. The old man appeared to have lost his head from fear. He truly didn't know how much Han Li heard from the previous conversation, so he couldn't help but inwardly complain without end. Now he didn't dare to speak his originally prepared excuse. I didn't think that Senior would arrive so quickly. This Junior believed Senior would arrive in a few hours at the very least. Let Junior take out that book for Senior. Without a choice, the old man could only cope with all his might against Han Li's unfriendly appearance. In a quick-witted move, he immediately mentioned the Taoist book in hopes that he could calm Han Li's anger. Fine, take it out. After staring at the old man with a sword-like gaze, Han Li eventually said this with a cold tone. This caused the old man to recover his wits. It seemed the other party wouldn't immediately vent his anger. The old man hastily agreed and walked to the neighboring room. When the young girl saw this, she moved her legs, also wanting to follow the old man, but the old man stopped her with his gaze. What kind of joke was this? If both people went to the neighboring room, then wouldn't they be deliberately angering the other party? It would cause Han Li to believe they were thinking of playing some sort of trick. The old man completely threw these impractical thoughts out, fearing Han Li would have a misunderstanding. The young girl could only remain in the room with a pout. She stood silently in her original place, keeping Han Li company. The old man's movements were very quick. In the blink of an eye, he walked over with a shabby wooden box that seemed to contain the Taoist book. Senior, the qi restraining technique we use as well as the other teachings of the books are within. Please take a look and see whether it has any use to Senior. The old man walked several steps toward Han Li and proclaimed this with a respectful appearance. He gently opened the wooden box, revealing a slightly blackened yellow leather book, and handed it over to Han Li. From a look, one could tell this book came from an ancient era. Han Li narrowed his eyes, and after looking at the book in the old man's hands several times, he nodded his head and received it. Although this book had changed color due to the passing of time, when Han Li touched the cover, it felt exquisitely smooth. Furthermore, it seemed extremely durable. It appeared that this book wasn't made from common materials and was instead made from the hide of some sort of demonic beast. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to remain intact for such a long time. Han Li lightly stroked the book for a moment, and after muttering to himself, he slowly flipped a page. After a few general looks, Han Li wrinkled his brow. When he opened this book, extremely unfamiliar and ancient characters entered his view. Han Li was certain he didn't recognize the marking of these characters. He also hadn't seen such markings from the collection at Yellow Maple Valley. Although he didn't recognize them, Han Li didn't waste his time and he quickly turned through the pages. In the last 2 pages of the book, he discovered a set of nameless chants that appeared to have been added by someone. The characters used in this set of incantations were ancient characters more commonly used in the cultivation world, allowing him to easily read them. Han Li knew in his heart that this was the qi restraining technique, so he took the liberty to analyze it. After the time it took to eat a meal, Han Li slowly closed the book, and his face wore a thoughtful expression. Putong. Putong. The old man to the side felt his heart violently beat, but he didn't dare to breath loudly. He knew this moment would decide the lives of him and his granddaughter, since Han Li would be revealing how he intended to treat the two of them. Han Li didn't pay attention to the old man's inwardly nervous attitude. Instead, he calmly took out a jade box from his storage pouch and properly put the book inside. Then he turned his face towards the old man and said indifferently, "I will take this book. Tell me right now what items you two want in exchange for it. No matter what, I will fulfill your requests to the best of my ability." Han Li's voice wasn't loud, but when the old man and the young girl heard those words, it was as if they heard the sweet sounds of nature. At this moment, the two knew that not only were their lives saved, but there were also benefits to be had. They couldn't help but reveal pleasant surprise. "Senior, could you let us discuss it for a bit?" Now that the crisis had passed, the old man couldn't help but want to maximize the benefits from this exchange and immediately asked Han Li with a smile. Before Han Li arrived, the pair had been afraid they would be exterminated absolutely without any items being exchanged. But now that they heard Han Li's question, they were naturally caught unprepared. Furthermore, now that he realized Han Li wasn't a merciless, nasty character, the old man gathered the courage to ask that question. "Do as you wish. But you mustn't take too long." Because Han Li had acquired a set of very useful secret arts and a mysterious ancient book, he was in a good mood. He allowed them this chance to talk without paying much mind. "Many thanks for Senior's great favor. We will only take a short amount of time," the old man exclaimed with great joy. He immediately brought the young woman outside the room, and the two started to mutter in soft voices. When Han Li saw this, he faintly smiled. Although he could easily exterminate the two, Han Li wasn't such an evil and pointlessly vicious character. If he didn't need to, he wouldn't go back on his word. After a short moment, the old man and the young woman walked over with strange expressions on their faces, as if they were a bit worried. When Han Li saw them, he was a bit puzzled, but he still asked, "You two have decided?" "Senior, we have finished discussing. This one's granddaughter doesn't want any worldly possessions. Instead, we wish for Senior to fulfill our bold request." After a moment of hesitation, he said this with clenched teeth, slightly surprisingly Han Li. "What's this request?" Han Li wrinkled his brow and unhurriedly asked. He didn't know why, but at this moment Han Li suddenly had a feeling that something troublesome was going to happen to him. After some more hesitation, The old man revealed a helpless expression and continued vaguely, Actually, this one's granddaughter greatly admires Senior's deep and profound cultivation and techniques. She wishes to become Senior's disciple and is willing to serve as Senior's attendant. As the sincere wish of this small old man and his granddaughter, we hope Senior will be able to take her as a disciple. Just as the old man finished stuttering these words, the clever young girl immediately paid her respects in front of Han Li and kowtowed, knocking her head loudly on the floor. Han Li simply had not predicted this would happen. After a moment of great surprise, he didn't know whether he should laugh or cry. To have him accept a disciple, was this a joke? He was still trembling from fear in face of the cultivation world and was never sure whether he'd be able to defend himself. Now he had to bring something to weigh him down. He certainly couldn't agree to this matter. Regardless, Han Li had to return to the main topic on hand. He could tell that the girl's aptitude shouldn't be poor, even if he hadn't carefully examined it yet. Otherwise, she shouldn't have been able to reach the 6th layer at such a young age. When Han Li was at that age, the only reason he had reached that stage was because he had the assistance of an insane amount of medicine pills. From this, it would be a pity for this young girl to spend her life muddling through starting line of the cultivation world. Although he couldn't take this young girl as a disciple, he could still introduce her to a master. He actually found the rare mischievous streak in her quite agreeable. He clearly remembered that the small old man, Senior Martial Brother Ma, had yet to take in a disciple. Furthermore, Senior Martial Brother Ma had once angrily complained that ever since Han Li left the 100 Medicine Garden, the old man had to personally look after the medicine garden when he could otherwise be taking care of more important tasks. Had the small old man known Han Li would leave the garden, he would have taken in an obedient disciple. This young girl before him appeared exceptionally intelligent. If her aptitude truly wasn't lacking, then there was no harm in introducing her to Senior Martial Brother Ma as a potential disciple. As for whether Senior Martial Brother Ma would be satisfied in taking in this young girl as a disciple, that had nothing to do with Han Li. With this thought, Han Li revealed a thoughtful appearance and caused the old man and the young girl to believe he was truly thinking of whether to accept her as a disciple, leaving them with excitement. Come over here. Let me look at your spiritual roots. After some contemplation, Han Li waved to the girl and calmly said this. Yes, Senior. The girl appeared extremely clever, and after respectfully answering, she nimbly walked in front of Han Li and took the initiative to hand over her slender, flawless white wrist, revealing a slight bit of shyness. Han Li lightly grabbed the young girl's jade wrist with his right hand and started to slowly circulate spiritual qi throughout her body. Not long after, he let go. Dual spiritual roots, truly good aptitude. Han Li muttered as he stared at the young girl's face. When the young woman and the old man heard Han Li's words, joy bubbled up from their faces and they believed that Han Li was about to accept her. But Han Li continued, suddenly saying, Unfortunately, I don't take disciples. Otherwise, with your aptitude, I would definitely have accepted you. Han Li's words caused the grandparent-grandchild pair to feel as if cold water was being poured over their heads. They couldn't help but blankly stare. Chapter 297. The breaking of bad news. When Han Li saw the young girl's disappointed expression, he suddenly smiled and gently said, Although I can't accept you as a disciple, do not lose heart. I can introduce you to my foundation establishment Senior Martial Brother, a potential master. However, whether or not you can become his disciple all depends on my Senior Martial Brother. Is this to your satisfaction? Really? The young girl's original look of disappointment vanished. When she heard those words, her spirit immediately shook. Without speaking further, Han Li took out a sound transmission talisman and lightly mumbled a few sentences into the talisman. Then he handed it to the young girl along with a jade medallion. Take this talisman and this jade medallion. Bring these with you to Yellow Maple Valley and find a senior surnamed Ma. At that time, whether or not he will accept you as a disciple will depend on your luck, Han Li added with an indifferent expression. The girl didn't expect that even though Han Li was unwilling to take her in as a disciple, he would give her another opportunity. With her wish once again ignited, she hastily saluted Han Li and expressed her thanks. The old man was equivalently in high spirits. Because I'm uncertain whether he will accept you as his disciple, I will also give you 2 high-grade magic tools. This could also be regarded as compensation for that Taoist book of yours. While Hanli was saying this, he took out an embroidered emerald green silk cloth and a small blue sword, casually handing them over to the old man. When the old man saw this, he appeared pleasantly surprised. He originally believed that having Hanli introduce the young girl to a master was quite a good fortune, but he hadn't thought that Hanli would bestow even more substantial benefits. He couldn't help but feel extremely grateful. The old man hurriedly expressed his thanks once more and respectfully took the magic tools, revealing an extremely content expression. He had cultivated for so many years, yet he only had one high-grade magic tool on hand. Now that he acquired two more, how could he not be satisfied? Hanli did not stay for long, but before he left, he casually withdrew the spiritual qi he had placed on the pair's bodies. Under their respectful gazes, Hanli flew off and departed. After they saw Hanli fly far away, the old man handed the embroidered silk to the young girl and kept the small sword as he roared with laughter. Then they made preparations to leave the next day and go find that Senior Ma at Yellow Maple Valley in order to see whether or not his granddaughter could become a disciple of the seven sects. However, Old Man Xiao was a bit puzzled as to why Hanli was mixed among the Qin clan. Those people were genuine mortals. Not knowing Old Man Xiao had let his imagination run wild, Hanli rushed back to the Qin residence with joyful anticipation. Because he used his magic tool to simply descend into his own dwelling, his return hadn't aroused anyone's attention. He then returned to his room without anyone knowing. Sensing that this newly acquired set of qi restraining incantations was quite practical, he opened the ancient book to cultivate it that night. The incantation was a minor skill that used a bit of spiritual power. With the support of Han Li's profound magic power, he had no difficulty grasping it. After one night, he almost completely grasped it. On the morning of the next day, just as Han Li finished his qi refinement meditation and felt that his luck was quite good, he suddenly heard a smothered bang from within his storage pouch. It seemed that something had broke. Han Li's expression immediately became very unsightly and gloomy. After a moment, he reached out for his storage pouch and took out a violet bead. It was actually exactly the same magic tool he gave the old Taoist. However, the bead's sparkling and glossy appearance was split with several deep cracks. Apart from the chirping of small birds, it seemed lifeless and still. Hoo! After an hour, a nearby deep voice exhaled for a while. Over 30 meters away from the large crater, a person slowly emerged from below a shrub. He was tightly covered in black cloth from head to toe. A pair of dark glossy eyes could be seen as well as a yellow light barrier. But when this person's entire body came out, the yellow light barrier immediately weakened and soon completely disappeared without a trace. After this figure emerged, he diligently took a look at the sky in every direction. Then he said with a deep voice, "Come out." He left. After this was said, several locations nearby started to shift, and 3 similarly dressed people emerged along with their own similar yellow light barriers. However, one of the figures appeared to have a thin woman's stature. "Eldest brother, what do we do? We were instructed to capture or kill anyone who came here, but we helplessly let this person go. Won't there be consequences?" A lanky, recently emerged individual couldn't help but anxiously ask this. From his voice, it seemed he was fairly young. When the person who first emerged heard this, he couldn't help but tremble. He was greatly worried about what the lanky figure had said. They all knew from experience that the ones giving them these orders were vicious. It shouldn't be a problem. When they gave us our objective, they didn't say that the person who would come was a foundation establishment cultivator. This is something far beyond our capabilities. If we had acted, we would only be courting death, the eldest brother said without much confidence. Humph. Eldest brother speaks correctly. How could we subdue a foundation establishment cultivator? I also don't trust those people. They truly didn't give us the slightest explanation. The third individual was the sole female. She said this with dissatisfaction. After hearing those words, the other 3 couldn't help but bitterly smile and look at each other in dismay. This little sister of theirs was still so naive even though her life was hanging in the hands of a mysterious enemy. Why would the other party give them an explanation? However, it's not that they didn't give us the slightest explanation. I reckon that they just didn't expect there would be such a huge fish. Else why would they hand this matter over to us? They would have had a foundation establishment cultivator assist us at the very least, the last person to emerge said. He had a tall and thin stature. That's right. If we give them a clear explanation, we shouldn't be too badly punished. The person with lanky stature hastily agreed as if his spirits had risen. But if anybody else heard this, who wouldn't think these words were anything but self-comfort? Even so, it is a bit strange. For some reason, I feel like I've seen this young foundation establishment cultivator before. He seems somewhat familiar. He softly muttered to himself with a slightly puzzled appearance. Those words greatly startled the other three. That girl was especially surprised. Great curiosity flashed through her eyes, wanting to ask further on this matter. However, the person they referred to as eldest brother suddenly waved his hand and interrupted. Enough, we must hurry and leave this place. Let's leave these matters for later. When the woman heard this, she could only swallow her question and nod her head in agreement. Chapter 298 Captured Alive. Chapter 298. Captured Alive. Could you tell this one where you intend to go? Without waiting for them to take out their flying magic tools, a cold voice suddenly came from the sky. This ice-cold voice chilled them to the bone, causing this massed group of four to become completely pale from fright. They all cast defensive magic almost simultaneously and then scattered, not daring to turn their head. About 100 meters up in the sky, Han Li was standing on his divine wind boat with fluttering clothes. He was expressionlessly looking at them with a gaze containing a ghastly chill. Their hearts similar sunk as they all thought the same thing. When did this person return? Why didn't we sense him in the slightest? Scatter! Their leader, the eldest brother, shouted without hesitation. He then took the initiative to fiercely retreat. At the same time, he threw out a disc magic tool from his bosom and stepped on it, flying away. The other three scattered in different directions and flew off. These people clearly understood that they fundamentally couldn't resist a foundation establishment cultivator, and that it would be better to immediately fly off since their chances of survival would be a bit higher. The young woman had the weakest magic power among them. Thus, even though she quickly flew on her flying magic tool, she couldn't help but turn her head to look at Han Li in the sky. As a result, she was surprised by what she saw. Han Li was standing on the small boat without moving in the slightest. He didn't appear to be taking any actions in pursuing the four. Along with the woman's amazement, she was also secretly delighted to no end, thinking there should be a good chance at escaping unscathed. But at this moment she suddenly heard an extremely frigid and sharp hiss come from her front. With alarm, the woman hastily turned her head around and saw a blinding red arrow of light shoot from the SK, heading aggressively straight toward her. Aghast, the masked woman raised her hand and threw out an ice spear technique just in time. When that lustrous ice spear touched the red light, it shattered into white mist. It was unexpectedly unable to obstructing the red arrow of light in the slightest, allowing it strike against the water attribute barrier protecting her body. Blue light and red light then filled her vision. Her body vibrated and was forcibly pushed back by over 10 meters, but seeing that her barrier remained intact, the woman sighed deeply from relief. At this moment she took a glance in front of her with fright and anger. Could it be the foundation establishment cultivator had comrades lying around in ambush for them? After she clearly saw who was in front of her, this masked girl's black eyes went blank as if she couldn't believe what she saw. In front of her were two floating soldier figurines dressed in armor. One of them held a large bow and was currently drawing back the bow with a red light arrow. The other one was holding a broad long saber emitting yellow light as it slowly flew toward her. Although the woman was shocked by the fact that these rigid objects could attack her as true people could, she knew that if she didn't deal with these figurines' attacks, she wouldn't be able to smoothly escape. With this thought, she clenched her flawless teeth and took out a blue lustrous throwing knife from her storage pouch. The high-grade magic tool she held in her hand had cost her all of her savings. Normally she would absolutely hate to use it, but right now she had to urgently escape and didn't have much choice. Go! The girl softly shouted. That throwing knife then turned into a streak of blue light and shot toward the figurine that was approaching her. The blue throwing knife arrived in front of the figurine in the blink of an eye, fiercely chopping at its head without the slightest hesitation. Against the masked woman's expectations, a soft dang sounded out. The figurine had raised its long saber with surprising speed and struck the blue throwing knife before continuing to fly mechanically towards the woman. The masked woman's expression greatly changed. Pointing to her magic tool, she commanded it to fly out for several meters and loop in a circle, striking the figurine on its return. But what happened next left her dumbstruck. As if the figurine had eyes behind its head, it struck the magic tool approaching from behind. This time the woman was truly panicking. Just as she thought to come up with something else, a sharp hiss could be heard as the bow figurine shot out an arrow. With no better option, the masked woman hastily flew to the side, wanting to dodge the arrow. But much to her surprise, this red streak of light seemed to be manipulated. It mimicked her movements and followed her, catching her off guard. She could only brace for another impact and hope her barrier could hold up once more. It was at this moment that the saber-wielding figurine finally arrived in front of her and used its long saber to break through her barrier without resistance. Unwilling to allow the enemy to succeed so smoothly, the masked woman hastily moved to escape. Thus, the two figurines attacked her from both close range and from a distance. With the cultivation base of the masked woman repeatedly exhausted from her continuous retreats, any kind of escape was out of the question. But when the sweat-drenched young woman commanded her throwing knife to block the figurine's attack with great difficulty, the figurine that was attacking her in close quarters leaped away from her. At the same time, the archer figurine lowered its bow and no longer attacked. When the woman saw this, she couldn't help but be shocked. Then she heard a sigh come from behind her. Sigh. Fifth sister, you must come back. Having heard this, she stopped and then slowly turned around. She saw 3 masked men dejectedly standing behind her. Behind each of them were 3 or 4 figurines similar to those that were also next to her. Apart from the soldier figurines, there were also actually several tiger beast figurines among them as well. As young woman swept her gaze past them with an appearance of despair, she was subconsciously compelled to return to her original position. Her 3 elder brothers had spiritless gazes as if they were already under control. The masked woman raised her head to look at Han Li in the sky and sadly tossed her throwing knife magic tool to the floor. She no longer put up any resistance. When Han Li saw this, he raised his hands with no trace of politeness and sent several streaks of green light burrowing into her body, causing her to feel as if a ghost had possessed her. Her body's true essence became obscure and she could no longer move as she wished. With this finished, Han Li didn't make any inquiries. Instead, he waved his hand and pulled them onto the divine wind boat he was sitting on. He couldn't stay at this place long. Chapter 299. Harboring Thoughts. Then why? The elderly person exclaimed in a low voice, feeling shocked. My magic power backlashed, and I desperately needed a cultivator's blood essence to suppress the true essence in my body. Apart from you, the only nearby cultivator was old Taoist Wu. I can't use you, can I? Just then, the backlash was truly too vicious. It happened 2 days earlier than I anticipated, and I was almost unable to suppress it, the young person said with a bitter laugh. Evidently, he was still quite afraid. So it's like that. While it's not your fault, you will still need to properly explain this matter to the higher-ups. But based on my estimation, this may have arisen because you were too hasty in cultivating your black fiend de jure technique. You shouldn't go to the blood prison to cultivate for now. Instead, take some time to consolidate your foundation before pressing onward. The elder slowly said this after thinking for a moment. Rest assured, after I absorbed that old Taoist blood essence, my backlash completely withdrew. So long as I am more careful in the future, no such accidents will again occur. Recently, I have also felt that my cultivation speed has been too rapid, so I myself have been considering not going there again. The young person indifferently said. Good, as long as you know about it. However, although this old Taoist has been exterminated, the person who planted a spiritual chi seal in this person is still quite troublesome. You must not ignore him. After all, it's best to think of a way to not leave any traces behind. And your words sound pretty reasonable. However, I originally believed that anyone who would become friends with old Taoist Wu would also have extremely low cultivation bases. After preparing the trap, I asked those 5 friends from Meng to set an ambush. But who knew that a big fish would actually appear? Do you think that it was a group of low-layer cultivators or a single foundation establishment cultivator who took action? The young person couldn't resist asking the elderly figure behind him. Hee. Based on my estimation, it was likely a single foundation establishment cultivator. After all, even if there were more chi condensation cultivators, once those 4 were set on fleeing, capturing them all at once is not that easily done. The elderly man with a veiled face said without further thought. Since it's like this, shouldn't we temporarily avoid taking risks? When sect master comes out from closed-door cultivation, we can continue with some other plan. After all, foundation establishment cultivators are not to be lightly provoked. The young man said with some hesitation upon hearing the other person so casually tossing out the identities of the 5 friends from Meng Mountain. Temporarily avoid? What is there to temporarily avoid? You don't know yet? Sect master just sent out a notice that he currently requires a few foundation establishment cultivators to serve as blood sacrifices. Since this person took the initiative to appear, we shouldn't let this opportunity slip past us so lightly. After all, qi condensation cultivators are numerous and easy to capture, but isolated foundation establishment cultivators are extremely rarely seen. The elderly person said with a cold laugh, his eyes revealing a killing intent. The young person with a veiled face upon hearing this, was slightly startled, but afterward he still spoke somewhat awkwardly. But now, apart from the sect master's 4 great blood servants, our sect doesn't have any foundation establishment level experts here in the capital. They are all in different locations taking care of various matters. We can't call them back to the capital just for this, can we? It doesn't need to be so complicated. Right now, sect master desperately needs a foundation establishment cultivator. Perhaps you could obtain an opportunity to enter foundation establishment just like his 4 great blood servants? A greedy expression flashed across the eyes of the veiled elderly person. When the young man heard this, his spirit was shaken as if he had been completely swayed by the elder's words. Okay, I will go back and prepare. We definitely must capture this person, he viciously said. Then the 2 of them discussed something in low tones for quite some time before inconspicuously leaving the hills, heading for some unknown location. Strangely, however, these 2 people never brought up how they would precisely find Han Li's location in such a large capital. It was as if this was not even an issue to them. Meanwhile, in a completely deserted area hundreds of kilometers away from the hills, Han Li descended in the Divine Wind boat, then forced the 4 people off the magic tool. Although these 4 individuals knew that what happened next would not be something good, they simply couldn't stir up any rebellious intent and could only listen obediently to his orders, walking off the small boat. Han Li, with his hands clasped behind his back, stood in front of the few silent people, coldly sizing them up. After a long while he opened his mouth and said, "Take off your veils. At this point covering your faces is no longer of any use." Han Li's voice was completely void of emotion, causing the 4 people's figures to tremble briefly before involuntarily glancing at each other. "Take them off," the eldest brother said helplessly. Seeing this, the other 3 people could only take off their black veils one by one in a dejected manner, revealing their true, unconcealed appearances. After Han Li glanced at their appearances individually, his outward expression did not change, but in his heart he let out a sigh. As expected, it was those 5 friends from Meng Mountain. As he was hovering in midair listening to these people discussing things, he already felt that their voices were somewhat familiar. Adding on their cultivation method and layers, he naturally connected them to the 5 friends from Meng Mountain that he had seen just 2 months ago. All of them were here apart from that 40-year-old or so female. Although these people's identities were exactly the same as he had guessed, Han Li's head still began to hurt incomparably. Without even thinking, he knew that the young prince in Prince Xian's residence and Steward Wang should be the criminals behind the mass disappearance of cultivators. He originally intended to do as much as he could to avoid this trouble, but he never expected that this problem would voluntarily come to him. If he had known that it would be this way, he definitely would not have allowed that old Taoist to spy on those 2. This was something that had nothing to do with the people from the Devil Dao. Rather, he had simply been too careful. Anyhow, he never expected that old Taoist Wu would actually be that useless. He had only spied on them for a day before being discovered. He had not even been able to protect his life. This blood curse was like a sharp blade at their necks. They had no choice but to follow the orders they were given. If Han Li could truly remove the great danger that resided within their hearts, they would be able to recover their freedom and wouldn't need to obey their captors any further. This so-called blood curse is actually a kind of oral curse. What created the restriction should be that strange incantation. It has absolutely nothing to do with the black blood mark drawn on your upper arm. That was only a deception. Han Li indifferently explained. It appeared as if he was greatly prepared. However, he inwardly sighed from the fluke. Fortunately, back when he was looking for information on the Greater Displacement Medallion, he had come across this oral curse technique in a very peculiar book. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known the slightest thing about it. Is it possible for Senior to remove the curse? The young woman couldn't help but ask. I don't know. Han Li's cold reply caused everyone's heart to drop. The wild happiness they previously revealed was instantly deflated. What is the meaning of Senior's words? The dark-faced old man hastily wore a smile and carefully asked this. At this moment, with the curse removal lying in Han Li's hands, he didn't dare to offend Han Li in the slightest. There are two methods for removing an oral curse. One method is by knowing the curse's dispel chant. So long as I have the chant in my hands, I can read it aloud with spiritual power and safely break it. The other method is to use my spiritual awareness to enter your spiritual awareness sea and forcefully wipe away traces of the oral curse. This method requires the spiritual awareness of the one removing it to be greater than the one who cast it. In this way the imprint can be removed. But if I fail, the oral curse will be triggered. You should clearly know what would happen afterwards. Han Li wrinkled his brow and said this harshly. What? Can activate on its own? The young woman couldn't help but cry out. The person who placed the curse on them had used a living person to demonstrate what would happen after the blood curse was activated. That scene she witnessed, seeing that person spit out chunks of his heart in a miserable fashion, was still fresh in her memory. It caused her to feel fear from the mere mention of the blood curse. The others' faces were also unsightly. How could they possibly gamble with their lives? Han Li looked at them and then coldly laughed. When he thought to say something, the thin and tall second brother bravely raised his head and said, Senior, please remove my curse. The same person put blood curses on all of us. If you can remove mine, then you are certain to remove all the others as well. These words caused the other three to open their eyes in surprise and blankly look at him. Second brother, what are you doing? This is far too dangerous. After the woman regained her bearing, she hastily persuaded them with anxiety. Chapter 301. Poison Expulsion and Breaking Incantations. Don't say anything more, I've already decided. The tall and thin second brother cried out in a resolute voice. The young woman grew anxious and hastily turned her head toward the old man and the youth in a request for help. After the two looked at each other, the youth remained silent. The old man sighed, saying, Fifth sister, let second brother go. He is repenting for the previous matter. Only like this will he be able to feel more at ease. However, second brother. The woman still wanted to dispute it further, but the second brother had already walked in front of Han Li, said in a tranquil tone, Senior, please start. Use me as a test. These words were tragically moving. However, what happened next caused the four to feel dumbstruck, as if cold water was being poured over their heads. Are you four misunderstanding something? When did I agree to remove the blood curse? Han Li said this with an icy bone-chilling tone, causing the five friends of Meng Mountain to look at each other in dismay. If Senior didn't intend to remove the blood curse, then why did you study the curse on eldest brother's body? Their second brother hastily asked after snapping out of his shock. Did I say that I would remove your blood curse after researching it? I was only curious. Han Li expressionlessly said. Seeing Han Li's ice-cold appearance and hearing his ruthless words, this group was stunned. But doesn't Senior wish to know about those people's affairs? If you do not remove the blood curse, how can we reply to Senior's questions? The youth added with a bit of a stutter and a face filled with anxiousness. He absolutely did not wish to see this opportunity escape from his very eyes. After Han Li heard this, he gave him a slanted glance and then coldly laughed several times, wordlessly turning his head to the sky. Being asked such an obvious question, Han Li felt it beneath him to answer. Fourth brother, there is no need to ask. This senior feels the information he can acquire from us is not worth exchanging for our lives. Thus he is unwilling to act so easily. The dark-faced old man proved his status as an elder with experience that was incomparable to the youth's and dove straight to the core of the matter. What conditions does senior want before he will take action? We only want the blood curse to be removed, so please list your demands. We definitely won't object. Soon after, the old man calmly continued. Good. Since you've said these words, there is no need to speak in circles. Han Li suddenly applauded with a slight laugh and then wore a beaming smile. From the four's gazes, they increasingly felt that Han Li was quite temperamental, causing the four to unconsciously feel more fearful towards him. My conditions are very simple. If you want to free yourselves from your ailment, not only will you have to tell me everything you know, you will also have to obey my commands for the time being and help me respond to this group's attacks. I reckon that they won't let me off so easily and will want to dispose of us all in the near future. However, you don't need to worry about being heavily outnumbered. I am a cultivator from Yellow Maple Valley. I only came to Yuejing to handle sect matters. So long as you help me for this period of time, I will be able to request reinforcements. At that time you won't need to be afraid of these scoundrels. Han Li listed his conditions in an amiable manner and hoisted the banner of his sect with no trace of politeness. With just this he caused them to become steadfast. Senior is a cultivator from Yellow Maple Valley. Although the old man had long guessed that Han Li was probably a cultivator from the seven sects, hearing him acknowledge this from his own mouth caused his face to reveal a smile. All right. In accordance with what Senior has said, we cannot stay uninvolved. Chapter 303. Astonishment. Although the 5 friends of Meng Mountain were greatly surprised by Han Li's decision, they felt that his words were reasonable, and so they didn't oppose him. However, when the middle-aged woman asked Han Li about the true identity of the two from the Black Fiend School, she was met with a tactful refusal from Han Li. Han Li only faintly smiled and said everyone would naturally come to know this once they made their move. This caused the middle-aged woman to cease further pursuing the matter and reveal an appearance of indifference. Not long after, Qin Ping passed on Qin Yan's commands and arranged a nearby courtyard for the 5 friends of Meng Mountain. As Han Li saw them move farther away, an odd expression flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly muttered something to himself that no one else could clearly hear. At night, after everyone ate dinner, the 5 friends of Meng Mountain gathered together in the guest hall of the Clear Sound courtyard. They were preparing to move late at night as Han Li had instructed. This is baffling. I can't seem to remember. The 4th brother, a 30-year-old youth, incessantly racked his brains around with a confused appearance. 4th brother. You still don't remember? The youngest of them, the 5th sister, asked this with a mysterious smile as she lazily sat in her chair. 4th brother, you've always said that Senior Han appeared familiar and that you had seen his face somewhere. However, you haven't been able to remember when or where. This doesn't sound very convincing to your youngster sister. Did you want to have a favorable relationship with Senior Han so badly that this mistook his identity? It was clear that this young woman's words were filled with ridicule. And that's very possible. After all, this senior's appearance is quite common, so it's normal for 4th brother to be familiar with him. The 2nd brother teased as he tasted some tea. However, his eyes didn't leave the middle-aged woman at his side for a moment. He was continuously looking at her still attractive appearance and continued to glance at her belly with a sense of happiness. However, this 3rd sister, the middle-aged woman, saw the 4th's brother distraught appearance and couldn't help but make a scornful face with all her strength, causing him to laugh uncontrollably. His normally shrewd and profoundly strong appearance was nowhere to be found at the moment. Humph. You're all talking drivel. I'm certain I've seen him before, but it doesn't seem to have been recent. It should have been quite a few years back, else I wouldn't have forgotten about it, the youth said with unwillingness as he unhappily glared at the young woman and the tall, thin man. A few years back? 4th brother, several years ago we were bitterly cultivating and didn't leave seclusion. How could you have seen Senior Han? Could it be that you saw him when you were still wearing diapers? The middle-aged woman chuckled as she made fun of the youth. 3rd sister, you. The youth cried out angrily to the middle-aged woman with an embarrassed expression. Several years ago, 4th brother hadn't always been in secluded cultivation. Could it be you've forgotten? Before we met 5th sister, we participated in the Immortal Ascension Assembly. After the 2 to 3 month journey, we unfortunately returned with failed ambitions, but luckily we didn't receive any serious injuries. The dark-faced old man indifferently interrupted with these words. What? Everyone participated in the Immortal Ascension Assembly? The 5th sister blinked several times and revealed a very curious expression. On the other hand, her 2nd brother and the middle-aged woman looked at each other with bitter smiles. There is nothing to say. That was the first time we truly knew the meaning of viewing the sky from the bottom of the well. The middle-aged woman sighed. What? 4th brother, at that time you said to me. The young woman turned her head with great curiosity to see what her second brother was going to say about the Immortal Ascension Assembly, but she saw that he had a face filled with shock. Fourth brother, what's going on? The others also saw that the youth's expression was rather queer, so they asked this with astonishment. Second brother, do you remember that day at the Immortal Ascension Assembly when eldest brother and third sister separated from us? I was feeling gluttonous at the time and privately went to a restaurant at Jiayuan City to sneak in a meal. The youth didn't answer the other party's suspicions and suddenly mentioned an old affair from the time. This caused the tall, thin man to feel indescribably strange. Of course I remember. At that time, although I concealed this matter for you, eldest brother still found out and fiercely rebuked you. The second brother answered with slight confusion. That's right. At the time, didn't I see a young cultivator there who I suspected wanted to participate in the Immortal Ascension Assembly? His cultivation was only of the 7th or 8th layer, so we felt that he was overestimating himself, the youth added with a bitter smile. It was too long ago. I don't remember it very clearly. Why are you talking about this? The second brother asked, hesitant. He truly did not know why his fourth brother was suddenly talking about this matter. The others also heard their puzzling words and felt greatly baffled. The young cultivator I saw that year is precisely the current senior Han. 1. The second brother and the fourth brother saw Han Li for the first time back in. The youth said with a dry voice, causing all those present to become dumbstruck. What? Senior Han was the young lowly cultivator? The thin, tall man jumped up from his chair with an unconvinced expression. What's this all about? Speak clearly. After recovering from astonishment, the dark-faced old man wrinkled his brow and asked this. It's like this, eldest brother. The thin, tall man hastily gave a general description of what happened that year. When the others heard this, they felt it was inconceivable. Fourth brother, are you saying Senior Han was that 7th layer chi condensation cultivator from back then? The young woman gulped her saliva as she said this. Soon after, she realized her bearing was graceless and couldn't help but blush. As the others were shocked, none of them paid attention to this minor action of hers. Is fourth brother mistaken? After all, that matter occurred over 10 years ago, and Senior Han's appearance shouldn't completely match his age. No, that person was certainly Senior Han. His appearance is exactly the same at that time. Apart from his age, his appearance is completely similar. The youth was shocked at first, but after some thoughts he became more certain. Hearing this youth's decisive and resolute words, the others looked at each other in dismay. In a brief 10 years, this person with such low cultivation was actually able to become a foundation establishment cultivator. These people couldn't help but feel pain in their heart from this fact. For a brief moment, nobody had the thought to further speak. Enough. Regardless of whether Senior Han was the person from that year, he's currently a genuine foundation establishment cultivator, and we have to treat him as such. Don't ask him anything you shouldn't, understood? After the old man muttered to himself for a moment, he became the first to speak. I understand. The youth hesitated for a moment before sincerely replying. His expression eventually returned to normal. All right. Everyone return to your rooms and refine qi. Be sure to make your preparations. After hearing these words, everyone gave each other a mutual glance before returning to their rooms. Immediately after, the clear sound courtyard became silent. About an hour later, the sky grew completely dark. A person suddenly walked out from a side room in the clear sound courtyard. This person opened the room door with careful secrecy and took a look in every direction. Then that person silently walked out of the small courtyard. This person took advantage of the pitch-black night to walk to the corner of some faraway place. After some hesitation flashed through her eyes, this person immediately became resolute. This person took out a small box from her bosom with some nervousness and thought to open it. Suddenly, this person heard a sigh come from behind them, causing her figure to tremble. This person almost dropped the box she held in hand from fright. This was because the voice sounded much like Han Li's. Why are you doing this? She heard an additional familiar voice almost at the same time. It seemed to be filled with sorrow. Then this person clearly saw several individuals come out from nearby with bright moonstones in hand. Underneath the dim moonlight, they appeared to have an expression of disbelief. Why are you doing this? The dark-faced man asked with much lament. Why what? I'm only testing out a magic tool. This person's incomparably pale expression gradually returned to normal. She unexpectedly said this as if nothing had happened. Hand over whatever's in your hands and let me see what it is. From the pitch-black darkness, Han Li descended from the sky like a feather and commanded her with a normal expression. That's improper. Why do I have to let an outsider look at my magic tool? I naturally won't. Right, fourth brother? This suspicious figure was actually the young woman among the 5 friends of Meng Mountain. At this moment, although she was trying her hardest to preserve her ordinary appearance, she firmly held the small box protectively, absolutely unwilling to let it go. Fifth sister, give that item of yours to Senior Han. The dark-faced old man grimly ordered with an ice-cold tone. Name change, Heaven's Thunderchild - Heavenly Lightning Seed, Chapter 304. Internal decisions. Eldest brother, could it be you doubt me? The fifth sister said with an unyielding false smile. It's because everyone trusts you that they're giving you this chance. You only have to show us what's in that box. Take the initiative to open it and dispel everyone's doubts. The old man coldly said. Hearing the old man's words, this fifth sister's expression became extremely colorful, continuously alternating between shades of white and red. When she took a look at the others, they all looked at her with an expression of lament, causing her heart to feel cold. She didn't know what else to say. After a moment of consideration, she came to a decision. Putting away the small box, she quickly took out a blue bead that she raised over her head, saying harshly, "Do not pressure me. You should all recognize this heavenly lightning seed. All I want is to leave this place." The woman's actions caused the expressions of the other friends of Meng Mountain to greatly change, especially that youth who had a particularly good impression of her. His appearance was extremely miserable. It seems we no longer need to see what's inside that box. Fifth sister, you have truly associated yourself with evil. The old man furiously yelled and suddenly stepped forward with his hands raised. Don't come over, eldest brother. Otherwise I will truly use this on you. The fifth sister revealed a frantic appearance and brought the blue bead in front of her, making a throwing gesture. Seeing this, although the old man's hair went wild, he truly did not dare to approach. After all, he clearly understood the might of this heavenly lightning seed. Fifth sister, do you really plan on using that heavenly lightning seed to deal with all of us? That magic tool was given to you because your cultivation was far too low. We all intentionally pooled together our magic stones to buy this to you for self-defense, especially fourth brother who took out all of his savings for it. Now you unexpectedly want to use it to deal with us? Is this not excessive? The middle-aged woman asked with extreme disappointment. When the youth to the side heard this, he moved his lips as all sort of feelings welled up in his heart, but he wasn't able to say anything. When the fifth sister heard the middle-aged woman's words, her appearance revealed traces of shame, but they faded away in an instant. She then unyieldingly said, "What's the use in saying all of this? We are not alike. I must reach foundation establishment above all else." Those from the Black Fiend School said that so long as I have enough merits, they won't just give me a foundation establishment pill. They would have me directly enter foundation establishment through forceful means. Furthermore, their method wouldn't carry any danger. When the tall, thin man heard this, he wrinkled his brow and couldn't help but speak. Fifth sister, it isn't too late to turn around. Do you really think you can enter foundation establishment without a foundation establishment pill? They are certain to bully a youth such as yourself and deliberately fool you. The second brother of the 5 friends said with great sincerity. Humph. Second brother, you need not lecture me. As for whether or not this is true, I already know this. For things to have reached this point, there is nothing to conceal. In truth, I had already become a member of the Black Fiend School when they first appeared 2 years ago. As a result, I am aware of the schoolmaster's great powers which you outsiders couldn't possibly imagine. After the young woman coldly snorted, she uttered a series of words that greatly shocked everyone else. You already entered the Black Fiend School 2 years ago? The first time we were captured was your doing? The young man who had originally kept silent suddenly interrupted with his question. These words immediately caused the other 4's hearts to surge once more and their expressions to change as they stared at this young woman. They didn't dare to believe that it was the doing of their fifth sister. The fifth sister's complexion continuously changed between light and dark. After a moment of hesitation, she slowly said, "Correct. I reported everyone's whereabouts to the Black Fiend School, But I originally had good intentions. I only wanted to give everyone an opportunity to reach Foundation establishment. With the usual practice of having captives become blood sacrifices, how else would your lives be spared? The young woman felt that at this stage there was nothing left to conceal. Hence she bluntly spoke the truth. According to your words, us elder siblings should be thanking fifth sister. The dark-faced old man roared with anger, pretending to laugh. Regardless of what you thought, I truly had no evil intentions toward you all. Do not force me, the woman said with her beautiful face all twisted. Then she once again lifted the heavenly lightning seed in her hand. At this moment Han Li suddenly smiled faintly toward the young woman and said, "Heavenly lightning seed. That is truly a good item." His words seemed to lag behind as his figure became indistinct. Soon after, he disappeared from his original location. You? The fifth sister was very quick-witted. Once she saw this, she immediately thought to flick her wrist. But with the feeling of a light breeze, the hand that held the heavenly lightning seed suddenly tightened. Like a demon, Han Li had appeared closely behind her and was grabbing her flawless wrist. This item is extremely dangerous. It would be better to let me take care of it. With no trace of politeness, Han Li took the heavenly lightning seed by force and put it into his storage pouch. When the fifth sister saw that the asset she had relied on the most had been dealt with like child's play by Han Li, her complexion immediately became ashen. She had actually forgotten to struggle for a moment. For the first time, fear appeared in her eyes. As she is your adopted sister, I will hand her over to you. So long as she starts off by spilling everything she knows about the Black Fiend School, you can do whatever you want with her. However, don't be so foolish as to release her and let her report back. Han Li looked at the rest of the 5 friends of Meng Mountain with a meaningful glance and said this with a relaxed expression. Soon after, white light flashed from his hands and restrained the woman's dainty body at the speed of lightning. With her true essence fettered, she could no longer move or use magic power. Then without the slightest of misgivings, Han Li took the small box from the young woman's bosom and lightly threw the woman to the absent-minded youth. Many thanks, Senior Han. The dark-faced old man naturally knew why Han Li had done this. This was a great show of friendship toward them, and therefore he replied gratefully. Han Li wordlessly waved his hand, causing several streaks of yellow light to appear from thin air. He had used them earlier to stealthily form a soundproofing barrier nearby. Having completed their purpose, he casually recovered them and slowly disappeared into the night. Eldest brother, what will we do? The second brother looked at Han Li's vanishing figure with a complicated expression and quietly asked the dark-faced old man. First we will bring fifth sister back into the room and restrain her. We'll deal with her later after we finish tonight's operations. After the old man muttered to himself for a moment, he said this firmly. That is fine. At the very least it will give everyone time to cool their heads. The second brother repeatedly nodded his head with approval. Then he turned his head to the youth who was holding the young woman and said, Fourth brother, first take fifth sister back to the room. The youth blankly nodded his head. He stiffly turned his body toward the clear sound courtyard and carried back the woman. Looking at the youth's miserable appearance from behind, the second brother sighed and looked at him with a pitiful gaze. At this moment, the middle-aged woman approached him and said, Fourth brother will be all right. He has always been infatuated with fifth sister. But now... The middle-aged woman repeatedly shook her head, revealing an intolerant appearance. Sigh. I originally thought the two made a good pair, but now that will never come to be. The old man suddenly showed an extremely exhausted appearance. The recent series of startling surprises caused this decisive old man with an iron will to feel greatly haggard. The eldest members of the 5 friends of Meng Mountain then basked in sorrow for a long while. It was fourth brother who brought fifth sister back? The old man's complexion greatly changed as he suddenly thought of something. That's right, eldest brother. Is there something wrong? Could it be you felt that fourth brother would? After the second brother asked this, his complexion soon greatly changed. He anxiously came to a sudden realization that, without saying any more meaningless words, they ran into the clear sound courtyard with great haste. Lagging behind, the middle-aged woman revealed a puzzled expression. In the clear sound courtyard, the youth sat alone on a chair in the guest hall with a blank expression. He appeared to be in a daze. In front of him, the dark-faced old man and the tall, thin man looked at each other in dismay. No trace of the young woman could be seen. Second brother, senior's restrictions are still present on fifth sister's body. Hurry and chase after her. I will go to beg for Senior Han's forgiveness and ask him to take action. We mustn't allow fifth sister to return and make a report to the Black Fiend School. If nobody had come to her rescue, then kill her. The old man imposingly said. I understand, eldest brother. The second brother was stunned at first, but he immediately realized that now was not the time to be merciful and lenient. He solemnly nodded his head in agreement and rushed out. Fourth brother, you. Sigh. After the old man saw the thin, tall man leave, he turned his head to look at the youth. However, seeing that his mind had drifted away, the old man didn't have the heart to say anything further. He could only sigh and go find Han Li. It doesn't matter. If she ran, then so be it. Since second brother Gui couldn't chase her down, then there's no need to further pursue her. Contrary to the old man's expectations, when Han Li heard that the young woman had fled the Qin residence, he didn't reveal the slightest of alarm. Instead, he acted as if her escape made no difference. Chapter 305. Last resort. Since Han Li said as such, although the old man was filled with doubt, he could only return first. Not long after, the second brother returned with an ashen face. As expected, he hadn't managed to catch up to that fifth sister. Fortunately, Han Li's words assured them that they did not have to worry about incurring Han Li's wrath. At the time, in an extremely remote alley within Yuejing, a slender figure staggered towards the South District. The faint moonlight revealed her to be the flustered fifth sister. As she ran, she incessantly glanced behind her, as if she were afraid that someone would suddenly appear behind her. Although this woman's magic power had largely been suppressed by Han Li, her divine sense as a cultivator was still mostly there. Upon discovering that nobody else appeared behind her, she finally became somewhat more relaxed in her heart. Thankfully, when the youth let her go, he had slipped her a concealment talisman. This was the only reason why she could have escaped to here. Not long after she had escaped, the woman discovered a tall, thin man's figure sweeping overhead. Fortunately, she had swiftly used the talisman, successfully dealing with the situation. At this time, her second brother did not actually go chasing in another direction. Instead, he had already returned to the Qin residence. This was why she dared to run around in the alleys so boldly. The place she was headed towards was one of the Black Fiend School's secret strongholds in the South District. As long as she was able to precisely report Han Li's location to her superiors, she will have contributed much to the sect. Thus, she would immediately be one step closer to her dream of entering the Foundation establishment stage. That year, when she and a few other Black Fiend School outer court disciples who had performed quite well saw that their mysterious schoolmaster's divine methods allowed a Qi condensation disciple to establish their foundation, they immediately chose to dedicate themselves to the Black Fiend School so that they could also have a similar fate. Once their contributions reached a certain level, they could also obtain the schoolmaster's favor and aid in entering Foundation establishment. As far as she knew, most outer court disciples willing to be ordered around by the Black Fiend School all had this intention in mind. Thus, she never believed that she had made any mistakes in her decisions. After all, based on her natural talent, she had pretty much reached the peak of her cultivation base. If she wanted to advance another layer or even form her foundation, she had no other choice. Although she felt some regret towards her sworn brothers and sisters, since she had embarked on this path, she could only cut off all her natural affection for them. If they were caught, whether they were used as blood servants or forced to follow orders once again depended on the intentions of her superiors. She did not intend to plead for mercy on their behalf. In the future she would only live for herself and herself alone. As she thought these vicious thoughts in her heart, she began to dream about entering Foundation establishment. It seemed as if her footsteps also sped up significantly. Although she was still quite a distance away, she finally saw the street opening to the South District. But just as she became excited and wanted to speed up her steps, she suddenly felt that there seemed to be something wet running down her nose. Baffled, she wiped it with her hand, but what she saw her make entire figure tremble. Her expression was one of fear and surprise. Her 5 snow-white fingers were covered in a sticky, dark red liquid. This is... Fifth junior sister panicked and attempted to wipe away the black blood under her nose, but at this time, the blood from her nose began to flood out as if a gate had been opened. In the blink of an eye, fresh blood began to flow out from even her eyes and ears. The young woman could only feel her entire body losing strength. Once her legs softened, she directly fell towards the ground. At this time her entire body was incomparably cold. No warmth could be found near her heart. She wanted to call out for help, but her throat was incredibly dry and could not let out any sound. Afterwards her divine sense slowly began to fade. Not long after, she slipped into an eternal darkness. The next sunrise, the mortals who bypassed this place would be surprised to find that a puddle of black, filthy blood had suddenly appeared, forcing them to take a detour. It incited quite a few harsh comments. In the moment that the young woman had been killed, Han Li was in his room inspecting all of the magic tools and talismans he had, preparing to move out. After nimbly cleaning up, Han Li glanced at the round moon outside his window. He revealed a somewhat lonely expression, then suddenly said to himself under his breath, "It should be about now. The poison should have activated." After saying this, Han Li gently sighed, then left the room heading towards the clear sound courtyard. In reality, Han Li's suspicions about that fifth junior sister had begun when he inspected the poison afflicting the 5 friends of Meng Mountain. Although she had also been poisoned, its toxicity was much less than the everyone else's. Even if it were to flare up, it most likely would not have taken her life. On the other hand, Han Li had only gotten rid of the blood curse on her after expending a ton of effort. This meant that when the young woman had received the blood curse, it must have been uninterrupted. Otherwise, it would not have left such a deep mark on her divine sense. Keeping a cautious mindset, Han Li deliberately placed a small restriction when removing the young woman's blood curse. The restriction's usage was very simple. It would cause the residual medicinal strength in the antidotes to temporarily aggregate in some area of the body. When needed, it would suddenly turn into an extreme poison. That was because those 2 bottles of pills contained impermanence pills. They could be used as medicine for curing poison, or they could be turned into poison via a specific method. They were one of the spoils Han Li had collected in the battlefield. As for the other friends from Meng Mountain whom he had secretly called over, he made them see firsthand the reality that she had been planted as a spy before capturing the woman, using the opportunity to touch a few spots of her body using spiritual power. These touches, apart from being able to restrict a large portion of her magic power, also activated this hidden restriction. As long as Han Li did not deactivate it in some time, the woman would die soundlessly and without a trace as mentioned previously. As for whether or not he should kill this woman, Han Li had felt somewhat conflicted in his heart due to her close ties with the 5 friends of Meng Mountain. Did this senior Han Li succeed so quickly? But how come they never even saw the young prince? Han Li descended from the tower, his face cloudy. Upon seeing the 4 people gather around him, he said, knitting his eyebrows, "There was no one on top of the tower, only a mannequin created from an illusion technique. Seems like he was occupied with something." These words caused them to stare at each other, not knowing what to do for quite some time. Chapter 306. Crisis. Could it be that they fled in advance because fifth sister fed them our information? Or could this be some sort of trap? The middle-aged woman asked with a face full of worry. Impossible. If the enemy truly set up a trap, it would have triggered as soon as we entered. At that moment we wouldn't have been able to guard against it. Han Li shook his head and rejected this. When the others heard Han Li's words, they couldn't help but let out a breath of relief, but they still looked around in every direction. As expected, they didn't find anything unusual. "Senior, what should we do next? Should we first retreat and act on a different day?" The second brother asked, hesitant. "Let's first go and find that steward Wang. If he is not here, then we will end today's operation and retreat immediately," Han Li coldly replied. After hearing Han Li's words, the 4 friends of Meng Mountain looked at each other and then silently nodded their heads. Han Li released some Taoist magics to retrieve his boundary cores and took the lead, stealthily heading to the side of the prince's estate. The others then closely followed behind him. Although Steward Wang's residence wasn't multi-storied like the young prince's, it was still a small 3-room courtyard. When Han Li and the others arrived nearby, one of the rooms was unexpectedly faintly lit, as if someone had yet to go to sleep. Han Li raised his brow. It seemed this trip wouldn't be fruitless. With this thought, Han Li made a few precautionary incantation gestures to conceal himself and immediately used the nameless qi restraining technique he had just learned. The spiritual qi of his entire body immediately dissipated without a trace, as if he had become a common mortal. Han Li's figure flashed and he suddenly appeared crouched by the wall outside of the room, pressing his ear against it. Because this steward Wang gave Han Li a great feeling of danger, Han Li didn't have the confidence to release his spiritual sense and have it probe the room for information. However, after Han Li listened for only a short moment, he flew back with a drastically changed countenance. He immediately concealed himself behind a huge flowering tree. This scene greatly surprised the 4 friends of Meng Mountain who all witnessed from nearby. However, they then heard Han Li's voice, "Be careful. The young prince is in the room. Act with your own discretion." These words immediately caused their hearts to tremble. They all coincidentally held their breaths and carefully looked at the room, not daring to make the slightest noise. Creak. The door opened. A youth wearing a light green embroidered gown walked out. This was none other than the young prince of Prince Xian's residence. After he turned his head and softly said a few words toward the room, he walked a few steps into the courtyard. The door shut itself behind him. Soon after, the light behind the room's paper shutter flashed several times before being completely extinguished. It seemed whoever was inside had retired for the night. Han Li expressionlessly stared at the prince's every movement. What caused him to feel puzzled was that he didn't feel the slightest magic power from him. However, a faint feeling of danger was enough for Han Li to determine he should be a disciple of the Black Fiend school. Perhaps because he was still in his own home, this young prince didn't return in any hurry. Instead, he walked around like a common mortal, stretching himself and looking at the bright moon in the sky. He suddenly sighed. Soon after, he actually paced around the small courtyard with a worried expression as if he was occupied with some difficult problem. It seemed he wouldn't leave for a short while, causing the 4 friends of Meng Mountain to feel greatly helpless. Acting now naturally wouldn't do. Because Steward Wang was in the side room, a fight would naturally rouse him and cause no small problem. The best method would be to wait for the young prince to return to his dwelling and strike the targets separately. Fortunately, these people were all cultivators and had much patience. Because they were all well concealed, they hadn't exposed themselves in the slightest during this entire time. After the time it takes to eat a meal, this young prince eventually stopped strolling around and walked out of the courtyard. This caused the ambushers to feel joy. However, the following scene greatly surprised these people, immediately causing their rage to soar. Just when the young prince was about to walk out of the courtyard, he suddenly used an illusion technique. At an unknown time, he had taken out a set of clothes and quickly changed into them. He was masked and wearing blood red in the blink of an eye, dressed just like the person who told them to rob and kill Han Li. Although the 4 friends were filled with rage, they knew what was important and resisted their impulses with great difficulty. Now they had great trust in Han Li's words. They knew they were pursuing the correct target. Having changed his clothes, the young prince faintly released a demonic qi from his body and strong magic power fluctuations of the 11th layer of qi condensation. He did not return to his dwelling. Instead, he threw a long blood-red magic tool into the sky and with a flash he flew out on it. Seeing this, Han Li's eyes flashed with yellow light, and he immediately transmitted a message to the other 4. Follow him. Regardless of where he goes, make sure to capture him as he is on his way. Heeding Han Li's orders, the 4 friends of Meng Mountain impatiently followed after him on their flying magic tools. Han Li, who was left alone to monitor Steward Wang, had deliberately waited in place a while longer. Seeing that nothing strange occurred in the room, he hesitated for a moment. Still not at ease, he threw out his divine wind boat and followed after them. The speed of Han Li's divine wind boat couldn't be compared to the 4 friends of Meng Mountain's magic tools. After a short moment of following their spiritual qi marks, he arrived at a desolate temple outside of Yuejing. The 4 friends of Meng Mountain were floating in midair. They were bustling around with an ashen complexion and an appearance of continuous indecision. After seeing Han Li, they immediately welcomed him with pleasant surprise. What's the matter? Seeing this, Han Li wrinkled his brow and slowly asked. We followed him here, but just as we thought to act, he suddenly made his way into the abandoned temple. We don't know whether that young ghost discovered us. Also, there are restrictions laid down at this temple, what appear to be formation spells. We rushed in for a moment, but luckily we immediately withdrew. We didn't dare to try again, fearing that there may be others lying in ambush within. Seeing Han Li displeased, the dark-faced old man hastily stepped forward to explain. Formation spell. When Han Li heard this, he felt as if he had a great headache. Han Li wasn't proficient in the Tao of formation spells. However, as he was facing these people, he indifferently said, "Let me take a look at it." Then he took a careful look with the Heaven's Eye technique. As expected, the area surrounding the ruined temple had abnormal spiritual chi fluctuations. But after Han Li took a clear look, he let out a large sigh. This was only an exceptionally simple falling stone formation, one of the simplest earth attribute formation spells. Although rogue and chi condensation cultivators may find this formidable, a small formation spell of this grade was something Han Li could easily break through with brute force even if he didn't know the specific method to break this formation. With this thought, Han Li wordlessly touched his storage pouch and then scattered something from his hands. Immediately after, 4 tall beast puppets appeared in front of him. Having previously suffered from Han Li's puppet technique, the 4 friends subconsciously took a few steps back. Han Li didn't pay attention to their alarm and controlled the puppet beasts. They all opened their mouths at the same time and shot huge beams of light with the thickness of a bowl toward the ruined temple. Just as the beams of light were about to strike at the ruined temple, a huge semicircle barrier of faint light suddenly appeared, completely covering the small temple. It was faintly emitting yellow light. The beams of light struck the light barrier. The yellow light barrier immediately rippled and started to tremble, rigidly withstanding the assault of light beams. But at this moment, Han Li acted without the slightest hesitation. He took out his pair of black dragon's grasps and immediately enlarged them to the size of about 3 meters. Then he fiercely threw them out toward the light barrier. The sound of a sharp rupture rang out. The light barrier was no longer able to endure the succession of strong attacks and had thoroughly collapsed. The falling stone formation disappeared into thin air. Having seen this, the 4 friends of Meng Mountain let out a cold breath. They did not fully understand what it meant to break a formation spell with brute force. This proved that Han Li's offensive strength was at the very least several times more powerful than the formation spell barrier's power. Otherwise, the formation would easily dissipate and attack with equivalent power since it drew assistance from the ingenuity of formation principles. The others had just recently suffered a bit from this formation spell and judged this falling stone formation to be quite formidable. "Descend. We absolutely can't let him get away," Han Li said with an icy expression. As of now, the 4 friends of Meng Mountain had completely accepted Han Li and immediately agreed, charging downward. But at this moment Han Li and the others heard a sneer from behind them. "Are you looking for me? This temple was only a temporary stronghold for my school. Right now there's no one inside." This voice immediately caused the 4 friends of Meng Mountain, who were halfway through their charge, to nearly fall off their magic tools from fright. They hastily turned their heads to look, but their faces immediately became pale from lack of blood. About 100 meters above Han Li and the 4 friends was the young prince who they had just pursued and a similarly dressed thin, shriveled man next to him. Beside them were over 10 black-clothed masked men. From the looks of it, they were just like the 4 friends of Meng Mountain, nearby cultivators whom the Black Fiend School had placed restrictions on. However, what was most eye-catching was the large, bald, eyebrowless man with a strong spirit. He also wore blood-red clothing, but he didn't bother to conceal his face. This person was a Foundation establishment cultivator just like Han Li. Seeing this, the 4 friends of Meng Mountain all felt an urge to escape death. His entire body released a bloody radiance as he charged toward Han Li at an astonishing speed. Han Li took a cold look at the large man's stance along with the bloody sphere of light covering his body before taking a look at the black-clothed men looking at him with alarm from within their defensive light barriers. At that moment, their figures decisively shot over 100 meters away from the 4 friends of Meng Mountain. The large man charging through the air released a bestial roar. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately changed direction and continued to pounce toward Han Li and the others. But for some unknown reason he didn't take out any magic tools. Seeing this, the second brother's mind moved. He saw an opportunity and immediately raised his hand, silently shooting out a green triangular thorn toward the large man's front. When the large bald man saw this magic tool fly toward him, his face turned into an evil grin. Not only did he not stop, but he also rushed toward to welcome it. The tall and thin second brother grew very happy and excitedly said, "This guy is out of luck. My magic tool is a fine high-quality magic tool. It will certainly make him." "But how is this possible? My green pointed thorn." Just as he started rambling, he was stunned by the scene before his eyes and involuntarily cried out. When this triangular thorn touched the blood-red light covering the large bald man, the blood-red light radiance seemed alive. It suddenly swept in the magic tool force, and no matter how much the magic tool struggled, it was unable to break free in the slightest. "Hee, you dare to make a show of such a minuscule thorn." The large man wildly laughed and extended a large blood-red hand, forcibly grabbing the triangular thorn. The green light of the magic tool in his grasp immediately scattered. It had thoroughly turned to scrap, completely devoid of spiritual qi. At this moment not only did the four friends of Meng Mountain appear greatly fearful, but Han Li's heart also heavily thumped. This large bald man definitely didn't cultivate any common cultivation arts. It was most likely a top-grade devilish art like the ghost spirit sect's young master. The large bald man didn't allow Han Li and the others to think further and arrived in front of them in an instant. A huge blood-red fist was raised and fiercely smashed against the light barrier that the four friends of Meng Mountain had jointly erected. The light barrier that four qi condensation cultivators had jointly released was left with a deep depression after just one strike and immediately grew very dark. The complexions of the four friends suddenly changed. Such a ferocious punch would likely turn common defensive magic tools into scrap metal. "Senior, could you?" The dark-faced old man turned his head in a hurry and wanted to see whether Han Li had some method to block the opponent. Chapter 308. A display of skill. Han Li glanced at the few magic tools next to him. Then he suddenly reached into his storage pouch and pulled out 3 identical small tridents. He gently tossed them out, and they instantly turned into 3 streaks of red light, shooting towards a black-clothed cultivator. The set of flying flame chain tridents was spoils he had plundered from some pitiful unknown soul after the fight with the white spider. Its power was quite good. Furthermore, because it was a set and was easy to control, Han Li had kept it. Han Li then pointed at his magic tools. After the 2 black and 6 gold streaks of light let out a long cry, they all flew off in different directions. At this moment, the frightening power of Han Li's great development technique was truly displayed. He was unexpectedly able to control so many magic tools without the slightest of disorder. Seeing so many top-grade magic tools rushing towards them, the flag-holding cultivators revealed shock. How could they possibly withstand these attacks? After Han Li hastily threw 3 streaks of red light toward a black flag, the cultivator holding it thought to dodge by flying on a magic tool. However, after the black flag tangled with the 3 red streaks of light, it immediately erupted into a ball of black light and broke apart into minuscule pieces. Then the 3 streaks of red light arrived in front of another cultivator without stopping and fiercely struck at his protective barrier. Unfortunately for him, it was only the low-grade barrier of a qi condensation cultivator. How could it possibly block the strikes of 3 top-grade magic tools? It was only able to withstand the strike for a short moment before it ruptured and disappeared without a trace. With despair in the cultivator's eyes, he saw the 3 streaks of red light lightly wind around him, turning him into a huge fireball and then thoroughly reducing him to ash. At this moment, the 2 black and 6 golden streaks of light flew above 2 other cultivators and broke through their defenses with similar ease, chopping them in half. All of a sudden, the other cultivators grew frantic. Naturally, they found the preservation of their own lives far more important than laying down this great formation. The majority of them immediately turned around and flew off. A few cultivators of great courage and of lacking mind proudly released their magic tools to stop Han Li's attack with all their might. It was a pity that Han Li had no intention of tangling with them and completely suppressed them without restraint. 10 red, black and gold streaks of light ran around like a swarm of bees. Any attempt to block these streaks with magic tools was like striking an egg against a stone. They would immediately shatter into pieces and disappear from this world. As for the magic tool wielders, Han Li naturally did not let them go and easily disposed of them. At this moment, apart from the few black-clothed cultivators who had ran off about 1,000 meters away, only the young prince and the masked man who was likely Steward Wang remained, looking on with incredulity. Not the slightest of power was displayed from the Black Wind formation, as Han Li had the foresight to destroy it beforehand. Han Li turned his gaze towards the two, causing them to inwardly shout, "Not good." At the same time, they put up their guard and emitted faint black light from their bodies. Their figures instantly became concealed within dense dark qi. "Humph! What deception!" Han Li said with a cold laugh. Although he didn't know what technique these two used, it seemed very similar to the large bald man's devilish technique. However, he didn't know why the black light on their body differed from the large man's blood-red light. Could it be the difference in their cultivation level? Han Li pondered with puzzlement. Han Li didn't know that at this time, the two were complaining without end. Han Li's cultivation and incisive magic tools far exceeded what the two had anticipated. It wasn't that they hadn't seen Foundation Establishment cultivators before, but rather that the might of this Foundation Establishment cultivator, Han Li, was incomparable to the Foundation Establishment altar masters of their own school. Let alone one-on-one, perhaps even 2 or 3 simultaneous altar masters may not prove to be his match. His extremely quick movement technique that was almost indiscernible from the eye. His ability to control over 10 strange magic tools by himself at the same time. These were all feats that they had never heard of before. Now it seemed that even Sir Blood's servant may not prove to be his opponent even though he had used a secret technique. Although these two were conceited about their strength as qi condensation cultivators, they didn't dare to be so presumptuous as to believe that if the two joined together, they would be able to fight against Han Li. Thus, although they released a secret technique from their body, not only did they not advance, but they also started to carefully retreat slowly. Unlike the two, the 4 friends of Meng Mountain were absolutely dumbstruck by Han Li's godly display of strength. Although these individuals had known that Han Li's strength was great, they didn't know how powerful his great strength was because they had nothing to refer or compare it to. But now they've seen Han Li take on over 10 cultivators with cultivation similar to their own and kill 5 or 6 of them in an instant. The survivors fled with fear, not daring to turn their head. Such profound cultivation. Such technique. The 4 friends had been completely won over. Han Li took a deep breath. When he thought to capture the young prince and Steward Wang at the same time, he suddenly heard a brutal mad roar filled with limitless insane rage coming from the blood-red sphere of light. When the young prince and his companion heard this, they couldn't help but look at each other with pleasant surprise. Han Li's expression grew solemn. No longer able to deal with the two in front of him, he hastily slapped his storage pouch, causing a small exquisite magic tool to appear in his hand. Without the slightest of hesitation, Han Li threw it toward the sphere of blood-red light. Han Li had thrown down a small yellow cup and in an instant, it became a huge cup more than 15 meters wide. This was the heaven-shrouding cup Han Li acquired from the spoils of the masked moon sect cultivator Xianlu. During that time this magic tool was able to trap that incomparably fierce blood spider. It was clearly difficult to deal with. This cup accurately landed on the blood-red light sphere and covered it in a short amount of time. The roar could no longer be heard. Seeing Han Li's action, the pair's joy-filled faces turned blank. Could it be that Sir Blood's servant had been so easily detained? Han Li then turned his head over and suddenly gave the two a strange smile before raising his hands. In the blink of an eye, countless fireballs sprang forth from his hands and shot forth like a violent storm. The nearby sky had been dyed fire-red. This scene frightened the pair, and they hastily released defensive disc magic tools in front of them. A continuous stream of deafening explosions sounded out, leaving the young prince stunned. Because there simply were too many fireballs, a few had directly slipped through the barrier and directly hit the young prince, scattering much of the black qi that protected his body. With a battered body, the young prince was frightened and angry. He clearly understood this great power had definitely been brought forth with great amounts of talismans. While waiting for this wave of fireballs to force their way through, he suddenly heard a miserable shriek from his side, causing him to tremble and hastily take a look. He let out a breath of cold air. What he saw left him in complete terror. The thin, shriveled masked man originally by his side was in Han Li's hands, powerless. The black qi protecting his body had completely scattered and blood poured from his body. Unexpectedly, he only had one arm left. This scene caused the young prince to become apprehensive. A truly unsuppressible fear of Han Li had stemmed in his heart. He couldn't help but curse that blood servant for being so useless. Han Li gave an ice-cold look at the young prince and then ripped off the mask from his captive with no trace of politeness, revealing the face of the Prince Xian's Steward Wang. Steward Wang's originally shriveled appearance was now twisted from the pain of losing his arm. Impossible. How did you capture him? Our fiendish chi body protection isn't so easily broken through. The young prince exclaimed this in one breath. He suddenly raised both his hands and fiercely shot over 10 streaks of black light toward Han Li. Han Li's blank expression suddenly had a trace of a sneer. He raised a single hand, summoning a black shield-like object in front of him. In the end, those powerful streaks of black light shooting towards him only resulted in a few muffled sounds. The young prince stared with surprise, discovering that this shield was actually a huge tortoise shell. However, this tortoise shell was black and void of light. It should have been specially refined. Seeing this, the young prince averted his eyes and shrouded his body with black light. He flew like lightning, wanting to escape just like the other cultivators. However, as a target for live capture, how could Han Li let him go that easily? After his figure flashed, Han Li easily caught up to the young prince, appearing right in front of him. He then raised his hand and a huge azure sword over 9 meters long appeared out of thin air. Without restraint, it chopped directly at the young prince. The young prince saw this and smiled in his heart. The fiendish chi protecting his body corroded all sorts of magic tools. Simply not fearing any injury from the huge sword, he used this opportunity to flee with all his power. With this thought, the young prince's figure shot up in order to sweep past Han Li up above. Chapter 309, Demonic Transformation. You can't withstand it. Quickly dodge. Resisting sharp pain, Steward Wang loudly shouted while in Han Li's grasp in an attempt to warn the young prince. Obviously, his warning came too late. Hearing this, the young prince subconsciously leaned to the side, wanting to dodge the point of the huge azure sword. However, the sword suddenly changed its cleave to a slice, softly sweeping past his legs. The black chi protecting his body scattered from the attack and didn't have the slightest of effect. As a result, the sword sliced through his 2 calves with great ease. The young prince loudly shouted, fainting on the scene. This person who had lived a life of luxury since birth, though he may be exceptionally shrewd, had never experienced such sufferings before. Naturally, he wasn't able to bear the pain of lacerated legs. However, this scene scared Han Li. Because he hadn't used the azure essence sword streak in so long, he believed that he had accidentally killed him. After figuring out what just happened, Han Li happily laughed as he picked this person up and flew back to the 4 friends of Meng Mountain. Han Li grew very cheerful from his decisive victory, but at the same time he felt somewhat puzzled. From the feeling of danger the young prince and Steward Wang gave him, these 2 should have been far more dangerous. However, he was able to capture them alive very easily. Could it be that his mysterious intuition had started to fail him? Han Li shook his head and felt something was strange. At this moment, the black-clothed men lingering around had witnessed this scene and knew that remaining there any longer would be unfavorable. After exchanging mutual glances, they started to scatter and escape in the blink of an eye, leaving behind no traces of them ever being there. Han Li had no intention of chasing after them. There were only foreign elements, much like the 4 friends of Meng Mountain. They were fundamentally unworthy of a strenuous pursuit. As he thought this, he flew back to the 4 friends of Meng Mountain and casually threw down his 2 captives, saying indifferently, "Treat their injuries. We still need to interrogate them." The youth and the second brother immediately acted, catching the 2. They didn't dare to show the slightest negligence. At this moment, not only did the 4 friends of Meng Mountain appear respectful, but their hearts were also filled with reverence toward him. Han Li's recent display of great and profound power left them with an unforgettable impression. Senior's cultivation is truly profound. It has greatly broadened these juniors' perspective, the dark-faced old man said with complete respect. It was nothing but minor skill. When Han Li saw the 4 friends' expressions of reverence, he couldn't help but feel somewhat proud. However, he put on an appearance that such a thing wasn't worth mentioning, causing the 4 to feel that Senior Han was profoundly mysterious. Dang. Dang. At this moment, these loud bangs caused Han Li's complexion to slightly change. The 4 friends hastily looked over. After the middle-aged woman took a clear look, she pointed with a panicked appearance and shouted to Han Li, "Senior, quickly look. Your magic tool." Han Li had already turned his head over to look at the heaven-shrouding cup, trapping the large bald man. Startlingly loud noises rang from within, accompanied by unimaginable deformations appearing on its exterior. With each following sound, the wall of the heaven-shrouding cup protruded even more. After over 10 more large sounds, the cup was no longer recognizable, and slightest resemblance to its original shape could not be seen. But what was even worse was that the cup's yellow light had grown far duller. It seemed that the large bald man could break through the cup at any moment. Han Li was overwhelmed with shock. Although he didn't know why this inconceivable scene occurred, it was obvious that this heaven-shrouding cup couldn't contain him. His only choice at the moment was to take other actions. With this thought, Han Li retrieved the many magic tools that were orbiting above him and took out 7 to 8 puppet beasts. He had the 4 puppets he had originally taken out form a line in front of Han Li and the 4 friends, creating a barrier. Just as this was accomplished, the sound of a huge explosion could be heard as the heaven-shrouding cup magic tool shattered into multiple pieces. Then an inhuman monster flew out from its remains. "What is that?" When the middle-aged woman saw this, she involuntarily cried out. The complexions of the 3 at her side also turned green with disbelief. Even Han Li was astonished at what he saw. The large bald man who had leaped out completely resembled a demon in both appearance and physique. His height was now over 6 meters. His teeth were sharp and wild. 2 black horns protruded from his head. A long, scaled iron tail dragged behind him. But what was most astonishing were the black and red demonic patterns covering his entire body. A majority of his bare body had been concealed by an unspeakably fiendish qi. The large bald man's original appearance could faintly be made out from his face, but his eyes were glowing with a green ominous light, completely filled with the desire for blood and slaughter. The slightest of humanity no longer remained. He looked toward Han Li and the others with an ice-cold glance and crouched down, like a drawn arrow ready to be shot. When the 4 friends of Meng Mountain saw this, they dreaded disaster. But just as they were at a loss as to what to do, they suddenly heard Han Li's voice. "Release your magic tools." Following Han Li's command, over 10 puppets in front of them simultaneously opened their mouths and shot out over 10 beams of light, striking the transformed demon like lightning. The unguarded opponent was sent tumbling to the ground. Seeing this, the 4 friends of Meng Mountain couldn't help but be greatly joyous and impulsively released their magic tools, attacking the large man from every direction. They wished to quickly dispatch of this frightening monster. Unfortunately, their beautiful dream only lasted for a fleeting moment before a stream of fiendish qi shot toward the sky from the large man as he furiously jumped up. Regardless of what magic tool was attacking him, there wasn't the slightest of injury. This caused the 4 friends' eyes to open wide from shock. The transformed demon madly roared to the sky and suddenly started to wildly flourish his arms like windmills, striking at the magic tools that surrounded him. In an instant, his incredibly sharp fingers thoroughly sliced them to bits and turned them into scrap metal fragments. "Let's leave. It will be troublesome if we stay here for long and the Black Fiend School brings reinforcements," Han Li said with a deep voice as he took a look at the captured young prince and Steward Wang. The 4 friends naturally didn't have any objections. They obediently carried the 2 captives onto the Divine Wind boat. Han Li then hastily flew with all of them on board. The sky above the ruined temple regained peace once more. No one would have been able to tell that a fierce battle between cultivators had occurred here. Han Li and company returned to the Qin residence without a problem and directly descended to their dwelling. Fearing that any delay would bring trouble, Han Li made a change of plan and started to interrogate the young prince and the steward that very night. Han Li planned to personally interrogate the young prince and hand Chief Steward Wang to the 4 friends. He was convinced that with the dark-faced old man's shrewd ruthlessness, he should receive a satisfactory result. To make cultivators tell the truth was a comparatively more difficult matter for others. However, Han Li, who had a rough understanding of bewitchment techniques and was proficient in the Tao of medicine, simply had no problem in this regard. This was especially apparent with such a large difference in cultivation. Although the young prince had started by absolutely refusing to open his mouth, completely unwilling to answer Han Li's mild questioning, Han Li force-fed the young prince a medicinal liquid with no trace of politeness. As a result, the prince grew dizzy and his mind sank into delusion. Soon after, Han Li used a common bewitchment magic technique, hypnotic eye, and smoothly took control of his mind. Afterwards, the prince obediently answered Han Li's questions like a puppet. Hearing the young prince's account, Han Li's appearance changed without end. At the start he was solemnly ice-cold. In the middle he was stunned and amazed. By the end he appeared conflicted and gloomy. With the young prince divulging all his hidden secrets, Han Li muttered to himself for a moment. Then he took out a black medicinal pill he had prepared beforehand and expressionlessly stuffed it down the young prince's throat before walking out of his room, not even giving the young prince another glance. This soul-breaking pill was enough to silently kill the young prince. Although Han Li didn't feel very good about using poison to kill a defenseless person, in light of the young prince using over 10 cultivators as blood sacrifices to cultivate a demonic art, his death couldn't be regarded as unjust. When he arrived at the clear sound courtyard, the 4 friends of Meng Mountain were discussing the interrogation with solemn expressions. Once they saw Han Li enter, they all stood and welcomed Han Li to the head seat. Han Li sat down without declining and asked, "So how about it? Did Steward Wang confess to anything?" The 4 friends exchanged mutual glances. As the eldest member, the dark-faced old man stood and replied, "Senior might already know this. I'm afraid the situation is quite complicated, especially if Steward Wang didn't lie." With that said, the old man stole a look at Han Li. However, Han Li's expression was normal and didn't express anything. With no better option, the old man deliberated for a moment and forced himself to say, "This one has learned much information with regards to the Black Fiend School from Steward Wang. However, most of it is insignificant. Only one extremely jeopardizing matter is important. That is, the Black Fiend Schoolmaster is hiding in the Imperial City. Furthermore, the current mortal emperor of the state of Yu has long since become his puppet, turning the Imperial Palace into the Black Fiend School's nest. As it happens to be, the Black Fiend Schoolmaster is a man called Li Poyan, a eunuch among the stewards within Imperial Palace. It is said that he is in the middle of secluded cultivation." When the dark-faced old man said this, he wrinkled his brow. He felt this matter wasn't easy to handle. After all, even if cultivators held mortals in contempt, they still had to be somewhat wary toward the highest ruler of the mortal world. After Han Li heard this, his face didn't change. However, his heart sighed incessantly. He didn't hold any fear for the emperor, but he knew that the current royal family of the state of Yu was actually in joint cooperation with the 7 sects. Each of the sects had an unwritten rule strictly prohibiting even a half-step of entry into the Forbidden City. This was to avoid any sect from seizing the royal family by force and leaving the other sects at a disadvantage. Thus, for several hundred years, the slightest trace of 7 sect disciples had not appeared in the Imperial City of Yu. So long as the state of Yu's emperor didn't make any great blunders by not making any offerings to the 7 sects, the 7 sects left them completely alone. Perhaps it was this that gave the Black Fiend School an advantageous opportunity. Han Li had already contemplated the young prince's answers many times over, but he was still unsure as to what to do. This rule had been maintained for such a long time. Even if he uncovered the true identity of the Black Fiend Schoolmaster, who knew if that would atone for his crime of trespassing into the Imperial City? Not only was it possible that he could receive no merits, but he could also be severely punished. Being unable to distinguish between what was the right or wrong course of action, he grew extremely annoyed. In the long history of the 7 great sects, such occurrences had happened before. There were times when the authority of some rules was far more important than the rightness or wrongness of the matter and simply couldn't be broken in the slightest, causing Han Li to feel greatly afraid of the consequences. He wasn't someone who wished to expend effort only to receive an undesired outcome. But returning to the main topic at hand, being able to discover the true identity of the Black Fiend Schoolmaster so easily was truly unexpected. However, this was just a chance coincidence. According to the young prince's knowledge, even Foundation establishment altar lords hadn't seen the appearance of the schoolmaster before and didn't know of his origins. These 2 were of the few individuals who knew the Black Fiend Schoolmaster's identity. This was completely because Steward Wang and the young prince had a rather familiar relationship to the Black Fiend Schoolmaster. One of them was the Black Fiend Schoolmaster's older cousin and had saved his life before. The other was his only official disciple and received no small amount of favor. With such intimate relationships, they were able to know the true identities of many important figures. Otherwise, in such a large city such as Yuejing, how could two among many of the school's qi condensation disciples hold such influential positions in the school? Chapter 311. Secrets of Blood Sacrifice. Just as Han Li was considering this, the dark-faced old man continued without stopping. We were unable to discover the true circumstances of the Black Fiend Schoolmaster's cultivation. By his side, there are 4 great blood servants closely protecting him, similar to the one we encountered today. It is certain that we are not capable of being their match as we are now. Thus, I recommend to Senior that we do not take the initiative to further provoke them and that it would be best to wait for reinforcements. Be at ease. This Black Fiend Schoolmaster is at most a late Foundation establishment cultivator. I'm quite certain he has yet to reach core formation. Han Li, who had originally been listening from the beginning, suddenly interrupted the old man's words and said this with much certainty. Han Li's words stunned the dark-faced old man at first, but he suddenly became happy. The others also appeared greatly relieved. Although they didn't know why Han Li was so certain, since it was Senior Han who had said this, it was extremely unlikely he was wrong. A moment ago they had been discussing that if their enemy happened to be a core formation cultivator, they would only be able to flee in humiliation. Even if with the assistance of reinforcements from the 7 sects, it was still uncertain if the Black Fiend Schoolmaster could be dealt with. But now that Han Li had said this, the hearts of the 4 friends of Meng Mountain naturally grew much calmer. Could Senior tell us a few things? When we interrogated Steward Wang, he didn't have the slightest idea about the Black Fiend Schoolmaster's cultivation. Fourth brother, what nonsense are you speaking? Since Senior Han has said this, it must be completely true. The dark-faced old man fiercely rebuked the youth with a serious expression. When Han Li heard their words, he slightly smiled and calmly said, "This isn't some kind of secret. This information came from the fact that the schoolmaster requires Foundation establishment cultivators to conduct blood sacrifices." Han Li's relaxed voice slowly explained this. Although our Yellow Maple Valley isn't very involved with devilish Dao cultivation techniques, we do have some understanding of blood sacrifices, this impatient and destructive evil magic. This devilish art works by taking in other cultivators' blood essence and using it to boost their own cultivation. This was once a common occurrence in previous devilish sects, as it is able to greatly increase a cultivator's magic power in a short period and skip a great amount of time spent in meditation, bitterly cultivating. As a result, there was a time in the cultivation world when not only the devilish Dao but even righteous sects had many people secretly cultivation this technique. After Han Li said this, he coldly laughed and a slight sneer occurred at the corner of his mouth. Then he continued, "However, this insane cultivation technique not only required the vicious and merciless slaughter of many other cultivators, but it also had a fatal flaw. It is only effective at the level of Foundation establishment and below. In addition, those who use blood sacrifices are doomed to stay at Foundation establishment for the rest of their lives without any hope of reaching core formation. During that time when so many cultivators secretly cultivated this devilish art, not a single one of them was able to reach core formation. What's worse is that as they consumed the blood sacrifice's magic power, they would often experience backlash. If one was not careful, he or she would encounter and die. Obviously, the main reason as to why this cultivation technique disappeared without a trace was because it became taboo amongst all cultivators to consume another's blood essence. Thus, both the righteous and the devil Dao gradually eradicated those who practiced this devilish art. However, it was later said that the devilish Dao had hated to part with this method of hurriedly increasing their cultivation and instead created a cultivation technique that was known as blood sacrifice. However, this method didn't directly consume another's blood essence. Instead, it would use a cultivator's soul. Although I've heard the rise in cultivation wasn't as sudden or quick as the original blood sacrifice, it shared the same restrictions, preventing core formation and containing the same danger of backlash. It was aptly named soul sacrifice. With regards to soul sacrifice, my sect's ancient records didn't mention much of it. I only know that once it was established, it was only grasped by a few higher echelon experts of the devil Dao and wasn't widely circulated, preventing a massacre in the cultivation world. Furthermore, there are also many other restrictions in other areas. In a single breath, Han Li had spoken of many secrets with regards to blood sacrifice. As rogue cultivators, this greatly widened the perspective of the four friends of Meng Mountain. At the same time, they also knew why Han Li was certain that the Black Fiend schoolmaster was only at Foundation establishment. It was very obvious that Black Fiend school used the first method of blood sacrifice. We have already acquired a rough understanding of the internal circumstances of the Black Fiend school. However, that large bald man escaped, so by now the Black Fiend school should know of our circumstances as well. They might immediately abandon their nest and flee. As such, if they've hidden themselves again, we would be at a disadvantage. The second brother suddenly thought of something and voiced his concern with worry. Impossible. It is currently unlikely for the Black Fiend school to immediately flee. From what I learned from the young prince, the Black Fiend schoolmaster is currently in a crucial point in secluded cultivation at some cave within the Imperial Palace. I've heard that the schoolmaster had prepared this secluded cultivation for several years and absolutely wouldn't give it up halfway through. It's most likely that they are gathering their forces and guarding against us. Han Li's tone of words held ridicule toward the Black Fiend school. Hearing these words, the four friends' spirits were roused and they revealed slight excitement. Senior, then next we must. After the dark-faced old man calmed down, he probingly asked this. We don't have to do anything next except calmly wait for reinforcements. Although the other party knows of our circumstances, they don't know where we are hiding. Furthermore, the people taking care of their business in Yuejing are none other than the two captives in our hands. If the Black Fiend school wanted to go find us, they wouldn't be able to send any capable men. However, everyone must be a bit careful. In the coming days, stay and properly cultivate within the residence. When reinforcements come, we will then make our decision. Han Li massaged his nose with his hand as he said this, with the corner of his mouth slightly raised. His eyes had already become narrow slits. With a mysterious smile on his face, Han Li caused the others to feel greatly perplexed. The imperial city of the state of Yu occupied 1/5 of its land. However, 1/3 of the imperial city was occupied by the glorious and magnificent imperial palace. Layers of perfectly cut jade bricks formed the palace floors, along with countless elegant corridors, in addition to many decorative gardens with rarely seen flowers and plants. Even eunuchs and palace maids who had lived in the palace for years would often lose their way, a testament to how extensive the imperial palace was. It was currently almost midnight. The original bustling of court eunuchs and palace maids had long exchanged for a heavy guard with sentries posted every few meters. But under these circumstances, there was still a person whose entire body was tightly covered in a wide cloak, swaggering through the layers of sentries with a gold medallion in hand, walking toward the depths of the cold palace hall. This person was extremely tall. Looking at the sinister palace gate, the mysterious man suddenly shed off his cloak and exposed his massive bald head. This was precisely the large bald man who had escaped from Han Li. At this moment he no longer had his demonic appearance and seemed quite normal. However, his face was pale and seemed lacking in blood. It appeared his origin chi had been greatly depleted. Who is it? Just as the large bald man walked 2 steps forward, an extremely cold voice came from within the palace hall. Ice demon, it's me. The large bald man replied without a trace of politeness. He walked through the gate without stopping. So it was Tai Luo. You came back from your mission. But wait, why are your footsteps so weak and your chi so lacking? Could it be that you, who claims to be seldom harmed by magic tools and impenetrable to ice and fire, suffered quite a bit? The ice-cold voice asked with some shock. But soon after, the speaker took joy in the bald man's misfortune. Humph, what is an ice-cold fellow like you know? The person I encountered this time was a formidable fellow. Let alone me, even if us two worked together, I fear we wouldn't be good enough. Were it not for the quick-witted fiend-demon transformation I planned in advance, I fear I would have lost my life there, the large bald man replied with a cold smile. You used the fiend-demon transformation? No wonder your origin chi has been injured. It seems that without a month of bitter cultivation, you won't have any hope of recovering. However, being able to pressure you like this, your opponent must truly be exceptional. Tell me about him. This ice demon held great curiosity in his words. After I first begged the schoolmaster for forgiveness, I will return and tell you this in detail. The schoolmaster's in-name disciple was captured by the enemy, so right now I don't have time to deal with you. I don't know what punishment I'll receive for this blunder. The large bald man impatiently answered. Old Tai, you might not know, but unlike the others, it's as if we are all of one heart with the schoolmaster. How could the schoolmaster punish you? At most he would rebuke you. The ice demon replied with objection. But these words soon lagged behind as the originally shut palace hall doors opened by themselves with a creak. An incomparably dark gateway was revealed, similar to that of a demonic beast opening its mouth to devour its chosen prey. When the large bald man saw this, he couldn't help but walk forward hesitantly. Qingwen and Yishi? When the large bald man walked forward through the doors, he immediately asked the white silhouette to the side. They went to the blood prison to cultivate. For the time being, only I remained to take care of things. The image of the white silhouette erratically swayed in the shadows. His body was emitting faint white qi from all over, preventing the bald man from seeing his true appearance. Humph! That Qingwen is already at mid-foundation establishment, but yet he still cultivates so diligently. Could it be he isn't afraid of true essence backlash? And that brat Yishi, when has he ever been so hardworking? The large bald man revealed an expression of astonishment and asked this, puzzled. When you hear this, don't be envious. That Yishi said he felt that he was about to enter mid-foundation establishment. Who gave this guy such good aptitude? He can still keep up with us even without cultivating. What can be done? Although the ice demon advised the large man to not be jealous, his own words were filled with a sour tone. Chapter 312. Reinforcements and Peace. Ice Demon, it isn't because you find this guy displeasing to the eye, but rather that you want me to pick a fight with Yishi. The large bald man coldly said, glaring at the Ice Demon. Hee. That could be true. Regardless, don't you want to go see the schoolmaster? It would be best to go now. The schoolmaster has yet to start refining qi from his latest blood sacrifice. The white silhouette addressed the worry on the large man's mind, changing the subject without care. The large bald man clearly understood that the other party's words were a slight towards him, but he simply snorted and walked into the darkness with large strides. After turning several corners and walking through 6 or 7 courtyards, the large man arrived at an extremely remote but expansive rock garden. At the sight of it, an expression of reverence had appeared on his face. Subordinate Tai pays respects to schoolmaster. The large man loudly greeted with a bow. So it's Tai Luo. How are you wounded? A middle-aged man's magnetic distant voice came from the rock garden where the Black Fiend schoolmaster had secluded himself. It was likely that this was completely unthinkable to Han Li and the others. Many thanks for schoolmaster's concern, but this subordinate simply used the demon transformation technique. There is only a bit of damage to my vitality. When the large bald man heard the schoolmaster's words, he gave a careful reply. For a moment the schoolmaster didn't immediately give a reply. After a long while he faintly said, "From what I can see, this mission was a failure. Otherwise, my in-name disciple should have followed you back for the mission debriefing. Please forgive me, schoolmaster." This subordinate didn't do his best to protect the young master and protector Wang, both of whom fell into the enemy's hands. This subordinate willingly receives the schoolmaster's strict punishment. The large man gritted his teeth and said this with an appearance of shame. Punishment? Why would I punish you? Since you've already used the demon transformation technique, it clearly shows that this enemy was truly too strong. It wasn't because you didn't try your best. Besides, they were only a disciple and a protector, so losing them isn't anything too terrible. If you, on the other hand, were to fall into the enemy's hands, then I truly would have a headache. Many thanks for schoolmaster's forgiveness. This subordinate will certainly do his utmost for schoolmaster in order to make up for this failure. The Black Fiend schoolmaster had skillfully won over his subordinate's heart, stirring up emotions from the large bald man with his words. In response, the bald man immediately made a great display of loyalty. And very good. But before anything else, tell me about the fight that occurred. I want to know which sect this cultivator came from. He is unexpectedly so fierce. The Black Fiend schoolmaster was clearly very satisfied with the large man's words, but he still asked about Han Li with great curiosity. As you bid. The large man hastily agreed. The techniques of the Foundation establishment cultivator who we wanted to capture were extremely peculiar. He was unexpectedly able to control mechanical beast-like figurines. Furthermore, his strength was not lacking. At the time, the large bald man thoroughly narrated the events of his fight with Han Li and how he used the demonic transformation technique when the situation turned sour. After the large man finished, the rock garden was quiet for a moment. The Black Fiend schoolmaster seemed to be thinking of something. After a while, a clear and cold voice spoke. Based on the description of this cultivator's control of figurines, this should be the puppet technique of the Thousand Bamboo School, and thus he is likely a cultivator from this school. I heard earlier that a few thousand Bamboo School cultivators had appeared within the borders of Yuanwu. He's probably one of them. However, your intuition to immediately flee after your demon transformation was a very wise decision. Otherwise, you wouldn't be speaking here with me now, the Black Fiend schoolmaster said indifferently. That can't be. Although I am not confident that my transformed demonic body would be able to truly withstand his treasure talisman, were it not for the fact that I was unable to control my own body after the demonic transformation, I would have actually wanted to fight him. Even if I wasn't his match, I would have completely been able to flee without harm, the large man replied with some refusal. Tai Luo, I know that you were able to withstand a treasure talisman once before and came out unscathed. However, talisman treasures greatly differ in power from one another. Even if two treasure talismans were refined from the same magic treasure, their strength wouldn't necessarily be the same. Also, with this treasure talisman's strange appearance, I can conclude that you wouldn't be able to endure his attacks even with your fiend demon transformation. If it were Qing Wen's wood devil transformation, there may have been some chance of victory. The Black Fiend sect master smiled warmly and gave the large man an explanation. Many thanks for schoolmaster's advice. Still somewhat unconvinced, the large man still expressed his thanks with acknowledgement. Schoolmaster, how should we respond to this cultivator? Since the opponent isn't a cultivator from the seven sects, should us 4 blood servants be dispatched to capture him alive and present him for schoolmaster's cultivation? The large bald man eagerly asked. It was obvious he planned to find Han Li and settle the score. There's no need. It was only a guess that he was a Thousand Bamboo School cultivator. I'm not completely certain, and he may have other helpers. Also, I am at a crucial point of my secluded cultivation and do not wish to provoke any great enemies. Confine all the disciples within the capital in the coming days and have them all remain at the imperial palace. These matters will be put off until I reach great success stage in my cultivation. Even if there are no Foundation establishment cultivators to serve as blood sacrifices, it will only delay my progress by a few months. At that time, apart from core formation cultivators, no Foundation establishment cultivator will be my match. As the Black Fiend schoolmaster said this, his originally flat tone became filled with excitement. The Black Fiend schoolmaster's thoughts happened to be just as Han Li had anticipated. This subordinate wishes good fortune for schoolmaster's cultivation breakthrough to the great success stage. This one will immediately arrange for the school disciples at the imperial palace to fortify the number of guards. We won't allow them to disturb the schoolmaster in the slightest, the large man loudly declared with tact. Good, carry out the arrangements. After the Black Fiend schoolmaster finished saying this, he seemed to be somewhat tired and didn't say anything further. Thus, the large bald man respectfully took several steps back, turned around and departed. This location once again became an unremarkable corner of the cold palace. Time passed by quickly. It was half a month since Han Li passed on the newly acquired intelligence. At this moment, the Black Fiend School and Han Li had taken the same action and withdrew. Since the Black Fiend School didn't dispatch their troops to search wide for the Han Li's hideout, Han Li didn't dare to break down the stalemate and rush into the imperial city, showing his usual calm restraint. It appeared that nothing happened to both sides during this time. It would be reasonable to say that the Devil Dao should have already shown themselves, but no information of them had appeared, causing Han Li to let out a great sigh of relief. Han Li's most feared scenario, where the Black Fiend School and the Devil Dao would collaborate together and simultaneously stir up vile trouble, did not occur. Han Li couldn't help but secretly rejoice from this. According to Han Li's calculations, even if Li Huayuan sent people over, they would arrive in about 10 days at the earliest. Thus he calmly cultivated every day and didn't rashly go out. At Han Li's suggestion, Qin Yan had also stayed in at the residence for the past recent days and evaded invitations to go out, claiming that he wanted to deepen and enjoy familial ties. But on the morning of this very day, as Han Li was meditating and refining qi on his bed, he suddenly opened his eyes, exposing a trace of cold light. Which fellow Taoists have come to visit? There's no need to be so secretive. Come out. After Han Li coldly said this, he patted his storage pouch and immediately took out the white scale shield blocking his front. At the same time, his other hand grasped a fire cloud talisman. He appeared as if he were facing a great enemy. What caused Han Li to act so seriously was the feeling of shock in response to the appearance of 3 to 4 Foundation establishment cultivators lingering outside the door. Although they used qi concealment magic techniques, Han Li, who cultivated the nameless chant, could faintly feel their presence. Han Li thought to himself with astonishment, could it be that the 4 great blood servants of the Black Fiend School have all come? When this thought raced through his mind, Han Li endlessly complained to himself and immediately planned his escape. As for the 4 friends of Meng Mountain and those from the Qin residence, Han Li couldn't do anything for them. He could only leave them to find their own luck. While Han Li's mind was filled with these distracting thoughts, not a single magic tool or Taoist technique came from outside as Han Li had expected. Instead, he heard a bright and cheerful voice. Hee. How about it? I said you wouldn't be able to conceal yourselves from Junior Marshal Brother. Young Junior Marshal Brother has already entered mid-foundation establishment. Don't show off your mere skill in front of Junior Marshal Brother Han. This was an extremely familiar voice to Han Li. His mind stirred as he loudly answered, could it be that Senior Marshal Brother Song has arrived? Let Junior Marshal Brother give you his greetings. Han Li's words were filled with pleasant surprise. Junior Marshal Brother, you've guessed correctly. After the voice's owner said this, he opened the door and strutted into Han Li's room. It was Han Li's 4th Senior Marshal Brother, Song Meng. 2 men and a woman stood behind him. Apart from the serious appearance of a young handsome man, the other 2 looked at Han Li with a smile. Among them, a man with a scholarly appearance said with a smile, 8th Junior Marshal Brother, I've heard your name from Master. It's unfortunate that 7th Junior Marshal Sister and I haven't had a chance to meet you yet. Now that we've finally seen you in person, we're astounded that you've cultivated so quickly and had already reached mid-foundation establishment. I truly have no words to say. The man clicked his tongue. When that elegant woman standing by his side heard this, she concealed a chuckle and brightly sized up Han Li with curiosity. Han Li took another glance at the man and woman, but he still didn't recognize who they were. He immediately stood up from the bed and said with a respectful expression, so it's 3rd Senior Marshal Brother and 7th Senior Marshal Sister. Junior Marshal Brother has long heard of Senior Marshal Brother and Sister's great reputations. Unfortunately, I also haven't had the chance to meet you. As for cultivation, Senior Marshal Brother had entered mid-foundation establishment far before me. How could this Junior Marshal Brother compare? Han Li's words were sincere and left a good impression on his 3rd Marshal Brother. Chapter 313. Decision. At this moment, Han Li turned his head toward the handsome youth and politely said, 6th Senior Marshal Brother has also come. The affairs of this little brother have truly troubled Senior Marshal Brother. Wu Xian indifferently responded with, and said nothing more. Han Li simply smiled, displaying nothing out of the ordinary. He clearly understood now that ever since that matter with Dong Xianer, this 6th Senior Marshal Brother did not find Han Li pleasant to the eye. However, Han Li himself didn't really mind much. After all, this person was much easier to deal with than hypocrites and other such vile characters. Right now, however, Wu Xian was looking at Han Li with a trace of amazement. Last time they had seen each other, Han Li was only at early foundation establishment. But now, after just a short period of time, Han Li had already entered mid-foundation establishment. How could Wu Xian, who was still lingering at early foundation establishment, not feel greatly astonished and envious? Senior Marshal Brothers, please come in. I'll go ahead and steep a pot of good tea for you. Han Li invited the 4 into the room with a smile and then turned around and went inside ahead of the others. There is no rush to drink tea. Let's first talk about the Black Fiend School's experts. I've always wanted to have a few truly great battles with Foundation establishment cultivators. Unfortunately, when I was at Master's side, The old man didn't allow me or 8th junior martial brother to freely kill Devil Dao cultivators. Otherwise, I would possibly be in the same boat as junior brother Han and be dispatched to the border to engage in mutual combat. When Song Meng and the others entered the room and sat down, he hastily asked this with itching impatience and curiosity. This 4th senior martial brother normally treated people extremely coldly. But now that fierce close combat was imminent, he immediately acted like any other person, becoming excited and unafraid. Nonsense. I've heard that success in frontline battles doesn't rely solely on how many enemies you've killed before. What's most important is one's own cultivation. Because junior martial brother Han had bitterly cultivated beyond everyone else with great success, he was able to naturally succeed in this area. When the 3rd senior martial brother Lu Jing heard Song Meng's words, he couldn't help but tighten his face and say this with a somewhat rebuking tone. Hearing this, Han Li felt greatly surprised. He hadn't thought that these 3 senior martial brothers would speak mercilessly. He believed that with Song Meng's temperament he wouldn't be immediately rebuked. This left Han Li dumbstruck. Song Meng only chuckled and then remained silent. While Han Li was left in shock, the 3 senior martial brothers had suddenly turned their heads to him and amiably said, "Master already gave us a rough explanation, but in these passing days, I'm sure that new information has surfaced. I hope Han Li could give us a detailed briefing." "Yes. I'm also very curious. Who's part of this evil school that dares to abduct so many cultivators? They truly have great courage." 7th martial sister Zhong Wenyang didn't appear to be much older than Han Li. She had a round face with great clear white skin, and her smile had 2 shallow dimples. She was truly adorable. However, Han Li clearly understood that this senior martial sister Zhong was a genuine genius cultivator. He had heard that by the age of 16 she had already entered foundation establishment. She was now only 1 step away from mid-foundation establishment and received much favor from Li Huayuan and his wife. With that thought, Han Li sighed and slowly said, "Senior martial sister Zhong probably already knows that the majority of the cultivators abducted by the Black Fiend School were used as blood sacrifices for cultivation. A small number of them were spared, threatened into becoming their wretched followers. As a group of evil cultivators unfit to be seen under sunlight, they would naturally have great courage. Furthermore, after so many years of development, they now have quite a few foundation establishment experts, each of them extremely vicious. Blood sacrifice. That evil cultivation art that raises one's cultivation by absorbing the blood essence of other cultivators?" When Wu Xian heard this, his face hardened, asking this with a trembling voice. Song Meng and the others also displayed similar shock. 8th junior martial brother, are you not mistaken? Is it truly that bloody cultivation art? Lu Jing's scholarly face had a menacing air and a faint, ominous glint could be seen from his eyes. When Han Li saw this, his heart trembled. He had heard long ago that although this 3rd senior martial brother did not have the greatest cultivation among Li Huiyan's disciples, he was famed among the junior generation of the 7 sects for his bloody, obsessive hatred of evil and have slain countless degenerate cultivators by his hand. This was the main reason why martial idiots like Song Meng held such reverence toward 3rd senior martial brother Lu Jing. That's correct. They have cultivated like this for many years. Han Li naturally didn't conceal anything about the Black Fiend School and nodded his head with certainty. Junior martial brother Han, tell us everything that happened, senior martial brother Lu solemnly said to Han Li. The circumstances are as such. I had originally gone to attend a banquet at Prince Xian's residence with the Qin clan lord. Han Li slowly narrated through the events that occurred since that day at Prince Xian's residence. Naturally, secret details involving himself were excluded. However, Han Li did not expect that these 3 senior martial brothers were not easily deceived. They interrupted Han Li several times and carefully inquired about a few unclear details. Since the slightest mistake would cause Han Li to reveal everything, these questions truly caused sweat to flow down Han Li's back several times. This was the first time Han Li felt that weaving lies was truly difficult. After he answered all of Lu Jing's questions, the other 3's complexions greatly changed. This small Black Fiend School actually had 4 foundation establishment blood servants, not to mention several altar masters with similar cultivation bases and that profound schoolmaster. Furthermore, what was more troublesome was that their nest was actually Yuejing's forbidden city. Senior martial brother Lu, Should we ask Master for instructions and ask the sect for more men? With just us, I fear it will be extremely difficult to capture the Black Fiend sect's schoolmaster, Wu Xian said with hesitation. It was obvious that he didn't want to violate the 7 sects entry ban and that he wasn't entirely confident in his own strength. What? It seems 6th junior martial brother is somewhat cowardly? When Lu Jing heard Wu Xian's words, he raised his sharp eyebrows and spat this out with annoyance. Of course not. I only feel that acting as such is a bit unreliable. According to junior martial brother Han's words, they won't be able to run for quite some time. As such, asking for Master's opinion seems more appropriate. Wu Xian hastily disputed, naturally unwilling to admit this. Oh, good. This elder brother was just suspicious. However, junior martial brother Wu doesn't need to ask such a worrisome question. When we arrived, Master repeatedly warned us that if we encountered any difficulties, we should ask for assistance from Marshal Senior Hui Ming's disciples, who were sent to the nearby South Crow City for sect affairs. With Master's and Marshal Senior Hui Ming's friendly relationship, they will be certain to help us. Humph. Since we already know the Imperial Palace has already become a den of evil, how could I, Lu, turn a blind eye to them? Don't hesitate to follow me in. As for whether our charge into the Imperial Palace will violate the 7 sects prohibition, I, Lu Jing, will bear all the responsibility. Lu Jing declared with an ice-cold expression. Everyone at the scene looked at each other in dismay except for 7th senior martial sister Zhong Wenyang, who looked at him with enchanted eyes. It was obvious she had long fallen for this 3rd senior martial brother. Good. Since 3rd martial brother has said this, then junior martial brother naturally won't miss such a good show as this and will fight alongside senior martial brother. Song Meng became excited by senior martial brother Lu's words and heroically said this. I also won't leave senior martial brother. I will certainly charge together with him into the Imperial City. Zhong Wenyang repeatedly agreed, having come to her senses. When Lu Jing heard these two speak, his face smiled, expressing his gratitude. Then he turned his head toward Han Li and Wu Xian and asked, I don't know what you junior martial brothers intend to do. If you feel that senior martial brothers' methods are inappropriate and do not wish to participate in this battle, this senior martial brother will absolutely not force you. When he said this, Han Li hesitated, pondering about the advantages and disadvantages. Wu Xian, on the other hand, clenched his teeth. After his face changed between red and white several times, he said, Unless Master permits it with his very own mouth, I will not deliberately violate the prohibition. If senior martial brother truly wishes to personally charge into the Imperial Palace, I will not take part in it. I must first ask Master for instructions. His reasons were completely justifiable. You what? Hearing these words, Zhong Wenyang stood up with fury filling her chest. She wanted to say something but was stopped by Lu Jing. 6th junior martial brother's words are reasonable. To charge together with me into the Forbidden City is a strenuous and unrewarding task. We might also incur further blame after we withdraw. 3rd senior martial brother calmly commented. What does junior martial brother Han think? Could it be you are also going to mimic this fellow's example? You are a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. Surely you aren't so cowardly. In order to give her beloved a helping hand, Zhong Wenyang did not hesitate to use such shallow provocations. When Han Li heard this, he inwardly rolled his eyes. Han Li didn't immediately respond and instead lowered his head in thought, muttering to himself for a moment. This senior martial brother Lu was very considerate and did not rush Han Li. Instead, he calmly sat down and waited for Han Li's decision. All right, I will go. I was the one who originally raised this matter, so it would be inexcusable if I didn't go. Chapter 314. Meeting together. When Han Li said this, Zhong Wenyang beamed with joy and couldn't help but praise Han Li. Lu Jing also revealed a grateful expression. As for Song Meng, he stepped forward and firmly patted Han Li on the shoulder 2 times. With a large smile, he said, If I hadn't already met you and you were actually unwilling to go, I certainly would have had a falling out with you. However, I already know junior martial brother is a valiant figure. With that said, Song Meng glared coldly at Wu Xian. It seemed that Wu Xian truly did not have a good relationship with his fellow martial brothers. When Wu Xian saw this, he snorted and said, Since it is like this, I will find a peaceful place and won't disturb your grand event. I will tell Master everything that happened and hope that he doesn't blame you." Having said this, Wu Xian expressionlessly walked out of the room and left the Qin residence on his flying magic tool. Sixth senior martial brother is truly outrageous. He actually ran away as soon as a battle approached. It's unfortunate that he is my senior martial brother. Zhou Wenyang grumbled with great dissatisfaction. Enough. Everyone has their own ambitions, so don't force him. We must make our plans and arrangements as soon as possible. The faster we move, the safer we will be. After all, who knows if the Black Fiend schoolmaster is able to leave seclusion earlier than we originally thought, Lu Jing solemnly added. Senior martial brother has much experience in exterminating degenerate cultivators. You plan it. We will act as you say. In any case, when the time comes, I am fine so long as I take part in the fighting. Song Meng exclaimed with an excited appearance. Junior martial brother Song Yu. Lu Jing was rendered speechless by Song Meng's complete lack of plans and was left not knowing whether to laugh or to cry. Zhou Wenyang's eyes became crescent moons as she smiled sweetly. Han Li also faintly smiled and did not speak. Seventh junior martial sister. You are quite familiar with Martial Senior Huaming's disciple, Junior Martial Sister Chen. As such, it would be better if you were the one to go. Right now she is at South Crow City. Please go and request their assistance. After Lu Jing regained his composure, he calmly asked this of Zhou Wenyang. Junior Martial Sister Chen is also here? I haven't seen her for some time. However, we have quite a good relationship. There should be no question about her assistance, Zhou Wenyang replied with complete confidence. When Han Li heard the words Junior Martial Sister Chen, his heart shook. He thought to himself in confusion, what a coincidence. Is it really her? While Han Li was in doubt, he heard Lu Jing say something to him. Junior martial brother Han, I fear we will have to stay at the Qin residence for a while longer. We will require you to contact the members of the Qin residence and arrange a quiet residence for us, allowing for peaceful cultivation. The third senior martial brother spoke calmly. Han Li naturally agreed. Then what should I do? Song Meng couldn't help but impatiently ask. You will remain here and properly take care of the Qin residence in case the Black Fiend school suddenly launches an attack. I will go to the streets from time to time and look for any movements from the Black Fiend school. Since junior martial brother Han has already revealed their faces, it'll be harder for us to find them in public. Lu Ming answered indifferently. I understand. When he heard this, Song Meng dispiritedly agreed. The following days were extremely peaceful. Apart from Zhou Wenyang departing for Nanwu City to request assistance, the others generally remained at the Qin residence and cultivated. As for third martial brother Lu Jing, he went out several times in accordance with his previous words. However, he didn't acquire any useful information. It seemed as if all the Black Fiend school disciples had completely withdrawn themselves and went into hiding. Wu Xian was staying at an inn in Yuejing. Nobody knew what he wrote in his letter to Li Huayuan, but once he sent the letter, he casually and leisurely strolled through the bustling, lively parts of Yuejing without any thought of returning to the Qin residence. Nanwu City wasn't very far from Yuejing, so in less than 3 days, senior martial sister Zhong returned with 3 men and 2 women in tow. Among these was an exceptionally cool and elegant woman whom Han Li recognized to be junior martial sister Chen Xiaoqian. This caused Han Li's heart to be on edge. When Xiaoqian saw Han Li, she revealed slight shock, but she didn't say anything. Even if they hadn't spoken to one another, she was unable to consider Han Li to be a stranger. The other 3 men and 1 woman were Xiaoqian's fellow apprentices. 2 were at mid-foundation establishment and 2 were at early foundation establishment. When they saw Lu Jing, they appeared very cordial. It seemed they all recognized him. Zhou Wenyang introduced Han Li to everyone present as her newly accepted junior apprentice brother. But after hearing Han Li's name, the new arrivals apart from Xiaoqian revealed expressions of amazement. You are junior martial brother Han? You truly are quite young. We've all heard of junior martial brother Han's great reputation. A single person at the front lines was able to kill over 10 foundation establishment cultivators from the Devil Dao. Truly amazing. Xiaoqian's senior apprentice sister shouted with a sweet smile. This beautiful 27-year-old woman appeared to greatly admire Han Li. When these words left her lips, Lu Jing and Zhou Wenyang were greatly shocked. These two had been earlier dispatched on assignments and didn't participate in the second campaign between the Seven Sects and the Devil Dao. Naturally, they hadn't heard of Han Li's great acts in the slightest. Now that they heard their acquaintances say this, they felt greatly shocked. It should be known that although third senior martial brother had killed countless degenerate cultivators, he only killed 2 or 3 foundation establishment cultivators, each time being a bitter and long struggle for victory. However, Han Li had unexpectedly accomplished the great act of killing over 10 such foundation establishment cultivators, causing these two to feel astonished. They couldn't help but size up this unremarkable junior martial brother Han once more and feel far more respect toward him. Fourth senior martial brother, we didn't know about junior martial brother Han's accomplishments. Could you clearly explain why you never told me this? After she recovered her shock, Zhou Wenyang suddenly thought of something and loudly scolded Song Meng, who was standing to the side, concealing his laughter with his sleeve. It was a rather harsh criticism. Junior martial sister, you never asked me. You only asked about junior martial brother's cultivation. I believed that junior martial sister already knew about this, Song Meng proudly huffed. He had long since anticipated seeing the flabbergasted faces of his 2 fellow apprentices upon discovering this. As he expected, it was quite the view. How could Zhou Wenyang not hear the half-heartedness contained in those words? She gave him a fierce glance. Even though she was unwilling to let the matter drop, Lu Jing stepped in and said with a large smile, "Good. I didn't think that junior martial brother Han was so exceptional. Like this, we should be able to handle the Black Fiend schoolmaster with greater certainty." When he spoke these words, his face appeared overjoyed. However, Han Li felt a chill down his back. With great apprehension, he couldn't help but think to himself, surely this third senior martial brother doesn't want to have me duel the Black Fiend schoolmaster by myself? Han Li immediately mocked himself for thinking such a ridiculous thought and threw it to the back of his mind. Following that, Han Li and his senior martial brothers feasted with junior martial sister Qin and her fellow apprentices. Although they all had similar cultivation bases and could abstain from eating for long periods of time, they were now in the mortal world. Naturally, they would enjoy their present circumstances and satisfy their desire for good food. After they finished eating, Han Li called for Qin residence servants to clean up the feast. The group then started to discuss how to deal with the Black Fiend School and how to charge into the Imperial City. Lu Jing immediately made it clear that he was willing to assume complete responsibility for violating the Seven Sects prohibition. Thus, junior martial sister Qin and the others were relieved of their misgivings and agreed to go along with them. Based on the intelligence Han Li acquired, apart from the 4 so-called Great Blood Servants, the odds of the other altar masters being present at the Imperial Palace were quite low since they were stationed in various parts of the state of Yu where they managed school affairs. Thus, Lu Jing believed that with their current manpower, they were more than enough to handle the Black Fiend School, but they should nonetheless strike as soon as possible to prevent any future mishaps from emerging. The others that heard this felt this was reasonable and proceeded to cultivate the entire following day as they were weary from travel. On the night of the second day, taking advantage of the mortals' need to sleep, they would infiltrate the Imperial Palace in their plan to purge evil. At this moment, Han Li looked at everyone talking excitedly with a smile on his face, but he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. These people truly believed the Black Fiend School was feeble and weak. How could this possibly end well? After this great battle was concluded, it was hard to say how many of these people would still be left alive. Were it not for the secrets he obtained from the young prince and the usefulness it would have toward his chances of entering core formation in the future, he absolutely wouldn't make such a dangerous charge into the Imperial Palace. After all, he had no grudges against those who used the evil blood sacrifice technique to cultivate. All he had to do was leak information to the victims' clans and friends. In turn, they would take revenge and completely settle this matter. As for the principles of punishing the wicked, exterminating evil and upholding justice, Han Li had always believed that acting in accordance to one's capabilities was enough. If there was no danger and he wouldn't have to waste too much energy, he would be happy to act. Chapter 315. Preparations for the unexpected and suspicion. In the dead of night, Han Li quietly slipped out of his room without anyone noticing and then flew by himself in the direction of the Imperial City on his flying magic tool. While standing on the Divine Wind boat, Han Li looked down at a colossal pitch-black object from above, the huge entrance to the Imperial City. He faintly smiled and flew over it. In Han Li's eyes, the seven sects' mandate forbidding any disciples from trespassing into the Imperial City simply didn't matter to him. He would only comply with rules that he found to be beneficial to himself. Otherwise, he would be absurdly obeying empty rules that only served to stifle his actions. He had never been someone who strictly obeyed the rules. As Han Li coldly smiled, he had already flown more than 300 meters above the Imperial Palace and was clearly violating the prohibition. Taking advantage of the pitch-black night, Han Li silently surveyed his surroundings, his gaze sweeping across even the most desolate and unremarkable areas. His eyes suddenly brightened, and he flew toward an imperial garden filled with azure bamboo. Arriving above the bamboo forest, Han Li cautiously swept his gaze in every direction. Then he concealed his body's spiritual qi and slowly descended. Han Li clearly understood that although the Black Fiend School controlled the Imperial Palace, they weren't able to keep an eye on every place. Furthermore, although they had many sentries with his nameless qi vanishing chant, he didn't have the slightest fear of any Black Fiend School members discovering him. Besides, from what he learned from the young prince, he was very familiar with the usual arrangements of the Black Fiend School's sentries. Even if they revised the sentry placements so long as he doesn't mindlessly rush into a heavily guarded area, Han Li was completely unworried. This place was clearly a forgotten corner of the Imperial Palace. Not only was the bamboo forest filled with dried branches and rotten leaves, it also faintly released the smell of decay. The branches and leaves were left uncut, causing the forest to appear lush and thriving. Seeing this 5-acre-sized bamboo forest, Han Li revealed a satisfied expression. He cast incantation gestures and released a soundproofing barrier, shrouding the entire bamboo forest. Then with a solemn expression he took out a set of formation plates and flags. This was the improved 5 elements reversal formation that Qi Yunxiao had given him. Even if the Black Fiend Schoolmaster is difficult to deal with this 5 phases reversal formation, we can just take up an invincible position. Han Li looked at the set of magic tools in his hand and muttered this to himself. He then strode into the pitch-black forest with a resolute spirit. For hours later, Han Li slowly walked out with an exhausted appearance. Because time was short, he was only able to lay out a small portion of the formation, but it still should be enough. Han Li took a look in every direction, and upon seeing that there was no one there, he released the soundproofing barrier and then flew off on his Divine Wind boat. Han Li had been quiet and hadn't alarmed anyone from the Black Fiend School during the time he infiltrated the Imperial Palace and set up the Great Formation. Although the 4 Great Blood Servants were exceptionally vigilant due to the instructions of the Black Fiend Schoolmaster, the situation was as Han Li had predicted. They had only placed dense sentries outside of the Cold Palace, but the other locations were now even more lax than before. This was one of the reasons Han Li was able to leave and enter so easily. When he flew back to the Qin residence, the sky was still dark. Han Li chose to spend the remaining time before daybreak to meditate. When morning came, he walked out of the room and gathered together with the others in the large hall as if nothing had happened. He chatted and joked with the others as normal. Upon discussion of the upcoming great battle, he didn't mention the 5 elements reversal formation in the slightest. In Han Li's mind, the fewer that knew of this prepared life preservation measure, the better. If he didn't end up needing to use this formation in order to achieve a decisive victory, he would be even more happy. This 5 phases reversal formation would remain as his own trump card. Lu Ming and his fellow Yellow Maple Valley sect members naturally didn't know what Han Li was thinking. But when the topic of this night's upcoming great battle was mentioned, everyone revealed eager and excited appearances. Apart from Lu Jing and 2 or 3 others, the rest of them had no experience fighting other Foundation establishment cultivators. This was the main reason why Han Li didn't feel very confident about this operation. Han Li had continuously believed that cultivators that haven't experienced their baptism of blood were certain to have a disastrous end, even when facing experienced opponents with lower cultivation. To make a mistake and lose one's life wasn't a rare occurrence. Thus, when he saw these people happily chat and laugh, his eyes occasionally revealed a strange expression. After all, cultivators that were able to reach Foundation establishment were certain to have faced some hardship to reach where they were today. However, after tonight's battle, These people were likely to be buried there, which was an extremely pitiful thought. Junior Marshal Brother Han, could you accompany me for a moment? Xianxia, who had originally been bantering with Zhou Xian, then looked at Han Li's face and suddenly asked him to accompany her. Not only was Han Li amazed by these words, but even Xiaoqian's fellow apprentices were silently gaping in surprise. With a gaze of disbelief, they glanced at Han Li and their young junior martial sister who had always been cold toward male cultivators. Seeing Han Li's blank, foolish appearance, Zhou Xian rolled her eyes. It was unknown what she was thinking before she suddenly went to whisper a few words in Xiaoqian's ear. Suddenly this junior martial sister Qin blushed, and after giving Zhou Xian a fierce look, she walked out of the great hall in a relaxed manner. She appeared to be quietly waiting for Han Li to follow her. Young junior martial brother, what are you spacing out for? Such a beautiful woman as junior martial sister Qin is waiting for you outside. What are you hesitating for? Lu Jing smiled as he walked over and lightly patted Han Li's shoulder, saying this jokingly. Han Li rubbed his nose with all his strength and wanted to bitterly laugh, but for some unknown reason he couldn't even smile. After dryly laughing a few times, Han Li walked out under the envious gazes of the male cultivators. If he further hesitated, wouldn't that appear as if he were truly lacking in confidence? He felt as if he had nothing to be afraid of. After he walked out of the hall, Xiaoqian was still lost in thought as she looked in the direction of the garden with heart-moving attractiveness. As she heard Han Li's footsteps without turning her head, she coldly said, "Accompany me to the garden. I wish to consult with junior martial brother about a few matters." With that said, Xiaoqian didn't wait for Han Li's reply. She walked on as if she were certain Han Li would agree. Looking at her attractive appearance from behind, Han Li unconsciously wrinkled his brow. After some thought, he silently smiled and walked after her. To have a walk with such a delicate beauty was a truly delightful affair. Han Li was walking several steps behind Xiaoqian, admiring her graceful and ample body. He already felt that this walk was well worth it. Besides, when he thought of his encounter with this great beauty during that year, he felt something unexplainable from his heart. When I and eldest brother saw you that year, we truly believed that your esteemed self-success during the trial of blood and fire was only due to luck. I truly did not think during that year junior martial brother Han was actually an expert, disguised as a pig to eat a tiger. Not only did you deceive us two siblings, but I fear you also kept all the other experts present there in the dark. As Han Li was letting his imagination run wild, Xiaoqian indifferently said this with her back facing him. Han Li had somewhat anticipated these words earlier and didn't express any surprise. Instead, he scratched the back of his head and slightly smiled, saying, "Senior martial sister Qin is quite funny. Disguised as a pig to eat a tiger?" At the time, this little brother was truly fortunate and had only passed through with luck. When Han Li said this, his face didn't have the slightest hint of strangeness, as if he had spoken the truth. "Junior martial brother Han, you still wish to deceive me even now?" Han Li's words seemed to anger Xiaoqian. After her voice grew cold, she suddenly turned around and her bright eyes turned ice cold. Seeing this, Han Li revealed amazement as if he had no idea as to why she was angry. When junior martial sister Qin saw Han Li act this way, she grew even more angry. "Fine. I won't further question you about the matters of the trial of blood and fire. But there is one matter that you must sincerely answer." Although her tone grew even colder, her face wore a peculiar expression. "What is it?" "Senior martial sister Qin, do not hesitate to ask me. This one will certainly give a sincere answer." Han Li faintly realized something causing his heart to become restless. However, on the surface he still appeared extremely honest. 7 to 8 years ago, did you encounter anything on the east side of the Taiyue mountain range? When Xiaoqian asked this, her cheeks became slightly red as if she became somewhat shy as she nervously waited for Han Li's reply. 7 to 8 years ago. Han Li lowered his head in contemplation as if he were recalling something. In truth, Han Li's heart was pounding. How after so many years has this person still not given up her thoughts of finding me? Furthermore, her expression is bashful. Could it be she has fallen in love with her savior? Han Li thought, feeling greatly puzzled. This wasn't because Han Li was unromantic. Rather, it was because he didn't have any intentions of having a pair cultivation partner. Although Han Li had a somewhat ordinary interest toward Xiaoqian, Whenever the question of affection was raised, Han Li would automatically eliminate such thoughts without knowing why. Perhaps this was because of the affectionate scene that year between her and senior martial brother Lu, caused him to be unable to accept this woman until even now. Chapter 316. Disappearance No. 7 to 8 years ago this one was helping senior martial brother Ma take care of his medicine garden, but wasn't that when the trial of blood and fire take place? Why is senior martial sister Chen asking this? Han Li calmly replied after he raised his head, wearing a flawless expression of curiosity. Xianxia's complexion instantly became pale before momentarily biting her red lips and stiffly saying, "No? Yet I remember junior martial brother Han had gone out that year, and the timing matches almost perfectly." "Oh. That time I went out was in preparation for the trial of blood and fire, buying a few magic tools and talismans. However, when I went out I didn't encounter anything out of the ordinary," Han Li calmly denied. Hearing Han Li's words, Xian remained speechless for a long while. She only coldly glanced at Han Li as if she were truly staring into Han Li's heart. "Since it is like this, there is nothing to say. Junior martial brother, you may leave. I wish to be alone in a moment of peace." A trace of heartfelt disappointment appeared on Xiaoqian's face. She gently turned her face to the side and said this with a tiresome voice. When Han Li saw this, he sighed. He knew regardless of whether the other party trusted his words, this senior martial sister Chen would no longer disturb him. With his distant and respectful tone, this senior martial sister should come to a conclusion. But with her prideful nature, she naturally wouldn't take the initiative to find him again. "Senior martial sister, I will take my leave." Han Li saluted, and without the slightest hesitation, he turned around and left the garden. When Han Li could no longer be seen, Xiaoqian turned around and looked in the direction of the garden exit with a complicated gaze. She faintly whispered, "If it isn't you, then who is it? During that year the only one who went out at the same time and had strength was you, junior martial brother Han." With that said, she gracefully walked up to blooming peony flower and nimbly picked the lovely flower with her flawless fingers. She put it up to her nose and took a soft whiff. With the fragrant scent of the flower, Xiaoqian sunk into a deep state of contemplation. After Han Li left the flower garden, he let out a long sigh. After he shook his head, he quickly returned to the hall with hurried steps. When the others saw Han Li's quick return, they were all a bit startled. However, none of them were so tactless as to take the initiative to ask about the matter. Even when a few people made some jokes about Han Li and Xiaoqian, Han Li laughed it away without paying it much mind. His expression wasn't the slightest bit strange. Not long after, Xiaoqian returned and sat down next to Zhou Xian with her normal expression. She continued to whisper with her. When the others saw this, they naturally found it embarrassing to further joke about the two and immediately changed the topic back to the matter of their battle with the Black Fiend School. Time seemed to pass by quickly and the bright sky quickly darkened. The Yellow Maple Valley cultivators had already returned to their rooms and were making preparations for their upcoming battle. Although they each felt that their party of Foundation Establishment cultivators held a great advantage and that victory should be of no problem, each and every one of them felt very wary. After all, no one wants to carelessly throw their own life away. However, when they thought of the many benefits they would gain from exterminating the Black Fiend School's nest, it was hard for them not to feel excited. After all, such opportunities to surround and annihilate Foundation Establishment cultivators without any recourse were incredibly rare. During their vicious fights with the Devil Dao cultivators, their minds would naturally be focused on the struggle of life and death instead. This time there wouldn't only be one or two Black Fiend School Foundation Establishment cultivators. Also, they were certain to have no small amount magic tools and good materials on hand as well. In particular, receiving a share of such spoils was a large reason as to why junior martial sister Chen's fellow apprentices even agreed to help. Otherwise, who would be willing to risk their life from the mere talk of annihilating a nest of evil cultivators? Han Li returned to his room as well, calmly inspecting the puppets he had on hand. Meanwhile, the four friends of Meng Mountain were standing in front of him, respectfully waiting on him as if he was their leader. After Han Li naturally introduced them to his fellow sect members, the dark-faced old man thought to become closer to these few cultivators and see whether or not he could dredge some benefits. However, regardless of who it was, None of them attached any importance to this dark-faced old qi condensation rogue cultivator. After speaking a few blunt words, these several people sent them away. This caused them to realize that not every Foundation establishment cultivator of the 7 great sects were willing to associate with them. Thus, they became increasingly respectful toward Han Li. In this fight against the Black Fiend School, regardless of what happens, you are not required to come. It may be better for you to flee the capital during the night. The puppet beast in Han Li's hand flashed with white light and then he put it away in his storage bag. After that he said this with an indifferent expression. But Senior, how could we flee from the battle? The dark-faced old man hastily spoke on behalf of all of them. This isn't a question of fleeing or not. You are all simply incapable of acting. If you were to personally join in, you would only be wasting your lives in vain. Here are some high-grade magic tools. Each of you may take one. Consider them parting gifts from a senior. After Han Li shook his head, he said this with a faint smile. With that said, Han Li then swept his sleeve as several exquisite, glimmering magic tools appeared across the table. It wasn't that Han Li didn't have a surplus of top-grade magic tools on hand. After he had killed so many Foundation establishment cultivators, the number of tools he had received naturally made an astonishing collection. However, Han Li had no intention of handing them over to these people, as high-grade magic tools could be considered a rather good gift to rogue cultivators. He feared that taking out top-grade magical tools, he would provoke their greed from them and it would be harder to satisfy them in the future. As expected, when the 4 friends of Meng Mountain saw these magic tools, they all displayed joy as they repeatedly thanked him. They also stated that he shouldn't hesitate to find them at Meng Mountain, as they would be happy to take care of any matters he had in the future. After receiving the promise that he wanted to hear from them, Han Li gave them face by personally sending them off from Yuejing, causing them to be grateful without end. But before they departed, the dark-faced old man suddenly pulled Han Li to the side and carefully said, "Senior, will 5th sister appear at the Black Fiend School?" Senior doesn't need to say anything, as us siblings truly understand, but I fear that 4th brother may have already somewhat guessed. Even though we all don't want to open that window in the slightest, 5th sister sank far too deeply. It would also be good if she were to never appear in front of us again. After speaking these heavy words, the old man seemed to have released a heavy burden and respectfully bid Han Li farewell. Han Li waited in place, watching the 4 friends of Meng Mountain gradually grow farther away, as pondered about the meaning of the dark-faced old man's last words. After a quarter hour, Han Li suddenly smiled before flying back to the city soon after. After he returned to the Qin residence, the sky had already darkened and the group from Yellow Maple Valley were all waiting in the main hall. However, after entering, he shockingly discovered that his 3rd senior martial brother was unexpectedly absent. Astonished, Han Li couldn't help but ask Song Meng, who was cleaning a blue longsword magic tool, "4th senior martial brother, where is 3rd senior martial brother?" Senior martial brother Lu went to go find 6th junior martial brother to persuade him, as our odds for tonight's battle will be far greater if junior martial brother Wu agrees to come. But from how I see it, senior martial brother Lu is just wasting time. If that fellow Zhou Xian wanted to help us, he wouldn't have left in the first place. Song Meng said without raising his head. He went to find 6th senior martial brother? Han Li wrinkled his brow. Just as Han Li wanted to ask a few more particular questions, Lu Jing had returned wearing a queer expression. "Junior martial brother Lu, is your junior martial brother Wu still unwilling to come? If it's like that, then forget about it. Having one less person does not matter, as the 9 of us are more than enough to deal with that Black Fiend School." The oldest male disciple of junior martial sister Chen's group said without care. "If it was like, it would be fine. But the key part of my trip was that I simply couldn't find junior martial brother Wu." Lu Jing unhurriedly said with a bitter smile. At this moment all of them, including Han Li, had blank stares. "How can that be, senior martial brother Lu? Wasn't that coward staying at a nearby tavern? Could it be possible that he returned to master early?" Zhong Wenyang blinked with wide eyes and guessed. "No. I already asked the inn's boss about this. After junior martial brother Wu went out yesterday morning, he never returned. The inn's clothes washer didn't clean anything of his, and nor does it seem he had returned to the sect." Lu Jin shook his head. His words were filled with worry. Hearing this, the others began spiritedly discussing about it, but nobody could figure out what had happened. However, while off to the side, Han Li faintly thought, could it be that Wu Xian was unlucky and had actually been captured by the Black Fiend School? Perhaps because Lu Jing's thoughts were the same as Han Li's, he made this decisive announcement after gazing at the night sky. Let's put off the matter of Junior Marshal Brother Wu for now. We're setting off. We must be victorious in our fight so that we may thoroughly exterminate the Black Fiend School. Chapter 317. Four Symbols Formation. As soon as the curtain of night descended, a group of unexpected visitors flew from the sky into the dark imperial city. The group consisted of Han Li and 8 other Yellow Maple Valley cultivators. With their magic tools, they arrived above the pitch-black walls of the Forbidden City. The leader, Lu Jing, glanced at this so-called forbidden area. After a slight moment of hesitation, he extended his arm forward with great heroism. Go! Without hesitation or doubt, Lu Jing resolutely said this, before he took the lead and charged in. When the others saw this, they naturally followed closely behind him. The fear toward the 7-sect prohibition had long ago been tossed to the back of their minds. Han Li wasn't at the front of the charge. Instead, he chose to fly at the back of the group and deliberately fell a bit behind. This actually wasn't because of any particular thoughts. Rather, this was because he was silently feeling out the 5 elements reversal great formation he had installed last night. When they arrived several kilometers away from the Imperial Palace, the corner of Han Li's mouth formed a mysterious smile. Excellent. The great formation was still intact and the spiritual chi mark he secretly placed wasn't damaged in the slightest. This caused Han Li to feel exceptionally happy. After a moment, the 9 of them were hovering above the Imperial Palace as they looked down at the entirety of it. Everyone listen up. For this operation, we will act according to our previously discussed arrangements. Our forces will be divided into 2 groups. The first group will hurry to the current Emperor of Yu's sleeping quarters and rescue him from the hands of the Black Fiend School, and prevent them from taking the state of Yu's Emperor as a hostage out of desperation. The second group will head to the Cold Palace where the Black Fiend Schoolmaster is located and first focus on killing the 4 Great Blood Servants. Then the 2 teams will regroup before finally subduing the secluded Black Fiend Schoolmaster. With a solemn expression, Lu Jing repeated his plans for the night, causing the listeners to repeatedly nod their heads. The members of each team have already been decided. The 2 female cultivators, Qin Xiaoqing and Zhong Wenyang, formed the first group and will be rescuing the Emperor of the State of Yu. Lu Jing and the rest formed the second group and would throw themselves at the 4 Great Blood Servants that were guarding the Cold Palace. Han Li was included among them. 7th Junior Marshal Sister, Junior Marshal Sister Qin, be very careful. Lu Jing urged them with great concern before they split up. After the 2 women gave a solemn response, they flew down to the side. They silently disappearing into the darkness soon after. From now on, if anyone sees a cultivator, do not hold back. Any cultivators casually moving about in the Imperial Palace are certain to be enemies from the Black Fiend School. We will begin now. Let us create an opportunity for our 2 junior marshal sisters. Han Li and the others followed after them. After a short moment, the 7 of them descended from the sky in an arrogantly domineering manner and were immediately discovered by the Black Fiend School disciples guarding the perimeter of the Cold Palace. After many sharp whistles were blown, countless magic techniques and tools assaulted them from every direction. Even mere specks of light dare to outshine the moon. After Lu Jing grandly raised his hand, a sparkling silk scarf flew out from his hand. In an instant, the scarf had formed a huge barrier that protected Han Li and everyone else behind it from the incoming attacks. It seemed he was truly confident in the power of this magic tool. The moment the silk scarf unfolded, a barrage of magic techniques and tools fell upon it, causing it to release a dazzling white light. After he coldly snorted, he shot 2 streaks of silver light straight toward his head. When the others saw this, their magic tools began to shine. They thought to immediately make a united attack against the newly appeared Black Fiend School expert. After all, this wasn't a practice match against fellow sect members. They naturally wouldn't fight alone. Han Li equivalently took out his 6 golden blades from his storage pouch and shot them out. If this attack was enough to kill this blood servant, Han Li would naturally be happy to do it. But before their attacks could land, the scenery before their eyes blurred for a moment and underwent a huge change. Everyone was greatly shocked to discover that in the blink of an eye they had suddenly appeared in a world of frost and snow. A vast expanse of whiteness surrounded them with bone-chilling winds, and huge drifting snowflakes filled the entire sky. Where did that white-clothed silhouette go? Although Lu Jing and company were shocked, they knew that they had fallen into the Four Symbols formation. Thus, after a brief moment of panic, they had all regained their composure. After all, they were Foundation establishment cultivators from the same sect and had nothing to fear from this minor formation. Hee. Your courage is quite great, actually daring to injure our school's disciples. Properly stay put for the moment in our school's great protection formation. That ice-cold voice sounded as if it came from every direction at the same time, causing a truly astonishing impression. Four Symbols formation? Does anyone here comprehend this formation spell? We had best break out quickly. Else, we will be letting the four great blood servants gather together, and that would prove troublesome. Lu Jing didn't take notice of the ice demon's infuriating words and instead said this to the others with a calm expression. When he said this, the others mutually looked at each other and didn't speak for a short while. I understand a bit of the Tao of formation spells and have heard of this Four Symbols formation before. However, I didn't particularly study the specific method to break this formation. This formation spell can be considered to be an obscure type. As such, one normally wouldn't study such a formation. Chen Xiaoqian's senior martial sister hesitantly said, interrupting the awkward silence. This is a bit troublesome. Could it be we have to use brute force to break the formation? Lu Jing wrinkled his brow and muttered to himself with reluctance. Relying on brute force to break a formation is admittedly a simple and direct method. However, not only was it more time-consuming, but it would also consume a large amount of everyone's magic power, which would naturally put them at a huge disadvantage in the great battle following the destruction of the formation. Perhaps this was the true intention of why the enemy has used this formation. When the others heard this, they looked at each other with worry and dismay. At this moment, a very curious voice spoke out. Junior Martial Brother Han, what are you doing? Song Meng didn't understand the slightest bit about formation spells and wasn't troubling himself with thinking about how to break the formation. Instead, he was looking around and actually saw Han Li's actions. Han Li was currently grasping a clear crystal ball magic tool and placed it in front of his eyes. Gazing thought it, he was staring at a particular direction. This peculiar action strongly piqued Song Meng's curiosity, causing him to ask this without thinking. This question attracted the others' attention, causing them all to look toward Han Li with puzzlement. Han Li put down the crystal ball with an ordinary expression. Then he turned his head toward Lu Jing and said, I have likely found a gap in the formation. What? You found a weakness? Han Li's words caused everyone's face to reveal pleasant surprise. Lu Jing was particularly overjoyed. 1. Chapter 318. Qing Wen's reappearance as expected. Han Li is far beyond ordinary, being able to find a hole so quickly. What is its weakness? Lu Jing praised Han Li and amiably asked. Han Li faintly smiled and suddenly handed the crystal ball over. Senior Martial Brother, look into this violet light orb and you'll understand. Han Li pointed in the direction he had just looked at. When Lu Jing heard this, he took the magic tool with great curiosity and carefully looked into it. After he took a glance, Lu Jing revealed astonishment. After a short moment, he passed the crystal ball back to Han Li and lowered his head, muttering to himself. Another moment passed by before he raised his head and anxiously said to the others, Han Li's words are true. For some unknown reason, the spiritual chi fluctuations in that direction appears much thinner. It seems that this formation was laid out in a hurry and exposed an unintentional flaw. Lu Jing's voice grew louder as if he were brimming with confidence. Then what does Senior Martial Brother Lu intend to do? Chen Xiaoqian's senior martial sister couldn't help but ask. Concentrate all of our attacks at the weak point. I am confident we will be able to break this formation without expending much magic power. Lu Jing said with certainty. Since it is like that, we should act quickly. When Song Meng heard this, he could no longer wait. He immediately raised his hand and released his blue-threaded sword, causing it to spin above his head. The others wore expressions of eagerness after hearing Lu Jing's words. When Lu Jing saw this, he no longer hesitated and immediately exclaimed, "Good. Let's break through this formation and give our enemies a show." After this was said, over 10 magic tools emitted a dazzling radiance and fiercely shot toward the formation's flaw. Outside of the formation, the ice demon felt extremely anxious while commanding the school disciples to take up an encirclement formation. Ever since the Black Fiend schoolmaster had requested the 4 great blood servants to remain within the palace, they should have been taking turns to guard in pairs. But Xiaxia, who was originally supposed to be on guard with him, had recently reached the great success stage in his cultivation. Using the excuse of wanting to immediately enter mid-foundation establishment, he stealthily ran off to the blood prison to cultivate. As ice demon, he was unwilling to offend the brilliant rising talent in the 4 blood servants, so he had tacitly turned a blind eye. However, that moment of neglect had left him alone while guarding the entrance against an invasion of so many strong enemies. However, it was fortunate that he was quick-witted. He first used this 4 divisions formation to trap the enemy, and then dispatched disciples to the blood prison and the rear palace to quickly fetch the other 3 blood servants without delay. He clearly understood that these few chi condensation disciples were no match against these strong enemies. But luckily the enemy had been trapped within the 4 divisions formation, buying quite a bit of time. So long as he could stall for a bit of time, his 3 comrades would be certain to promptly arrive. With the 4 great blood servants acting together, the ice demon would have nothing to be afraid of. Just as he was thinking this, a loud rumbling vibration could be heard from within the 4 divisions formation. The thick white fog that filled the formation was then fiercely blown away, appearing as if the formation was about to be destroyed. What is this? It is impossible for the 4 symbols formation to break so quickly. Something must have went wrong. When the ice demon saw this, his pale face concealed by the cold chi had turned somewhat green. "Sir Ice Demon, the enemies have struck far too quickly." A few of the disciples that were in charge of the formation died, causing the 4 symbols formation to be insufficiently manned. It is possible that the enemy saw through the gap. When a nearby Black Fiend school disciple saw this, he carefully gave an explanation. When the ice demon heard this, he became alarmed and furious. Just as he was about to loudly rebuke him, he heard a gentle voice from behind him. "Ice demon, what happened?" The 4 symbols formation had actually activated, but it appears unable to hold the enemy. When the ice demon heard this, he immediately felt relieved. "Qingwen, it's good that you've quickly arrived." The ice demon couldn't conceal his happiness and hastily turned his head to look at him. At an unknown time, 2 people had appeared about 15 meters behind him. One of them appeared 30 years old with a beardless and unremarkable face. He was wearing an azure Taoist robe and looked at the 4 symbol formation's strange condition with a solemn expression. "Who is invading us? And where is that youngster Xiaxia?" Tai Luo stroked his bald head with an expression of bloodlust. "Right now, Xiaxia is..." A huge rumbling from the 4 symbols formation interrupted the ice demon. The 4 symbols formation's dense fog ruptured and completely disappeared, revealing the silhouettes of Han Li's group. After clearly seeing the number and cultivation of these invaders, Qingwen's complexion slightly darkened and Tai Luo appeared greatly astonished. "Haha. You evil cultivators believed that a broken formation was able to trap us Yellow Maple Valley cultivators? That's just wishful thinking." After Song Meng appeared once more before the cold palace, he couldn't help but loudly yell this with excitement. "Yellow Maple Valley?" Qingwen and the other 2 were slightly startled. However, after a short moment of thought, they quickly recovered. Apart from the 7 great sects, who else could dispatch so many foundation establishment cultivators in the state of you? Why have you stormed the imperial palace in the night? Could it be you are unafraid of violating the prohibition? Without waiting for Lu Jing and company to speak, Qingwen calmly asked. He knew about the 7 sects ban and hoped he could use this to cause Lu Jing's group to become fearful of the consequences. Lu Jing coldly snorted, and before he could open mouth, he heard an alarmed cry from the bald man. "It's you. Aren't you from the Thousand Bamboo School? How are you together with the Yellow Maple Valley cultivators?" As the large bald man Tai Luo swept his gaze across them, he discovered Han Li among them and couldn't help but loudly ask this with amazement and confusion. These words left both enemies and allies stunned. In a flash, all eyes gathered upon Han Li. At this moment, Taoist priest Qingwei had clearly recognized Han Li and couldn't help but twitch his face. Disbelief could be seen in his eyes. When have I ever said that I was someone from the Thousand Bamboo School? Qingwen inwardly complained without end, immediately abandoning the 2 golden rings. Instead he hurriedly searched himself and took out a shiny brass mirror. At this moment Han Li pointed at the huge sword of light with an ice-cold expression. The huge sword fiercely chopped down from the sky without sound. The crushing blow was about to break through barrier and man with astonishing grandeur. Upon seeing this, Senior Marshal Brother Wang had forgotten to take advantage of Qingwen's moment of distraction to destroy his golden rings. Instead he was mesmerized while staring at the huge sword's heaven-stunning might. His entire mind was occupied with the thoughts of whether or not he would be able to withstand such a strike. As the target of the attack, Taoist priest Qingwen's expression grew extremely solemn, and he hastily tossed the brass mirror above him. The brass mirror quickly flew out of the light barrier and flashed, producing a yellow cloud about 3 meters wide above him. In the blink of an eye, it solidified into a huge shield that continuously revolved above him. Han Li's complexion sunk as he formed an incantation gesture with his hand. The huge sword of light thunderously roared and chopped down with even more astonishing might, reaching the brass shield in an instant. Along with the sound of an immense explosion, the shield released an immense yellow radiance. But underneath the huge sword's fierce blow, it was only able to endure for a short moment before releasing a wail as it broke into pieces. With nothing left to stop the sword of light, it chopped down on the azure prism barrier, causing it to groan underneath the huge sword's immense pressure. Seeing the huge sword's astonishing might, Qingwen's expression finally became panicked. His hands flickered with azure light before he quickly pressed them against opposite sides of the prism barrier. He then did his utmost to pour spiritual power into the azure wood true barrier in an attempt to strengthen its defensive power. The 3-colored light released by the huge sword strained the azure light barrier underneath it, causing the barrier to produce a crackle. With Qingwen's desperate assistance, the azure wood true barrier managed to withstand the might of the light sword's downward chop. In the following moment Han Li expedited his magic techniques. He wished to use the huge sword to forcefully break through the light barrier and kill him as revenge for his previous betrayal. On the other side, Qingwen was madly pouring spiritual power into the light barrier in an attempt to exhaust the sword's strength and save his life. At this moment, Senior Marshal Brother Wang finally came to his senses and quickly destroyed the 2 golden rings with ease. He then commanded his 3 streaks of light to strike Qingwen in a relentless charge, clearly understanding that Han Li was stuck in a deadlock with Qingwen. So long as he provided even the slightest assistance, he would be the final straw that would tip the scales and overwhelm the enemy, easily killing this formidable opponent. With this he would be entitled to a significant share of this blood servant's treasure when the time came. With that thought, the fire in his heart became even more fervent. But as Senior Marshal Brother Wang was dreaming, Qingwen's complexion greatly changed, and a streak of yellow light shot toward Qingwen at the speed of lightning. In the following instant he had disappeared from his original location, allowing Han Li's tricolored sword of light to strike at the ground and create a large hole 3 meters deep. Senior Marshal Brother Wang's 3 streaks of green light naturally missed its target, causing him to glance in the direction of the yellow streak of light with alarm and anger. As expected, Taoist priest Qingwen's light barrier appeared nearly 100 meters away. A yellow-clothed youth with a lazy appearance stood by his side. He looked at Senior Marshal Brother Wang and said with complete calm, "This person had previously saved my life. Could your esteemed self not kill him off so lightly?" After he said this he chuckled and continued looking at Han Li with a smile. "Brother Han, I truly didn't think that we'd one day meet again." Wu Jiuji pays his respects. The unperturbed youth was that young cultivator Wu Jiuji who had attempted to pickpocket Han Li that previous year at the Great South meeting. However, at this moment, his body was faintly emitting a strange yellow light and his cultivation had reached the early foundation establishment stage. 1. Jiuji, this person walks an entirely different path from us. Why must you speak so much? Since you've come, all 4 of us can now fight. Taoist priest Qing retracted his previously thrilled expression and couldn't help but resentfully look at Han Li. When Wu Jiuji heard this, he sighed and didn't speak any further with Han Li. When Qing saw this, he suddenly made 2 long whistles followed by a short whistle. When Tai Luo and the ice demon heard this, they revealed pleasant surprise. They immediately leapt out of the Yellow Maple Valley's joint attack and flew toward Qing and Wu Jiuji. What going on? Another one has appeared. This is going to be troublesome. When Lu Jing saw the sudden appearance of Wu Jiuji, he immediately understood the battle's circumstances had shifted and couldn't help but wrinkle his brow. Now that 4 of these truly unordinary blood servants had gathered together, it was clear to Lu Jing that the situation had become more difficult to deal with. In the previous battle against the 2 blood servants with his group of 5, they weren't able to even injure one of them. Even with their advantage of numbers, they had only been able to gain the upper hand. With that thought, Lu Jing prudently called out for Han Li and senior martial brother Wang to stand beside them. As Han Li looked at Wu Jiuji who had just appeared, he felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. During that year he had quite a favorable impression of that strange, spirited youth. However, gods make fools of men, and now the 2 had no choice but to fight to the death. Demon transformation. Qing Wen and the other blood servants realized that by relying on ordinary means, they would be unable to win against Han Li's group, as they were outnumbered nearly 2 to 1. Following Qing Wen's cold declaration, their bodies all released a blood-red radiance. They then transformed into 4 cocoons of blood-red light, and began their demon transformation, intending to eliminate Han Li's group in a single move. 1. Han Li met Wu Jiuji at the Great South meeting. He had attempted to pickpocket him. Chapter 320. Broken Cocoon. When the Yellow Maple Valley cultivators saw this, they were reminded of what Han Li had told them about the blood servants' demonic transformation. They all knew that during their transformation, the blood servants would become easy, stationary targets. Thus, they launched magic tools and techniques, assaulting the 4 cocoons of light without restraint. Naturally, they wouldn't let go of an opportunity like this to subdue the enemy. Unfortunately, as Han Li had said, the light spheres were incredibly hard. Despite the violent storm of attacks, the cocoons remained intact. They didn't appear to be even slightly damaged, causing the faces of the Yellow Maple Valley cultivators to become unsightly. Everyone, if you have any last resorts, use them. Do not hold back. If you don't use them now, we will be in dire straits when they emerge from their cocoons. With that said, Lu Jing immediately withdrew his magic tools and solemnly took out a golden talisman, pressing it between his 2 hands. He started muttering a mysterious incantation, causing the talisman to radiate with unceasingly dazzling golden light. Although Han Li didn't know what grade that talisman was, he grew alarmed upon seeing it. Since Lu Jing, a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, required an incantation to activate it, it meant that this talisman was no common item. When the others saw this, they looked at each other and then revealed their hidden capabilities. The most eye-catching among them were Song Meng and Qin Xiaoqian's senior martial sister. They both took out an inscribed treasure talisman and then immediately sat down to activate them. Blue and gray radiance emitted from their treasure talismans, causing those who looked on to feel envious. Treasure talismans aren't easy to acquire for foundation establishment cultivators, even with the backing of a large clan. Only those who were looked upon with great affection by their seniors would be granted them. Otherwise, with merely their own wealth and status, how could they possibly acquire such a treasure? The others were unwilling to be outdone and made a display of their own. They either strenuously used impressive magic techniques or brought out wondrous magic tools for their attacks. Brilliance immediately filled the sky as their magic tools and techniques were chaotically flourished. Han Li used neither his talisman treasures nor his astonishingly powerful giant sword technique. Instead, he chose to use his most energy-efficient method. With a wave of his hands, several heavy objects fell to the ground in front of him of his puppet beasts. The puppet beasts opened their ice-cold eyes and their bloodthirsty maws, fiercely shooting out several beams of light in a well-practiced manner. Han Li stood behind them, taking advantage of the situation to restore the magic power used during the previous fight. As he had yet to encounter that Black Fiend schoolmaster, he wasn't willing to use the entirety of his strength and prematurely exhaust his magic power. Han Li intended to preserve his magic power in preparation for any contingencies in the upcoming battle. He had a few more hidden cards, but he wouldn't reveal them until the time came. The appearance of the puppet beast had somewhat surprised the others, but they immediately went back to focusing on their own matters. After all, the techniques one used and the magic arts one cultivated were one's own secrets. Nobody would be so tactless as to ask about them. Those who knew the origin of the puppet technique would believe that Han Li had acquired it from Li Huayuan. As a core formation cultivator, it wasn't difficult to imagine that he had killed several thousand bamboo school cultivators and acquired a few of their school's magic arts along the way. Thus, the others only felt at most great curiosity toward Han Li's puppet beasts. At this moment, Lu Jing's golden talisman finished activating. Trembling lightly, it transformed into a streak of golden light before flying toward the blood-red light cocoons. An explosion rang out as a burst of golden light created a snowstorm of luminous floating specks that filled the entire sky. The dazzling scene was as fantastical as a dream. However, this beautiful marvel concealed an extremely sorrowful desire to kill. During this dazzling scene, Lu Jing formed an incantation gesture, causing the luminous specks in the sky to undergo a strange transformation. Gradually shrinking and expanding, they finally assumed shape of small golden swords. Although the swords were only an inch long, each one possessed a threateningly cold and incomparably incisive air. Thousand Blades Technique. Lu Jing said softly, revealing the name of his metal attribute magic technique. Everyone who saw this scene, aside from the two who were focusing on activating their treasure talismans, was left stunned. Metal attribute magic techniques were the rarest among the 5 elements, most commonly taking the form of defensive auxiliary magic techniques such as the Golden Armor Technique or the Iron Skin Technique. Lu Jing's offensive metal attribute area magic technique exceeded expectations, leaving Han Li and the others dumbfounded. They all slowed their actions, wanting to witness the entirety of this marvelous spell. Thousands of shining, sharp golden swords were suspended above the cocoons of light, emitting a frightening pressure. Lu Jing then chanted the activation incantation, causing the small golden swords to hail down and stab into the spheres of blood-red light. Everyone heard a series of muffled stabs as the golden lights entered the blood-red spheres. Brilliance scattered in every direction like a dense storm of fireworks. Under the others' attacks, the light cocoons had displayed no change. But under this fierce attack, the cocoons began to gradually swell as if knowing the fearsomeness of this attack and responded by taking the initiative to reinforce the blood-red light as increasingly intense waves of light swords struck down. When Lu Jing saw this, he felt neither joy nor worry. Since his attacks pressured the light cocoons to change, they were shown to be effective. So long as he increased the power of his attacks, he would be able to break through the blood-red light. But at this moment, more than half of the small swords had already fallen and the light cocoons still appeared as red as they were at the start, looking as if they had handled the attacks with ease. "Senior Martial Brother Lu, allow me to lend a hand," Song Meng shouted loudly. The gray talisman in his hand transformed into a meter-long gray spear that emitted a strange gray chi. "Let's get rid of the blood servant on the left first. Do not scatter our attacks." Seeing that Song Meng had condensed the true form of his treasure talisman, Lu Jing said this with unsuppressed joy. A large hole had appeared on her chest as if someone had reached in and torn out her heart. As she laid in a pool of her own blood, her beautiful appearance became slightly twisted as her limbs continuously thrashed about. Her eyes were filled with an incredulous fear before turning into unreconciled denial as her life slipped away. Chapter 321. Unseen Battle. Shui Hong. One of Qin Xiaoqian's senior martial brothers loudly grieved for her. It seemed they were pair cultivation partners. He waved his hands, immediately shooting a black light toward the woman's corpse that madly attacked its surroundings in an attempt to find the demon who killed her. It could be said that the death of this senior martial sister Shui Hong was truly unjust. Were it not for her competitive spirit, she wouldn't have used her treasure talisman and might still be alive. Before she attempted to activate the talisman treasure, a light muslin defensive magic tool had been hovering at her side. But in order to hasten the activation of her treasure talisman and cut down magic power consumption, she had retrieved her magic tool, consequently, leaving herself defenseless and her life forfeit. It is truly unfortunate that this woman was inexperienced and made such an extremely careless mistake. Her enemies had turned into light cocoons in front of her, and her fellow sect members surrounded her. As a result, she dared to activate this talisman treasure with an easy heart. Who could have predicted that the ice demon would emerge from the cocoon half-transformed and immediately turn invisible before targeting her? At that moment, the woman had been in the final moments of activating the treasure talisman and was incapable of immediately stopping. Thus she had fallen prey to the ice demon's malicious scheme. When Song Meng had activated his spear treasure talisman, he hadn't employed any defenses either. However, the might of his talisman treasure was comparatively smaller, enabling him to activate it sooner. Otherwise, he might have been targeted by the concealed ice demon instead. Furthermore, it wasn't just those two that hadn't set up any defenses, neither had Han Li nor any of the others bothered to. They naturally wouldn't waste any magic power to deploy unnecessary defensive magic tools. After all, the light cocoons were targets incapable of striking back. They immediately set up defensive barriers with their magic tools after Han Li's reminder, preventing any further sneak attacks. Cold sweat ran down their backs from seeing Xue Hong's tragic death. Her heart was torn from her chest, leaving her to die in a pool of her own blood. But what was most distressing was that regardless of what methods they used, none of them were able to track down this demon. They occasionally spotted traces of him, but that demon would again disappear before they could react, as if he were constantly changing his location at great speed. The ice demon was half-transparent and would occasionally flicker in and out of their vision in every direction. Even with specialized autonomous magic tools, they were still unable to find a trace of him, as if he had completely disappeared. Suddenly becoming fearful for their safety, they began looking in every direction. They had actually been completely suppressed without addition action from the ice demon. Only Han Li looked at the present scene with a trace of bewilderment. Senior Martial Brother Wang, who fought alongside Han Li, had never seen such a bloody scene before. His currently wore fearful expression with pale complexion. Her death appeared to be a nightmare. He had originally imagined that this would be the time for him to show off his divine strength and easily wipe out the enemy. But things had turned out entirely different from how he imagined. Not long before, he had even joked about in which manner they could have possibly met their end. With that thought, he looked at the senior martial brother that was Xue Hong's pair cultivation partner, causing his face to appear even more unsightly. Could it be that the more one feared something would happen, the more likely it was to occur? It was unknown whether he was feeling guilty about the appearance of the ice demon or felt a desire to act from his helplessness. But as he despondently paced back and forth, a transparent ice-cold claw appeared from behind him from thin air, fiercely stabbing toward his heart. The small bronze shield that was protecting senior martial brother Wang's body was completely autonomous. Without waiting for a command, it flashed toward the strike and blocked it. Dong. Although the sharp ice-like claws were blocked by the small bronze shield, it was instantly frozen in a layer of thick frost and bluntly fell to the ground, temporarily becoming useless. At this moment, senior martial brother Wang discovered the astonishing event occurring behind him and felt blood drain from his face. He unconsciously turned around, incessantly looking in every direction, losing his mind to panic. After seeing there was nothing behind him, he hesitated for a moment before crouching to pick up the small bronze shield. He wanted to thaw it so that he would be able to use it once more. Quick dodge. The nearby Lu Jing loudly yelled in alarm after seeing his actions. But by the time he realized what was going on, the crisp sound of his protective water attribute barrier shattering caused him to feel a heart-chilling wind down his back. Damn it! At almost the same time senior martial brother Wang realized what was going to happen, the ice demon had already left concealment to make a fatal strike. In this instant, senior martial brother Wang's mind grew blank, filled with only the scene of senior martial sister Xue Hong's tragic death. I truly didn't think that it would be my turn so quickly. This was the only thought that occupied his mind. But suddenly his vision became hazy and he felt his body become light. His entire body flew as if he were a cloud being carried by the wind, hearing sounds of wind and thunder underneath him along with a loud, furious yell of surprise. Soon after, his two legs met the hard ground and someone was standing before him with absolute calm. "Senior Marshal Brother Wang, are you all right?" While not knowing whether he was alive or dead, he heard a familiar voice full of deep concern. Upon hearing the familiar voice, he blankly turned his head and saw Lu Jing looking at him with worry. Seeing his face, Senior Marshal Brother Wang realized that he was alive and unharmed. With unconcealed happiness, he gratefully said, "Senior Marshal Brother Lu, were you the one who saved me?" Senior Marshal Brother was frightened from his own voice. From his coarse voice, it could clearly be seen that he had been truly shaken from the moment before. When Lu Jing heard this, he revealed an awkward, embarrassed appearance and said, "I am quite ashamed to say Junior Marshal Brother's survival wasn't my doing. Junior Marshal Brother Han had acted a moment ago to save you and is currently fighting that demon." "Sigh, I actually wasn't completely convinced by your earlier words earlier that Junior Marshal Brother Han had killed over 10 Foundation establishment cultivators due to his young age." During that time he suffered from extreme, agonizing torment to the extent where he had almost lost his life. It was only afterwards that he was rescued by his clan and was apprenticed to Li Huayuan. Due to the trauma he had experienced in his childhood, Lu Jing held deep hatred toward evil cultivators. As a result, he followed an iron-blooded policy to kill all evil cultivators on sight, refusing to allow any evil cultivator from escaping his grasp, regardless of what freakish techniques they practiced. Much to his delight, these actions rewarded him with great popularity among other cultivators, even causing a few seven-sect cultivators with higher cultivation than him to look at him with a trace of admiration. Although Lu Jing continued to appear unfazed on the outside, his heart gradually began to indulge in these feelings of admiration. In fact, he later took the initiative to root out evil cultivators from every direction, mostly for the sake of seeing others gaze upon him with admiration. Naturally, Lu Jing hid this fact in the depths of his heart with extreme care and conducted himself as though he were a moral paragon. Thus, Lu Jing became known as an enemy of evil, the iron-blooded Senior Marshal Brother Lu. Now that another evil known as the Black Fiend School had appeared, he was compelled to eliminate it. However, they were the strongest evil cultivators he had ever encountered. He wasn't completely confident that he would be able to rely on his normal magic tools to eliminate the 3 remaining blood servants. His attack power was lacking and would only serve to end their transformations earlier, resulting in 3 more half-demons to fight. One half-transformed demon was already very difficult to handle. They did not know if they could handle additional half-demons or if they would just be throwing their lives away. But if they were to retreat now, they would have just scared the Black Fiend School away, resulting in the complete failure of their mission. If they allowed the Black Fiend School to disappear without a trace and conceal themselves once more, Lu Jing's painfully nurtured reputation would be thoroughly and irrevocably destroyed. The thought of others looking upon him with contempt caused Lu Jing to feel winded and extremely depressed. Han Li's exhortation had forced him to make a choice. "Senior Marshal Brother Lu, should we retreat? The Black Fiend School is far stronger than we've imagined. If we're going to retreat, we must do it now or else it will be too late." Senior Marshal Brother Wang softly said after approaching hesitantly. Lu Jing could clearly see cowardice from Marshal Brother Wang's shifting gaze. "Retreat? If I retreat now, then I'll appear just as cowardly." Lu Jing thought with a bitter smile. "Everyone fly to the skies and protect me as I cast my magic. Let me deal with the 3 blood servants," Lu Jing instructed. At the same time he thought, "It seems I'll have to use my life-saving measure in this fight. Otherwise, I won't be able to win and preserve my reputation. Senior Marshal Brother Lu, you want to deal with the blood servants by yourself?" However, when the others heard Lu Jing's words, they all looked at him in disbelief, causing Lu Jing to feel a bottomless ache in his heart. But still his appearance remained calm. Without speaking, he flew directly to the sky on a magic tool as he solemnly retrieved a fire-red jade box from his storage pouch. At this moment, Lu Jing had completely recovered his calmness as if he were in complete control. When the surrounding disciples saw this, they glanced at each other and felt slightly more confident as they followed after him. A reluctant look covered Lu Jing's face as he stared at the jade box in his hand. But soon after, his expression became resolved and he placed his hands on the box. In an instant the jade box shattered apart into minuscule pieces, revealing a peculiar talisman covered in red light. A fire-red flame bird was inscribed on the talisman. It incessantly flapped its wings as though it was flying freely like a real bird. The bird's glowing blue eyes even occasionally shifted. The most astonishing fact was the scorching chi the talisman emitted. It caused the temperature within 30 meters to abruptly rise, leaving his allies parched from the scorching heat. Song Meng and the others approached and saw the astonishing scene of the talisman unfold. Artifact seal. Song Meng exclaimed upon seeing the talisman. No, this isn't a common artifact seal. It is a true seal. After seeing the talisman's strange appearance, Senior Marshal Brother Wang cried out as if he had just seen a ghost. Those who knew of this true seal were dumbstruck. While this so-called true seal was considered an artifact seal, it was completely different from a common artifact seal. First of all, common artifact seals only contained a tenth of the original magic treasure's might at most. However, a true seal defied this convention, allowing it to contain a third of a magic treasure's might. Secondly, true seals could only be refined with the bloodline of the magic treasure's master. As a result, only descendants of this specific bloodline would be able to activate and make use of this true seal. If someone else were to attempt to use it, the true seal would destroy itself. With such great benefits, there naturally had to be some significant disadvantages. Otherwise, all the elders would leave their later generations with only true seals. While true seals contained several times more power than an ordinary talisman treasure, its greatest flaw was that it could only be used once. This single use would display the entirety of its might without restraint and leave no second use. As a result, it was far less practical than common artifact seals. Additionally, there was another reason as to why so few true seals were passed down. After a magic treasure went through the process of bloodline refinement in order to produce a true seal, the magic treasure would suffer permanent and irrecoverable loss in strength. After knowing these restrictions, elder cultivators felt it would be far better to leave behind several ordinary artifact seals for their descendants rather than ruining their own magic treasures which were as precious to them as their own lives. Thus, many cultivators joked that there were several times more magic treasures in the cultivation world than true seals. Although these words were slightly exaggerated, they weren't far from the truth. Chapter 323. Demon Execution. True seals were several times more difficult to activate compared to common seals. As a result of this, Lu Jing asked his fellow sect members to protect him as he did not wish to meet the same tragic end as his junior martial sister. Finishing his instructions, Lu Jing protected himself using his yellow ring magic tool before he sat down cross-legged on his flying magic tool. With a calm heart, Lu Jing began to pour magic power into the Firebird True Seal. As the fire-red talisman's glow gradually intensified in Lu Jing's hand, the inscribed Firebird's wings became increasingly nimble and lively. It seemed as though the Firebird would suddenly materialize and fly out from the talisman at any moment. Although Han Li was engaged in battle with the ice demon on land, he felt at ease knowing that his fellow sect disciples were taking action. He had feared that his fellow sect disciples would cower and run away in defeat. If he were left alone, Han Li would be unable to obtain the item he desired from the Black Fiend schoolmaster. No longer worried about being deserted, Han Li wholeheartedly focused on the enemy before him. Even as a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, the shifting smoke steps still placed a significant burden on his body. Thus he couldn't let this battle of extreme speed drag on. He had to risk an all-out assault. With that in mind, Han Li incessantly flickered about while brandishing a silver sword in one hand, suppressing the ice demon and leaving him winded. With Han Li's other hand he silently summoned an item from his storage pouch and wounded around his ring finger. Killing intent flashed through his eyes. Han Li charged forward at a fearsome speed, sword grasped in both hands. He suddenly made a vicious attack, inspiring fear in the ice demon. The ice demon hastily fell back and raised his sharp crystal claws in defense. Dong! The ice demon coldly laughed. Taking advantage of the strike's momentum, the ice demon flew backwards and increased the distance between him and Han Li. At that moment, a slight sneer appeared on Han Li's face. When the ice demon saw this, he felt extremely uneasy. Han Li let go of his sword with one hand and pulled. In turn, the ice demon felt an indescribable force halt his retreat and could no longer avoid Han Li's fierce strike. At that moment, Han Li grasped the sword in both hands once more and expressionlessly moved to strike. When the ice demon saw this, he turned pale and hastily started struggling with all his might. Unfortunately, it was already too late. In the blink of an eye, Han Li had already appeared before him. Han Li's sword blurred momentarily and countless silver streaks assaulted the ice demon as they flashed past each other. At the following instant, two figures appeared beneath the moonlight. Han Li standing with a sword in his grasp and the ice demon falling to the ground. Having clearly seen this, Song Meng and the others couldn't help but feel extremely nervous. The ice demon staggered to his feet and looked at Han Li's back with an evil grin. As he thought to say something, his expression suddenly froze. The sound of a series of sharp ruptures could be heard, revealing countless fine cracks on the ice demon's transparent body. As the sounds continued, the cracks grew larger, eventually turning the ice demon's body into a pile of broken, translucent ice. As the translucent crystals broke down, a complete undamaged claw weakly reached out with its sharp tips still emitting dense cold chi. This was the only thing to survive Han Li's rapid cuts. It was also left completely unharmed. Han Li dispassionately looked at the ice demon's remains. Then he turned his gaze toward the dazzling three light cocoons, wrinkling his brow. He silently pulled his hand, causing the ice claw to fly toward him. From the reflection of the moonlight, a thin transparent thread could be faintly seen between the sharp claw and Han Li. But to use something as precious as a true seal in order to maintain his reputation, Han Li wouldn't be willing to do such a foolish thing even if he would be killed. Even so, Lu Jing's action had truly left an impression on Han Li. He even doubted the validity of his long-held belief. If there were those in this world that truly acted to exterminate evil, then what would that make him? Could he be considered a good person? Just as Han Li was feeling slightly ashamed, he suddenly heard a ferocious roar filled with the desire of blood and massacre from below. Han Li and company hastily looked down in alarm. One of the three light cocoons had undergone a huge change, appearing as if the blood servant within was about to emerge. Han Li's heart trembled. It seemed he would have to fight another blood servant in order to buy time for senior martial brother Lu to finish. With that in mind, Han Li started to take action but was interrupted by a tranquil voice from behind him. "Everyone step aside. Allow me to eliminate those three demons." Upon hearing this, everyone revealed joy. Han Li hastily turned around and saw Lu Jing looking at them with a smile. He had a small, exquisite red bird in his hand. It fluttered about and appeared extremely adorable. Additionally, the scorching qi in the vicinity had disappeared without a trace at an unknown time. "That is the appearance of the true seal?" Han Li looked at the small red bird with astonishment. "Thank you very much for protecting me, everyone." Lu Jing flew to the front of the group in a relaxed manner. Under the gaze of the others' amazement, he acted without the slightest hesitation and lightly blew at the small bird in his hand. With a clear chirp, the small firebird quickly flew forward from Lu Jing's hand. At that moment, a light cocoon beneath them had finished its transformation. A demon wrapped in azure light emerged from its cocoon. Its shape was quite similar to the half-transformed ice demon, however. Its appearance was a deep azure. From the demon's appearance, one could clearly tell that it was Taoist priest Qing Wen. But at this moment he appeared completely crazed, as if he didn't possess the ability to think. He let out two mad roars and raised his head to look at the small fluttering firebird. His body immediately grew still and the insanity displayed on his face was restrained, revealing an expression of great fear. He then lost himself to panic and looked around him. He suddenly flew to the skies covered in azure light. It seemed he wished to escape. But at that moment, a fierce explosion erupted from the small red bird, changing it into a large blazing bird about 3 meters wide. It spread its wings and traveled over 30 meters in an instant, appearing before the demon-transformed Qing Wen. With its sharp red beak, it lightly pecked at him. Zhou Wenyang turned and looked below in surprise. What she saw suddenly caused her expression to become unsightly. As they were talking, the Emperor of Yu, who was below them, withdrew his shield of light. The bloody light that surrounded his body surged and expanded until it was about 10 meters thick. The magic tools that were trapped within the bloody light had then started to gradually melt away. The radiance protecting his body was now several times larger, and his cultivation was far greater than it was previously. As such, the bloody light on his body was now able to easily resist the assault of magic techniques and puppet attacks. The Emperor of Yu raised his head to stare solely at Han Li with ice-cold eyes. He abruptly reached his hand out from behind him and grabbed at the air. A fire-red bead then suddenly flew out from somewhere and accurately dropped into his hand. Seeing this, Han Li's eyes flashed with surprise as he thought of the blue-robed man that had died from his heavenly lightning seed. It seems that this bead was from his remains, and now the 5 elements blood cores could be considered complete. So long as Han Li could kill this fiend, he would be able to acquire this treasure that would greatly benefit his core formation. Boy, do you have any more heavenly lightning seeds? If you have them, then I'll stand right here and receive them. I want to see whether your heavenly lightning seeds or my protective devilish art is greater. The Emperor of Yu carefully put the bead away and said this to Han Li in a cold voice. Once those words left his mouth, the Yellow Maple Valley cultivators were startled and couldn't help but look at Han Li. Han Li's expression didn't change, but he inwardly snorted. He calmly replied, "This one is also quite curious whether you are the Black Fiend School sect master, or if that other person was. Furthermore, it appears from the current circumstances that your esteemed self had previously absorbed over half of his cultivation before you were interrupted. I am quite puzzled, as there are rarely such people willing to act as a sacrifice in this world." Han Li didn't answer his question but asked a question in return. He returned derision with derision. When the Emperor of Yu heard this, he revealed a strange expression that resembled both regret and mockery. But soon after, for some unknown reason, his face appeared increasingly menacing as his eyebrows became downward slanted. Han Li's heart trembled and he opened his mouth slightly, quietly sending the 4 remaining Yellow Maple Valley cultivators a sound transmission that left them shocked. Having finished that, Han Li then indifferently said, "Whether or not you believe my words is up to you." Han Li didn't use sound transmission for that last sentence, allowing the Emperor of Yu to clearly hear him. The Emperor's face grew cold and he suddenly pointed a finger at Han Li, shooting a beam of red light as thick as a thumb toward him in an instant. Although the red beam of light was astonishingly quick, Han Li was still barely able to cause both his white scale shield and tortoise shell to superimpose in front of him. Soon after, a barrier of blue light covered his body. Han Li didn't dare to be careless against this unknown attack. When Han Li heard this, he unconsciously leaned to his side, before feeling heat in his right shoulder, followed by acute pain. After seeing a bleeding, finger-sized hole in his shoulder, Han Li's face became unsightly. He licked his dry lips and turned his gaze toward his 2 magic tools with disbelief. A similar, small hole appeared on the superimposed white scale shield and the tortoise shell. The red light had penetrated both of them without resistance. As for the azure essence sword shield on his body, it didn't have the slightest of effect. Upon contact with the attack, it completely dissolved without a trace. What Han Li saw caused his heart to drop. If his body wasn't nimble from his long practice with the shifting smoke steps, then his heart would have been struck and he would have died immediately. A single moment of carelessness like this could cause anyone to lose their life. The more Han Li thought of this, the greater the fear he felt. Although he knew that the Emperor of Yu had absorbed a majority of the blue-robed man's magic power, the Emperor's drastic increase in strength was far beyond his expectations. However, Han Li didn't know that as he was stricken by fear from his near-death experience, the Emperor of Yu was even more amazed that Han Li had survived his strike. Although it appeared that his last move appeared effortless to use, this blood spirit drill was actually a single-use move. Only after compressing one's true essence by several tens of times would one be able to unleash this surprise killing move. This was one of the devilish art's killing moves that he cultivated. Not only was the preparation for this unbearably painful, it also required far too much time. When the Emperor had previously used this technique, not a single cultivator had managed to survive it. But now Han Li was merely lightly injured from it. How could he not be shocked? Only one blood spirit drill remained within his body. He hesitated, unsure whether or not to use it on Hanli once more. When the Yellow Maple Valley cultivators saw that Hanli was injured from the recent attack, their expressions vastly changed. Unconsciously, Hanli had already become their pillar of support. For him to be injured so unexpectedly greatly alarmed them. Go. Hanli spit this out without the slightest hesitation after he shifted his gaze away from his wound. He madly poured magic power into his divine wind boat and swiftly flew off to the side. When Song Meng and the others heard this, they gave each other a mutual glance before following Han Li's orders to flee. When the Emperor of Yu saw this, he was initially surprised but then sneered soon after. He flashed forward into the air wanting to chase after Han Li. However, he now saw that over 10 uniquely shaped puppets had surrounded him. Although Han Li had been activating his artifact seal a moment ago, he had a clear understanding of his enemy's actions from his formidable spiritual sense. Previously, as the black blood saber had been taking form, Han Li's wandering spiritual sense had been strongly sucked in by the blade, which wanted to completely absorb it. With great fright, Han Li hastily withdrew his spiritual sense. Fortunately, the black blade's attempt to absorb his spiritual sense was autonomous and wasn't the doing of the Emperor of Yu. Thus, he was able to easily retrieve his spiritual sense from the black blade's grasp. Still, this fearful event had left Han Li drenched in cold sweat. If his spiritual sense had truly been absorbed by that evil saber, the consequences would be unspeakable. Although Han Li knew how fearsome the saber currently was, he remained completely confident in the strength of this hurriedly established 5-element reversal formation. After all, even Lei Wanhe, a core formation cultivator, said that it would be difficult to break through his original 5-element reversal formation. Even without completely setting up this upgraded, stronger version of the formation, he was completely confident that a foundation establishment cultivator would be unable to break through it in a short amount of time. Thus, although he had opened his eyes, his heart remained completely at ease. As these thoughts churned through Han Li's mind, the Emperor of Yu knocked against the multicolored barrier of light with great force. Zizi. The rainbow light barrier easily resisted the attacks. The Emperor of Yu had expected this and evilly grinned. He then tightly grasped the black blood saber in his hand and fiercely slashed at the rainbow light barrier. With a sharp whistle, a huge streak of black radiance surged from the saber. Swoosh! The astonishing black saber streak, which was over 30 meters long, had chopped off a large portion of the rainbow light, creating a 3-meter wide gap. When the Emperor saw this, he felt great joy and charged toward the gap without the slightest hesitation. With the incessantly flickering black streak in hand, he had actually entered the rainbow light. No. This is far from good. Song Meng immediately cried out in panic. Although the other idol senior martial brother didn't speak, he appeared far from okay with an expression filled with worry. There is no need to be alarmed. That rainbow light is only the first layer of defense. This great formation isn't so easily broken. Having heard Han Li's indifferent voice, the pair calmed down and faintly smiled. Still, they were both greatly astonished that this junior martial brother Han had enough leftover concentration, while activating his artifact seal, to pay attention to their conversation. How truly amazing! The Emperor of Yu had immediately charged over 30 meters into the barrier of rainbow light and had clearly seen the Yellow Maple Valley cultivators beneath him. He was able to vividly see Han Li and 2 others activating their artifact seals. He smiled sinisterly and flashed over 10 meters, appearing over where Han Li sat. With a light wave of his black blood saber, a black saber streak over 30 meters long chopped down. Chapter 329. Exterminating the enemy. When Song Meng and company saw the Emperor of Yu attack the cross-legged Han Li, their hearts grew shocked. Although they were aware of their inability to affect the saber's attack, Song Meng and company still raised their arms in defiance. In hopes of slowing down the attack, they unleashed a torrent of fireballs and threw 8 talismans which transformed into huge stones. Unfortunately, their attacks were of no effect. With a light swing, they were easily swept away by the saber's huge radiance and had completely vanished without a trace. The saber streak changed direction once more and fiercely chopped down with vicious intent. As Han Li saw the sharp saber streak about to strike him, his expression didn't change except for forming a slight sneer. When the Emperor of Yu saw that Han Li was so calm, he was startled for a moment. Without thinking much more, he continued chopping down with the saber streak. The Emperor struck at thin air as Han Li had suddenly disappeared. He discovered that he had returned to his original position at an unknown time, about 100 meters above the barrier of rainbow light. The Emperor of Yu's appearance became extremely unsightly, and he struck at the rainbow light while clenching his teeth. As the Emperor split open a hole and charged in, he saw Han Li indifferently gazing at him while still seated in his original position. This time the Emperor of Yu didn't impulsively charge down. Instead, his entire body trembled, shooting out a huge beam of bloody light with astonishing momentum. He immediately followed this up with a black saber streak. Since the Emperor of Yu had prepared himself, he was able to clearly observe what followed. When the bloody light was about 3 meters away from Han Li's head, it disappeared without a trace as if it had been swallowed by something. At that same moment he felt his devilish light suddenly return to its original location above him. The Emperor of Yu was astonished. Naturally, his following strike wasn't effective in the slightest. Once again he was outside and high above the rainbow light. The Emperor's face turned pale, revealing panic for the first time. He no longer charged downward and instead continuously waved the demonic black blood saber. Endless streaks of crescent saber light flew in every direction in an attempt to break through the formation. Not long after the saber streaks flew off, a flash of white light caused the attacks to shoot back towards their original location. He was flustered for a moment before furiously continuing his incisive attacks. If the Emperor of Yu had been able to escape formation, he would have believed it contained a mere illusion technique and wouldn't have felt so anxious. If this were the case, he could easily break through this minor formation by relying on his devilish arts. But now that he was being teleported and his formidable attacks were being bounced back, he felt his heart plummet. Only great formation spells known as the Great Unbreakable Formations would have this type of restriction. Already perturbed by this abysmal turn of events, the Emperor of Yu felt a powerful surge of spiritual qi from the rainbow light barrier below him, causing his heart to tremble. He tightened his grip on the black saber and his bloody light hastily revolved around him, enveloping him in an impenetrable blood-red whirlwind. Another 2 equivalently powerful spiritual pressures surged from within the rainbow light. Soon after, the rainbow light hummed for a moment and opened a 3-meter-wide passage. A dense cloud of small azure rods swarmed through the passage and rushed toward the Emperor of Yu in a grand torrent. These rods were from the Azure Rod artifact seal Han Li had just activated. Closely following the cloud of rods, a small blazing sword and a yellow crystal ball flew out. After the two exited the passage, they underwent a strange transformation. The small red sword grew incredibly large, and the crystal ball emitted a blinding yellow light. Under Qin Xiaoqian's and Zhong Wenyang's control, the two artifact seals silently split into different directions, attempting to flank the Emperor. As he watched these events unfold, the Emperor's face grew ashen. He madly flourished the black blood saber in his hand and shot out 8 huge saber streaks from within the whirlwind. With a sharp crackle of explosions, a majority of the small rods smashed into pieces upon meeting the attack. Han Li's face turned slightly white. Because his mind was connected to the rods created by the artifact seal, he had suffered damage from the strikes. This blood saber was powerful beyond expectation. But fortunately for Han Li, he didn't have to forcefully defend against its blows. As for the Emperor of Yu, he was currently making his last stand. Even with the obstruction of the saber streaks, the small red sword, the yellow crystal ball, and the remaining swarm of azure rods were able to seize an opportunity to charge into the bloody wind. A storm of sharp whistles immediately rose from within the whirlwind as countless bursts of azure, red and yellow radiance surged against the black streak in confrontation. It was clear that the struggle within was incomparably intense. Suddenly, an abrupt yell of fury burst forth, accompanied by the sound of an explosion. The black, red and yellow streaks of light all violently flashed for a moment before completely disappearing from the blood-red whirlwind. At that same moment, The complexions of Qin Xiaoqian and Zhou Wenyang paled and their eyes became spiritless. "Seventh junior martial sister, are you all right?" When Song Meng saw this, he hastily asked with concern. "It's nothing, his blood saber is just truly demonic. It was actually able to take down my and Zhou Wenyang's artifact seals in mutual destruction. Now we will have to see whether or not junior martial brother Han's artifact seal will be able to kill him," Qin Xiaoqian softly said. She took out 2 blue medicine pills, swallowing one and handing the other to Zhou Wenyang. "Your artifact seals were destroyed?" When the other Yellow Maple Valley cultivators heard this, their expressions became astonished. In their minds, only magic treasures should be able to contest with artifact seals. "Impressive. I suspect our enemy's demonic saber is actually a ruined fragment of some kind of magic treasure." After Zhou Wenyang swallowed the pill, her face became flushed and her lips reddened. "The ruined fragment of a magic treasure? How is that possible?" Qin Xiaoqing asked with astonishment. A series of earth-trembling booms suddenly rang out from above them, causing them to hastily look up in surprise. Separated by a thin layer of rainbow light, a great battle consisting of dazzling, chaotic bursts of azure and blood-red light was occurring above them. After a short moment, the bloody light greatly lessened and was thoroughly overwhelmed by the azure light. Afterwards, all traces of light had gradually disappeared, revealing the Emperor of Yu standing upright. His face had a vacant expression and his lips were trembling much like a piece of porcelain about to collapse. The Emperor fell straight from the sky without resistance and softly landed on the rainbow light above them, his body nothing more than a pile of crushed flesh. Having seen this, all of Han Li's fellow sect members were rapt with joy. Song Meng even went over to Han Li and excitedly yelled, "Junior martial brother Han, you've killed that monster. I knew you could do it. I released the entirety of my artifact seal's strength in a single instance to break through his bloody light. Otherwise it might have taken quite a while." Han Li faintly smiled and spoke with a content tone. Being able to draw out such a great amount of an artifact seal's might in a single instance wasn't something that everyone could do. Only after using and seeing so many distinct artifact talismans did Han Li receive the experience to do this. Although such an incisive method to take down the enemy greatly decreased the number of uses for an artifact seal, its power would explosively increase. Such a method proved extremely effective against powerful enemies. Han Li had just comprehended this method a few days ago and was able to use this technique when it was least expected. As a result, he was able to deal the finishing blow to his heavily injured enemy. Naturally, this artifact seal was fully consumed in the process and turned to ash. At this moment, those fire element's blood cores were at the forefront of his mind. After saying a few words to Song Meng, he released 2 puppet beasts without any hesitation and had them directly head over to the Emperor of Yu's corpse. When the others saw this, they didn't mind in the least. After all, the death of this enemy was almost entirely due to Han Li. Naturally, no one would fight Han Li over the spoils. Zhou Wenyang unexpectedly appeared somewhat pleased after seeing her sweetheart avenged and repeatedly expressed her thanks to Han Li. She also said that when the fallen hear of this in the underworld, they would certainly be grateful that Han Li had avenged them. Those words caused Han Li, who had come here with another objective in mind, to feel a bit embarrassed. He hastily changed the subject and suggested that the others hurriedly search other areas of the Imperial Palace for any Black School Fiend disciples that remained hidden. He also said that he had to stay behind and attend to a few matters, such as withdrawing the Great Formation. Hearing Han Li's words, how could the Yellow Maple Valley cultivators not understand what he had meant? He was clearly giving them the opportunity to loot the remains of the Black Fiend School's nest. Song Meng beamed with happiness while the others found it somewhat embarrassing. Han Li then said, "Let's rendezvous after I finish putting everything in order. As for the Black Fiend Schoolmaster, he should have enough high-quality items on his body to satisfy me." The others felt this was reasonable and did not further refuse. After all, everyone had suffered quite a bit from today's great battle. Thus, after Han Li withdrew the Great Formation, the others flew away on their magic tools. Only when the others could no longer be seen did Han Li feel reassured enough to wave his 2 puppet beasts over. They flew back toward Han Li with the results of their search. Chapter 330. fiend core. When Han Li saw that the 5-element blood cores were among the Emperor's items, he was jubilant. He immediately took them from the puppet beast's mouth and closely examined them. From the great spiritual power contained in the cores, Han Li verified that their medicinal properties were genuine. Relieved, Han Li took out an exquisite jade box from his storage pouch and carefully placed the 5 blood cores inside. Han Li didn't know the specific effects of the 5 elements blood cores mentioned by the young Prince Exin. But from how urgently the Emperor of Yu had collected these items, their usefulness toward core formation should most likely be true. Han Li then shifted his attention to the other items. A pitch-black alms bowl, and all with an inch-long blood-red spike and a jade slip emitting a light gray qi. Upon seeing these items, Han Li felt somewhat fearful of them. These kinds of magic tools were commonly used by devilish and evil cultivators. It was likely that such items would have restrictions or curses placed on them, so he wasn't in any hurry to fiddle with them. Instead, he took in a deep breath and covered his hands in a layer of faint azure light. With this protection, Han Li was able to pick up the jade slip with his heart at ease and carefully examine it. Apart from releasing a strange aura, the jade slip didn't have any sort of obvious restrictions. Han Li let out a sigh of relief and slowly submerged his spiritual sense into the slip. As his spiritual sense entered the jade slip, Han Li stood motionless. However, his expression underwent strange changes. First, he appeared pleasantly surprised, then dismayed, and finally extremely cautious with a slight trace of fear. After the time it took to make a cup of tea, Han Li withdrew his spiritual sense and found himself in a daze. The jade slip's contents went far beyond Han Li's expectations. It contained information on all of the Black Fiend School's cultivation arts, such as the Young Prince's Black Fiend Azura art, the 4 Blood Servants' Fiend Demon art, the Emperor of Yu's Divine Blood Light, and so on. Han Li was shocked to discover that all of these cultivation arts mentioned a book called the Profound Ean Scriptures. It seemed to be the origin of all these arts. This greatly piqued Han Li's curiosity. But as Han Li hurriedly scoured the jade slip, he was unable to find anything related to the whereabouts of the scripture. With no other choice, Han Li could only bury his desire to find the scripture in his heart and focus his attention to some of the strange secret techniques. A few of these greatly pleased Han Li. Not only did they resolve some of his long-held doubts, but they also mentioned the true use of the 5 elements blood cores. Han Li calmed himself and carefully examined the passage. It turned out that the 5 elements blood cores were formed within the bodies of cultivators who practiced the fiend demon art, much like how a demonic beast condenses a core within their body. It was the most important aspect of the fiend demon art. The reason as to why they were able to turn into fiend demons and didn't need to use Foundation Establishment pills to enter Foundation Establishment was because of the formation of this core. Although this fiend demon art didn't require the use of blood sacrifices, it still greatly increased the speed of cultivation. However, Foundation Establishment was the highest layer this cultivation art could achieve. There would be no hope of reaching core formation. In fact, the rest of these cultivation techniques were more or less the same and held the fatal flaw of being incapable of reaching core formation. Of course, their speed of cultivation left others astonished through the additional assistance of blood sacrifices. It seems these 5 elements blood cores were supposed to be a solution to the defects of these kinds of cultivation arts. The jade slip also mentioned a secret technique called the Fiend Core Technique. According to what was stated by the secret technique, even if one were a late Foundation Establishment cultivator with poor aptitude, so long as they consumed the 5 elements blood cores, in accordance with the technique, there was a 1/3 chance of forming a fiend core. This false gold core would be similar to a genuine core formation cultivator's gold core. With the successful formation of a fiend core, while one's strength would be inferior to a genuine core formation cultivator, the difference wouldn't be that great. In addition, it would have the wondrous effect of extending one's lifespan similar to genuine core formation. When Han Li read this, his heart nearly jumped out of his chest. A 1/3 chance of forming a core? The 5 elements blood core was truly heaven-defying. He immediately felt an urge to set everything else aside and consume the 5 elements blood cores. However, a flaw later mentioned in the description of the secret technique had left Han Li astonished. Since the fiend core was an artificial golden core, there was no possibility of further improvement. This implied that for the rest of one's lifetime, there would be no way to further one's cultivation and progress past early core formation stage. If it were only this, Han Li still wouldn't allow such an opportunity to pass him by. This was because the method, the 3 essence revolutions technique, used to form a core was truly unpredictable and unreliable. Even if he were able to scatter his cultivation 3 times, Han Li wasn't confident it would work. After all, this cultivation method was something created from the mere conjectures of the founder of the Azure Essence sword art. No one had ever successfully cultivated it before. On the other hand, from the tone of this text, the Fiend Core technique was certain to have previously been used. A 1/3 possibility of core formation was extremely enticing to Han Li. As for the inability to reach nascent soul stage after forming a Fiend Core, this matter was too far removed from Han Li's current situation for him to consider. Nascent soul stage was still something Han Li could only dream about. At the moment, being able to achieve core formation was his highest objective. As for whether or not he could extravagantly hope to condense a nascent soul, he would only think about it after he reached core formation. But the following details of the Fiend Core technique left Han Li dumbstruck. It said that after the Fiend Core was formed in one's body, Fiend Demon Qi would be continuously released for a long period, and it would be capable of gradually eroding a cultivator's mind. Although the erosion wouldn't leave one completely without mind or memories, decreased mental acuity along with gradually reduced intellect were unavoidable. This caused Han Li's heart to tremble without end. What Han Li was most confident of was his mind and quick-wittedness. These were the main reasons that he had been able to remain so free and unfettered in the cultivation world until now. Thus, when he read that passage, Han Li had only a moment of internal struggle before completely severing any intentions of using the 5 elements blood cores. After reading about the drawback, Han Li was extremely vexed. He had done so much to acquire the 5 elements blood cores, but it proved to be of absolutely no use to him. After a moment of further consideration, Han Li felt that something was amiss. If the drawback was so severe, then why would the Emperor of Yu specially cultivate these cores? That cunning old fox certainly wasn't going to directly consume it. With that thought, Han Li looked through the secret techniques once more, and his attention was caught by a very interesting secret technique: external reincarnation. This was a renowned top-grade secret technique of the devilish Tao. Han Li had heard about it long ago. Although there were many techniques called reincarnation techniques, the specific cultivation method and effectiveness of these techniques were exceedingly strange and varied. Regardless of the reincarnation technique, to a devil Tao cultivator, they were all as precious as their own lives. They were all fundamentally the greatest secrets of each sect. The 7 sects of Yu had previously attempted to collect all the cultivation arts related to reincarnation but ultimately ended up empty-handed. Han Li quickly read through this technique several times and grew rapt with joy. He had found a use for these 5 elements blood cores, after all. If he had guessed correctly, the Emperor of Yu must have had the same plan in mind. Thus, he had painstakingly cultivated those blood servants in order to condense those 5 elements blood cores. As for the blue-robed man, the self-proclaimed Black Fiend schoolmaster who had died from the heavenly lightning seed, that was an incarnation he had refined. Only that would explain why the blue-robed man was completely willing to allow his cultivation to be absorbed without the slightest resistance. The distracting thoughts that Han Li had pushed to the back of his mind resurfaced as he read through the secret technique. As for secret techniques such as the cultivation essence pill and methods of blood sacrifice, since Han Li didn't cultivate devilish arts, he had little interest in them. Only the condensation method of the blood spirit drill caught Han Li's eye as he read on. He read through it several times and memorized it. After Han Li withdrew his consciousness from the jade slip, he properly digested the information before moving on to the next 2 items. The blood red all was the solidified form of the blood spirit drill after leaving the body. It should be quite a useful magic tool. As for the pitch black alms bowl, it must have been the rarely seen magic tool, the soul congregation bowl. It was specialized in holding the souls of cultivators. Any soul that entered this magic tool would gradually lose its intelligence and become a feral common soul suitable for refinement or control. After only briefly examining this soul congregation bowl, the dark cold qi that the bowl contained caused Han Li to shiver, and he hastily deposited it into his storage pouch. The magic tool's dark, cold chi gave an impression that countless cultivators' souls must have been ruined within. The more he made contact with this bowl, the more ill he felt. Han Li clearly understood that without cultivating these kinds of dark arts, he would have no use for this magic tool. The more he made contact with this bowl, the more ill he felt. Chapter 331. Orders. After carefully putting away the items he procured from the emperor, Han Li looked up toward the rainbow light and quickly flew to a corner of the bamboo forest. After a brief moment, Han Li arrived at a huge bamboo stalk with a formation flag stabbed into it and pulled the flag out. The rainbow light barrier immediately disappeared without a trace. Han Li smiled faintly and flew off to another corner of the forest. Soon after, Han Li left the bamboo forest, having retrieved all of the formation flags and plates with exceptional care. After experiencing the might of the improved 5 elements reversal formation, Han Li had come to value it far more than before. When Han Li calmly walked out of the bamboo forest, something caught his eye: the pulverized corpse of the Emperor of Yu. It seemed that when the rainbow light had disappeared, the body had fallen onto the ground. Han Li wrinkled his brow and let out a sigh. He then shot a fist-sized fireball toward the corpse, turning it to ash. Han Li would have lamented if the ashes of such a remarkable character had been blown into the wind after death. As such, Han Li patted his storage pouch and a streak of golden light flew out, blasting a large hole in the ground. Han Li then lightly waved his sleeve, sweeping the ashes into the hole with a gentle gust of wind. Suddenly white light flashed. Just as Han Li thought to close the hole, he paused. With amazement, Han Li beckoned with his hand, causing an embroidered cloth to fly from the ashes and into his hand. This is... Han Li took a quick look at it with curiosity. This embroidered cloth was slightly yellow and appeared to be ancient. He did not know what it was made from, but it emitted a faint glimmering light. Han Li suspected that the embroidery was actually an indistinct map. Han Li's curiosity was piqued and he hastily examined the map. After looking through it several times, he then lost all interest. This was because after careful examination, it was certain to not be any terrain in the state of Yu, as it was particularly unfamiliar. The drawing should be of a strange land. Furthermore, the cloth was clearly damaged and incomplete. He wasn't sure if it was even half of the original map or merely a tiny piece. However, since the map only appeared after the Emperor of Yu had turned to ash, it seemed he had used some sort of secret technique to conceal it within his body. Else his puppet beasts would have found it from the start. From this, it appeared that the map was extremely important. Han Li pondered for a moment before deciding to store the badly damaged map into the jade box along with the 5 elements blood cores. Now was not the time to unravel this mystery. He had to hurry and find the others. After all, with the Emperor of Yu dead, the aftermath would be quite troublesome. When Han Li found Xianxia and the others in front of the cold palace, he was met with some unfortunate news. They discovered Zhou Xian's corpse within the Black Fiend Schoolmaster's private room. He had recently died as a blood sacrifice and had his blood essence absorbed. When Han Li heard this, he was startled. But then he smiled bitterly and remained silent. Because of this matter with the Black Fiend School, many of his own sect's foundation establishment cultivators had died. When Han Li returned, his master Li Huayuan definitely wouldn't look at him favorably. After all, this matter was brought up because of him. After wallowing in the feeling of helplessness, Han Li bluntly passed the responsibility of dealing with the aftermath to Qin Xiaoqian and Zhong Wenyang. He then found an excuse to return first to the Qin residence. However, Han Li completely had not expected that as soon as he returned, he would meet an entirely unexpected visitor. Greetings to Martial Uncle Han. A middle-aged man wearing embroidered clothes saluted him. Martial nephew Ma. Why have you come to find me so late? Has something important happened? Han Li's eyes flashed with confusion. Han Li, who had just returned from the forbidden city of Yu, did not expect to find the disciple responsible for contacting the sect from Yuejing to be waiting for him in his courtyard. Furthermore, it appeared the disciple had been waiting for quite a long time. Martial uncle, this one has just received news of an order. All Foundation establishment disciples must hurry to the 7 sects' main barracks at the border. The enemy has delivered a war ultimatum. In 2 months, The 6 Devil Dao sects will have a battle for supremacy with the 7 sects of you. For this, all hands are to return to the battlefield. In addition, Martial Ancestor Li has sent a message to you. The embroidered clothed man solemnly said and handed a writ and jade slip over to Han Li. When Han Li heard this, he was slightly startled, but he still maintained his calm expression as he took the 2 items and carefully examined them. The writ's orders were exactly as he had been told. All Foundation establishment cultivators out on missions are required to assemble at the border camp within a month of receiving the writ, and the date of the decisive battle had already been determined. The spiritual signature at the end of the writ was also genuine. Having finished reading the writ, Han Li submerged his spiritual sense into the jade slip. A hollow image of Li Huayuan appeared within and spoke very plainly. He merely instructed that Han Li no longer needed to protect the Qin residents and that Han Li along with his other disciples were to return to the border. He had previously received information that the Devil Dao's plan to infiltrate the State of Yu's secular world and wreak havoc was cancelled for some unknown reason. When Han Li heard the few words of Li Huayan's hollow image, he was vexed to the point of spitting out blood. Han Li strongly suppressed the sullenness in his heart and withdrew his consciousness from the slip. After a moment of thought, Han Li looked at the items in his hands and said, "Leave behind the writ and jade slip. I will inform the others about this." The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before respectfully replying, "Then I will have to trouble senior uncle." He then took his leave. Han Li didn't speak any further and watched as the middle-aged man departed. Afterwards, he softly exhaled and slowly returned to his room. On the morning of the second day, Han Li and the others sat in the guest hall and discussed their departure from Yuejing. "Before I can travel to the border camp and participate in the great battle, I must first pay a visit to my clan. Thus, I will not be able to travel together with you all." Not long after she read the writ, Xianxia said this as she lightly bit on her lips. "I must deliver senior martial brother Lu's remains back to his clan," Zhong Wenyang said with a haggard appearance and slightly red eyes. Although it wasn't explicitly said, all the others undoubtedly intended to travel alone as well. "I have no plans, so I'll travel together with junior martial brother Han." Song Meng was quite forthright and patted the shoulder of Han Li beside him. "Fourth senior martial brother, I can't. I also have a few personal matters to attend to." Han Li had previously made plans and declined Song Meng with a slight smile. "Let's forget about it then." Song Meng appeared very disappointed. "How about I accompany junior martial brother Song?" Qin Xiaoqian's sole surviving senior martial brother said to Song Meng with a smile. Song Meng's spirits were immediately raised. Now he would have someone to swap pointers with along the way. When Han Li saw this, he couldn't help but inwardly laugh. He didn't think that after such a bloody battle his 4th senior martial brother would stay completely the same. With that, everyone agreed that on the morning of the next day, they would go their separate ways. By late afternoon, Han Li had already informed Qin Yan that the danger had come to pass and he would be departing the next day. Qin Yan revealed great happiness at the news, but hastily said a few words urging Han Li to stay as a guest. Han Li refused with a faint smile, so Qin Yan could only drop the subject. After speaking with Qin Yan, Han Li returned to his residence. But he didn't expect that in an unavoidable garden on the way back, he would encounter Qin Xiaoqian wearing a white skirt with her back to him. As she was admiring the flowers, she just happened to be blocking his path. Having seen this, Han Li was a bit surprised and found it embarrassing to silently pass by her. Senior Martial Sister Qin, what a coincidence. Han Li found a casual encounter preferable to just passing her by. However, Qin Xiaoqian suddenly straightened her back and turned around to face Han Li with an appearance as dainty as a flower. "It isn't a coincidence. I was waiting for you here." Qin Xiaoqian spoke, slightly opening her almond-shaped lips. With a complicated expression on her face, she stared at Han Li with her autumn-colored eyes. "Waiting, for me?" Han Li looked astonished. Although he did not know why, he felt both bitterness and joy in his heart. After a moment of silence, Qin Xiaoqian spoke a few words that left Han Li astonished. "I heard that the white chrysanthemum mountains at the outskirts of Yuejing were gorgeous and one of the nearby marvels. Would junior martial brother Han accompany me there to sightsee?" "Sure." Han Li had originally intended to refuse, but upon seeing the sorrow in her eyes, he had reflexively agreed. Was this the doing of the gods? When Qin Xiaoqian heard Han Li agree, her face slightly blushed, revealing a happy expression. It complemented her incomparable beauty. That is great, junior martial brother Han. Let's go now. If we wait until after the sun sets, we won't see anything. Chapter 332. A once familiar place. Immediately after Han Li agreed to accompany Xianxia, he felt slight regret. He had previously came to a clear decision to no longer be tangled with this woman. But now he had agreed to accompany her for some unknown reason. It seemed he wasn't as determined as he had thought. Han Li inwardly shook his head and replied, "All right. Then how about senior martial sister ride with me in my divine wind boat? We'll be able to arrive there much faster." With that said, Han Li took out his spotless white divine wind boat and invited Qin Xianxiao to ride with him. When Qin Xiaoqian saw this gesture, she smiled sweetly and entered the boat without any objections. After a moment of flight, Han Li brought Qin Xiaoqian to the Yuejing's famed white chrysanthemum mountain. The mountain was covered with all sorts of chrysanthemums, a majority being white. The scene was truly mesmerizing. Contrary to Han Li's expectations, Qin Xiaoqian didn't speak to him after arriving on the mountain. They merely walked along the small mountain path minding their own business. Only when they occasionally saw a particularly breathtaking scene would they stop for a moment. Han Li did not speak as he followed behind her, dispassionately gazing at her charming body without the slightest shame. After 2 hours, Qin Xiaoqian had climbed to the mountaintop and stood on a small pavilion with Han Li to the side. At that moment, no one was on the mountaintop aside from the two. Not even a single traveler. As the two were unwilling to speak, it was extremely quiet. It was unknown how long this subtle mood continued before Qin Xiaoqian broke it with a few faint words. "Junior martial brother Han, after the great battle is concluded, I fear that I am going to be married off." Upon hearing those words, Han Li couldn't help but tilt his head and reveal an expression of astonishment. The groom is a direct lineage disciple of the great Qin cultivator clan. A disciple of Heavenly Imperial Fortress and a cultivator that has just reached foundation establishment. I've seen him several times and he seems decent. If nothing unexpected occurs, then he will marry into my Qin clan and become my Dao companion. Qin Xiaoqian spoke calmly and turned a blind eye to Han Li's appearance of amazement. After a moment, Han Li's astonishment gradually waned, and with some hesitation he politely said, "Then I must congratulate senior martial sister Qin on finding a suitable marriage partner. Junior martial brother will certainly prepare a gift for you later." It became clear as Han Li started to speak, that Qin Xiaoqian had no intention of listening to his words. Those were not the words she had wanted to hear. She trembled for a moment before releasing a disc-shaped flying magic tool and flying off with a cold face. After seeing Qin Xiaoqian disappear into the distance, Han Li motionlessly stood in place with a cold expression. After a long while he let out a long breath and dispiritedly flew off. Although Han Li had already made his decision about Qin Xiaoqian, he still felt at a loss when confronted with her interest to marry him. This was perhaps a common flaw that all men possessed. Even if they were called cultivators, they had the same emotions as mortals. Han Li mocked himself as he flew back to the Qin residence. After returning to the residence, Han Li learned from the others that Qin Xiaoqian had already departed, starting her journey early. When Han Li heard this, he bitterly smiled in his heart. It seemed that he had greatly disappointed Qin Xiaoqian, and now she was preparing her heart to marry someone else. Although he was a tad depressed, Han Li wasn't of the normal sort. With an ordinary expression, he nodded his head and joked around with the others for a while longer. Like that, the morning of the second day had arrived and the others left the Qin residence. Han Li was the last cultivator to remain. Before setting off on his journey, he went to secretly pay a visit to Mo Fengwu. After all, they were acquaintances and he wanted to bid her farewell. But when he arrived outside her home, Han Li spotted Mo Fengwu through a window, causing him to change his mind. This was because Mo Fengwu was accompanying an old woman of about 50 years old that was reading scriptures out loud. She appeared completely at peace. After Han Li silently looked on for a moment, he ultimately decided not to disturb her. He turned around and quietly left. Toward this particular girl, it may be better if he didn't meet her. Perhaps living a peaceful life without being reminded of those painful memories is best for her. Han Li thought with melancholy. Han Li then left Yuejing and first made a trip to Jiayuan City. Since he had promised to avenge the Missouri estate, he figured that he may as well pay a visit and take a look. Although the Devil Dao hadn't come to stir trouble, he reckoned that Jiayuan City didn't currently contain any high-level cultivators due to the upcoming Great Battle. He only had to secretly get rid of the Rainbow sect master. Even if he angered a few Spirit Beast Mountain disciples, they wouldn't be able to find out it was him. In addition to causing trouble for the Rainbow sect, he thought he'd take a look to see how Sun Ergu was managing the 4th-level gang. He had left behind this backup plan several years ago and now he wanted to see if it still held any use. With that in mind, Han Li rushed toward Jiayuan City on his Divine Wind boat. The last time he was in Jiayuan City was over 10 years ago. However, many of the memories remained vivid in his mind and left a deep impression on him. 5 days later, a youth appeared in front of a long-established restaurant in Jiayuan City. This person stood on the side of the street and looked at the restaurant's sign with squinted eyes. The person with the strange expression was Han Li, who had just entered the city. After standing there for a moment, he sighed and calmly walked in. He went to the 2nd floor and saw that the table by the window where he had sat it all those years ago happened to be empty. Han Li happily walked over to it without the slightest hesitation. Just as he sat down, a waiter politely wiped down his table and asked Han Li what he would like to order. Han Li faintly smiled and ordered a few delicious appetizers, sending the waiter off to deliver his order. However, he did not come here just to satisfy his desire for delicious food. With that in mind, Han Li turned his gaze outside the window. The Mo estate's huge residence still remained and it still had a burly man standing outside its gates. However, the huge sign on the gate no longer read Mo Residence, but instead read Li Residence in large golden words. Looking at the Li Residence sign shining under the sunlight, Han Li unconsciously wrinkled his brow. From what he had heard, the Rainbow Sect master seemed to be surnamed Li. It seems they now occupied their defeated enemy's nest. Not knowing why, Han Li felt particularly bothered when he saw the sign saying Li Residence. He found the previous Mo Residence sign somewhat more pleasing to the eye. As Han Li was lost in thought, his dishes were brought by the waiter and simultaneously the sounds of banter were heard on the floor below. Several youths wearing embroidered silk clothes walked up the stairs followed by their burly guards. They appeared to be the young masters of a noble family. Among these young masters was a man so thin he might blow away in the wind. He casually swept his gaze over the floor and impolitely beckoned to the waiter. The waiter complacently ran over and hastily said with an enchanting smile, "Young Master Xia, do you have any instructions? Call for the shopkeeper. Today we're inviting an esteemed guest to dine with us. Have everyone on the 3rd floor leave. We will pay for the damages." This skinny man spoke quite arrogantly. The waiter didn't reveal the slightest bit of dissatisfaction, repeatedly nodding his head, before hurrying off to inform the shopkeeper. After a short moment, a 40-year-old man arrived. Once he saw the thin man, he immediately agreed to his request with a smile. He then brought the waiter to the 3rd floor to apologize to the customers who were already there. It was unknown whether this shopkeeper was naturally so quick and efficient or whether this young master had a truly great background. Not long after, all of the customers on the 3rd floor had paid their bills and left. Not a single one of them had dared to complain. Han Li lazily looked over before he returned his gaze to the bustling streets outside the window. The newcomer was only a young master among mortals, an arrogant person only relying on the might of his clan, commonly found at all places. Han Li had absolutely no interest in him. At that moment the youth in charge, young Master Xia, then nodded with satisfaction and descended to the ground floor. Later the sound of footsteps came up from below. This time Han Li was startled and couldn't help but turn his head around and stare. This was because among those heavy footsteps, feather-light footsteps could be faintly discerned. Only a Jianghu martial artist who practiced to a certain stage would be able to display such control. This greatly piqued Han Li's curiosity. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.